Oh my god, sorry. Fuck. That took me so long. I had to make sandwich. I haven't eaten today, so I made sandwich. Also, look! Holiday setup. Oh my god. Ugh. It's been a long day, chat. Jesus Christ. Thank you. My hair, I like fluffed it up, all for it to just defluff in about 2 seconds, so hat. Ooh, it is an egg salad sandwich. That's the reason it took so long, is the eggs were taking forever to cook. Happy birthday! That means I gotta sing for you. Okay. Okay. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Dan. Happy birthday to you. Shorten your name, because it's hard if it's not one syllable, honestly. No. So, egg salad sandwich, it's always best if you wrap it up and let it sit for like a few minutes, because then everything can like incorporate. So yeah. Oh my god, I'm so tired. Okay, let me get this set up here. There it is. Ugh, I am so tired. Why is the chat so tiny? Let me fix that. There we go. That's better. Oh my god, where is my mouse? There it is. Okay. Thank you. I'm so fucking tired. Okay. So. Let me find us an Am I the Asshole to listen to, because I feel like that's the vibe. Oh, right, it did crash. Let's find out. Let me swap screens here. Okay, it's way too big. Okay, there we go. Okay, there. Well, let's find out where I am. See if we're... Oh my gosh. Okay. Okay. I mean... I feel like it's saved. I think we're good. I think this is where we left off, yeah? Merry Christmas, dear sister. I think this is everything. I think... Did we have anything inside? I don't think we did. Oh, right, I was trying to figure out how the fucking stairs worked. Right? That's what I was doing. I think that's what I was doing. Was the stairs? We didn't lose much if we did lose anything. We're chilling. Okay, let's see. Okay, I've been wanting to watch this one with you guys, so here we go. And yes, there will be a stream after this stream. It'll be at 7. I'm just gonna link you after I start playing it, because, yeah.
Hey, Waffle Gang, I do hope you are well. My name is Mark, and today we're checking out some
How's the volume?
Reddit stories. And if you
Sorry, it was really loud for a sec.
Consider hitting that like, subscribe, maybe that notification bell too. And let's crack on with today's first story. Much love, guys. Now, I was chuckling through that intro because I've already seen the title of the first story and I'm anxious to get into it.
I'm anxious to get into this with you guys too.
Hairstylist has been taking and keeping my hair.
How's the volume? Should I put it up a little bit?
Going to be vague because obvious reasons. I'm
Volume's good?
30s
Cool.
female and my stylist is 40s.
Awesome.
I got my haircut today at a stylist I've been using for about 9 months now. I think this is my 6th appointment with them. I usually do a trim or cut/style. Today I went from long hair, high lower back to an A-line bob. Again, since I started seeing this person, I usually get the current style maintenance/trim. This time was a dramatic length adjustment, so they took a picture of the cut length in the floor to add to their social media. Then intending to add a
Sorry, just fixing the chat.
after asked too. That's all totally fine and normal. They go grab a broom, sweep up the hair, and place the dustpan on the counter for a bit. Again, normal. They grab the broom and pan and head to the back of the shop. They're gone a few minutes, no biggie. Then they go out to smoke. But here's where it gets weird.
I need to take a bite of my sandwich.
The bathroom is in the back of the shop too. I need to go.
Oh my
Step
god.
into the back. Don't really
Yes.
notice anything
And I hope
when
surgery went well.
I go and
Oh my god.
back out.
Surgery sounds awful. I am not looking forward to top surgery.
It has no lid, and it has my hair in it. At first, I didn't really.
I don't know
think much of
how
it. When I look
some
closer
girls
and see, it's
just
not
go and get like
a
plastic
discarded
surgery
hair,
casually all the time.
But it looks like at least a few of my trim sessions.
But like,
mixed
okay.
with, it looked like potpourri.
Ew.
And a little sand or something.
Why? Why would you
And
keep
printed
that?
Pictures of the cut hair with
That
dates.
sounds like
The printer is sitting right
shrine.
next to it with today's discarded hair pick in the tray. There didn't seem to be any other containers like this when I looked around. It was fucking weird, so I took a pic on my phone. I honestly didn't know what to think or do and went back out into the salon. They came back in and I mentioned that I went to the restroom. They seemed to freak out a little, but didn't mention it. I didn't really know what to say, so I just let them finish styling my hair, paid and left. As a socially anxious introvert, this was my nightmare.
right.
I got home and the more I looked at this
I don't get
picture,
it.
the more ick I got.
That
I
is
ended
so
up
fucking
texting
weird.
them an hour ago, sending the picture and requesting they remove the weird box of me and asking for an explanation. I said, hey, so I saw this and didn't know what to make of it. Can you help me understand what this is and why you have it? I'm not comfortable with you having this and request you please discard the contents. Also, even though I loved my cut, I believe it's best if I find
That
a
is so
different
fucking
stylist.
creepy, bro.
They haven't responded. Lol. What the fuck? My mind is immediately going to some kind of ritual or something like that. I don't know what it could be in all honesty, but
Gene.
the fact that they freaked out when you mentioned using the bathroom, that, you know, it suggests that they know this isn't normal or okay, which we know already, of course. And the fact that no one else's hair seems to be being kept at all, just you, it comes across as obsessive behavior, and I would certainly still want to know what the bloody hell is going on.
Right? Like it's a
Says to
voodoo doll. Like it's so
you
creepy.
absolutely handled it better than I would have. I would have taken it and confronted them. This is really the beginning of some crazy I survived
That's so creepy.
episode. Thank God you're not going back. Obi says I honestly had no clue how to respond. The whole situation was so bizarre, and I can't imagine what the purpose of this would be. I told my husband about it, and he got goosebumps, which was super scary for me and made me feel like I may have underreacted to the issue.
I feel like you did
I guess
underreact.
I'm glad I got out without a confrontation while there, because who knows what may have happened if I'd brought it up then. And there wasn't too many other comments after that, other people just like wanting to know what's happened, because what the fuck, really. But OP comes in with her update and
No,
says,
not
"It's been
swung
about
at
a
him.
week, and with the holiday,
Bruh.
I'm all over the place, but I ended up going to law enforcement to make a report last Monday. I'll likely end up going back if this person keeps contacting me like they have been. I give a little timeline. Last Saturday, haircut,
Fuck,
and
I was
discovered
hungry.
a weird tub full of my hair. Text stylist about the weird tub and said I'll be finding a new stylist. Hairstylist didn't respond. This is where I left off in my last post. A lot has happened since then. Sunday, I woke up to a bunch
Hello,
of texts from
goodbye.
the stylist. It woke me up because even though I have Do Not Disturb on my phone, I have a setting that overrides that if there are repeated contact attempts over 3, in case of emergencies, Here's what I got, copied and pasted.
Why at 3 in the morning?
3:49 a.m. I don't recommend going to a different stylist because of this. It's not a big deal. Small towns and people talk, and you may not find anyone that will take you after this, so I'd reconsider.
True.
I don't like threats.
Yeah, it's giving stalker.
3:51 a.m. So I have your biological material, and it's my property now. I can do what I want with it. I kept it because I can.
No, Monty, I'm not able to send you all of my content.
3:54 a.m. Why you send the
First off, you'd have to pay a lot of money for that. And B,
4 a.m. You need to respond to me because
no, you can go buy the content I have available.
This is. It's no big deal, and you saying you're switching stylists has me triggered. I do good work. You said so. 4:04 a.m.
I got it.
I also charge a $350 client separation fee. So yeah, you can't just say you're switching stylists with more consequences. And I know you said you already tried a few people before me. They not many
got way too much work.
people in the area. I'm assuming there's
Hello.
not many beauty people in the area. 4:11 a.m. Asking for an explanation for a stylist having a hair salon is
I had to wake
crazy.
up at,
Where else would you find hair at?
well,
I didn't do nothing.
I tried to wake up earlier, but I woke up at like 8:30.
Cry about it.
Got ready,
Only if you say you won't be
and
switching
filmed
to
the
anyone
photo
else
set for this.
your hair care.
I'm filming the video
You know
tomorrow.
As a client and always tip well, and I do good work, so it doesn't make sense, and you know that. So maybe don't threaten someone who does your hair or hurt their
It's not threatening.
heart emoji by making accusatory
Hurt their
statements.
heart emoji,
It
no.
continues. I didn't respond to any of those that morning because it was so insane to me. I need to process things fully before I make a decision on how to deal with it. So I just didn't respond. Sunday afternoon, I started getting phone calls. This person called me 14 times that afternoon. About every other call, they left a voicemail. Most of the voicemails just said, call me back or text me back, but 2 of them were unhinged. I'm going to paraphrase, but the gist of the first one was, and it sounded like they were crying. Call me back. I'm getting scared you won't come back to me. Be your hair for real. I just like how your hair feels.
You got this,
That's why I
Gene.
kept it.
So
Call
close.
me. The second
We're
unhinged
so
message was
close.
left late Sunday night at 11:38 p.m.
I haven't
and it
even
said,
started on the Christmas
"I got rid
gifts
of
I
it
have to
except
do.
for one lock. I found out I like watching
I'm
your
gonna
hair
take
burn
the
more
first
than
like
I
2
like
weeks of
keeping it.
January like pretty chill. Maybe post like a few little
I didn't
things.
respond to any of those
because
messages, calls, or texts. The whole
I'm
thing
gonna
had
be
me
doing-
freaked out now.
That's gonna be my
I
Christmas.
decided by that
I'm
time
doing
I was
Christmas
taking
afterwards. I'm
Monday
doing
off
like
work to
12
go
days
to
of
the
Christmas.
police. Even if they
starting
couldn't
on
do
Christmas.
anything, I wanted to file a report of the weirdness.
I guess starting
I woke
January
up Monday
1st.
to an email from the stylist with an invoice of $375 for
Yes,
client
Gene, I'll
breach
text
of
it to
contract
you.
fee as the chargeable line item. Again, copy and paste
Ah,
it here. The email body was just for being a bitch. It was sent from their business email
being
too,
a
so they're
bitch.
really doing everything they can to
Okay, I finished
themselves.
one half of the
Even if
sandwich.
I
I'll save
had
the
a
other half
contract
for
with this
now.
nutter, which I don't. The original amount was for $350. They can't even get their extortion fees right.
Oh my god.
I did email them back stating we had no contract and to cease all further communication
buddy.
with me from this point forward.
You're very
I got
adorable,
ready and
but I'm
started
kind
heading
of
to the
doing
police
stuff.
station around 9:45
Here.
Monday morning.
Say hi.
I live in a rural area, so there are portions of my drive to and from our main house that doesn't have a cell reception.
Sugar ma'am.
When I finally got to town, I had 4 voicemails. I knew immediately who they were from.
Okay.
I talked to one of the officers on staff. They took my statement, a copy of the email, and asked me to forward all texts and screenshots of the numbers of calls.
He's always
They
needy.
said at least the calls and texts could be considered menacing and harassment. But the voicemail where they mentioned how they like burning my hair was potentially concerning. The officer advised I contact a legal representative in case this person tries to take the bogus invoice to a civil suit court. And they said I'm welcome to change my number. I haven't applying evidence if they continue to contact me after I explicitly told them not to in the email would only help me. I reached out to a lawyer Tuesday, left a detailed message regarding the
Is very
situation.
annoying.
They're apparently out in
The worst part is having to redo the makeup because
holiday,
sometimes I'll like
so we'll
add
see if
extra
they have
things and
any
I'll forget what I
advice.
did.
I've since
So I tried to
received
take a
many
good
texts and calls from
makeup
stylists.
picture
They said
at the
they
very beginning
happy
so I don't
Thanksgiving texts on
forget
Thursday
what I
morning as
did.
well. Regardless, they're giving me a lot of
The harder the
evidentiary
makeup is,
material
the
to work
more
with.
I try to
And I'm
push to
so
finish it in
upset.
one day so I don't
Now
have to
I'm waiting
redo
to hear
it.
from the lawyer this week. Mini updates.
See you later.
I woke up to new comments and requests for updates.
Okay.
Firstly, I am okay and safe for now. The person has continued to contact me on a regular basis via phone and email. I do have personal protection that I'm comfortable with and can wield with accuracy. but I'm nearly certain this person does not know where I live, so I don't anticipate any type of confrontation here. My house and property has complete camera coverage as well. If anyone or anything shows up, we're well aware. I'll be posting a more in-depth update with more texts and emails up to this point, and regarding a specific incident that happened on Friday. On Tuesday, I have an appointment to speak with another officer, then to discuss the potential of criminal action and legal consequences for the stylist as a result. Thank you all for the concern and the validation. This is absolutely insane. I'll leave you with a text from this past week, one I think you'll enjoy. Question, used for a model of how not to make friends. Once again, copied and pasted. 5:12 a.m. 12 for the 4th, 24.
Okay, that's fine.
Don't never say never. You're never coming back. Don't make me laugh. I don't want your ass back. You can beg me though. Might help.
What? Girl.
Holy shit, that sent a shiver down my spine. I don't get it though, like when you're talking to the police and you're telling me, you know, you've had all these calls, all these messages, and this person telling you that they like watching your hair burn more than they like keeping it.
It's so creepy.
And they just stood there, yeah, rubbing their chin. That might be potentially concerning. I'd be like, what the fuck? Let's check see if this person's already on a list. But Opie comes in with another update and says, I didn't expect the crazy amount of people following this. Here is the long-awaited post. Also,
perfect.
Sorry for the delay. I think I mentioned before. I'm a processor, so it takes me a while to work through my thoughts and feelings on things.
What does that even
This
mean?
situation and update may not be as satisfying.
I'm a
as many would have
processor?
hoped, but
What?
here it goes. I met with law enforcement again this past Tuesday. My husband and I drove over early that
What are you
morning because I
talking
was
about?
also
I'm
meeting up with a
sorry.
lawyer I'm working with. Aside from the near constant texts, calls, and emails, I wanted to pursue legal action for a specific issue. Allegedly, the stylist had tried to have my credit card cancelled. Apparently, they used the last 4 digits on my card, called the customer service line for the card, and tried to cancel it.
Right, so that's
I got a call from the fraud
unhinged.
department shortly after this person attempted to do this, trying to verify everything, to see if I actually wanted to close my account and dissolve my credit line with them. To be
What
clear,
the
the
fuck?
stylist was not successful in their alleged attempt. They couldn't provide the basic information you need for such things, like my actual last name. It's unusual, and they gave a name that was almost similar. Date of birth, address, etc. Apparently they thought they could accomplish this with just my name, phone number, and the last 4
That is
digits of the
so
card
weird.
number. I didn't cancel the card, but did
What the
request
hell?
a new one, for obvious reasons. I had no clue why they
You don't
want
want to say where you know me from?
To inconvenience me? Yep, that's exactly why, allegedly. When I spoke to the credit card company, they agreed to send over the recording
Is
of the
it
person that called,
from
as well as
porn?
the phone number the call originated from, as long as the request come from law enforcement with a warrant. They gave me a phone number and reference number for the police to reach out to directly.
Okay, yeah.
The officer began working
We're gonna
on
do
that
railing.
immediately, so that is in progress.
I need
I went
the
to my
lights in
phone
here.
company over the weekend, had my phone number transferred to an old phone, so I could still receive calls and texts there. I got a new phone number
Dude, I
for my
keep-
actual phone. The old phone and phone number has been turned over to the officer assigned to my case. They did go and speak with this person
I
yesterday.
keep forgetting I have Gatorade.
They are horrified I went to the police and had no idea any of their crazy could be chargeable offences. According to the officer, there have been no further communications via text or call since their visit.
Fucking
and
love
I
this
haven't
sweater,
received
it's so
any other
cozy.
emails. A temporary protection and no contact order has been issued against them until the first court date. I have also reached out to the State Board of Licensing with all this information and my complaints. All they can say is that they are investigating. Outside of that information, I'm limited on any other information I can share, since the legal process against this person has officially begun. We're just waiting to see how this all plays out now. It's been a long few weeks. I'm hoping for the best here. I'm already so relieved to no longer be getting calls, texts, or emails constantly. Thank you for all the concern, advice, and good wishes. This was meant to be an outlet for me to vent and process, and I'm so grateful that you've allowed me to do that, for this huge amount of support you have given. And the top comment,
I'm trying to figure out what
they
the
said
fucking
I'm
layout
glad
of
that
this
you're
house
safe and
is.
they stopped contacting you once
So
they
hard because
realized
it's diagonal. I forgot I was
involved.
making this hard on myself.
Shameful they didn't stop until law enforcement was involved.
Let's make that a
At least you can
bathroom.
sleep easily knowing
Oops.
that they cannot contact you and do not know where you live. Absolute insanity. They attempted to cancel your credit card though.
Yeah, that's
Hope you
so
get the best
unhinged.
possible outcome for this situation. I'm so sorry you're going through this. Opie says, I really appreciate it. It's been a roller coaster for my household for sure. Commenter 2 says, I'm glad you're getting it sorted and have taken this serious. Hopefully the police have scared them enough to permanently leave you alone. You never know what crazy people will do. Opie says, the officer implied that this person was legitimately Pikachu-faced when they showed up. And the lack of further contact indicates they didn't have a clue.
How did they not?
Third commenter says, people amaze me with how much crazy they think they can get
How
away
did they not
with.
realize it's illegal to harass someone?
Everything the right way.
What stairs should I do? I kind of want to use...
Sure
should I use white stairs or should I find red ones? Do we have red ones? Does that look good? No.
This time, it backfired.
Looks like shit. Ooh, I like those ones though. We'll do that. We'll do that.
And obviously, I'm not trying to worry.
We'll do that.
What I was thinking as I was reading this, but the fact that she's gone quiet now, it makes me uneasy.
I feel like I'm just make this like a little nook.
At least you know what she was thinking. She seemed to put it all out there in text message. This
little like work nook
of trying to cancel your credit card, you know, just knows that there's
where he checks the lists.
She's doing shit in the background. It's scary. However, I am glad people are taking this seriously legally and looking after you physically at the same time as well. The comments about liking your hair, you were sat in this person's chair, they was touching
so
your
creepy.
hair. They had scissors. It all just makes me very thankful for my barber. I go in there, he points to the chair, I sit down, he goes, usual? Yes, please, pal. Job done. Then I just stare forward into the mirror for the next 20 minutes while he keeps staring back at me. Cutting my
Stop.
hair.
Should this be?
But now, I'm gonna turn this one to you guys. What
That's
do you guys make
that's
of
the
this?
inside door we're using.
Thoughts down in the comments below,
Okay.
and let's have another
This
story.
can be a little bathroom.
Now a little something Christmassy from the Am I the Arsehole subreddit from Stay Sad, who says, Am I the Arsehole for not attending Christmas dinner with my family because it's 1 o'clock in the afternoon. For context, I buy the turkey at £130. Dry brine it for 2 days, cook it, take it to my mum's house and then cook all of the trimmings while I'm there. This involves many hours of work.
Want this to be the kitchen, I think?
And I have to wake up at 7 AM to get all the timings right. The problem with this is that my partner and I barely get any time together on Christmas Day. We'd like to wake up, have a coffee, spend time together, open presents, maybe have a light breakfast, and then get to cooking dinner at midday. We don't usually eat breakfast or lunch as we intermittent fast, and we're never hungry for a giant plate of roasted food at 1 o'clock in the afternoon, effectively ruining Christmas meal for us anyway. When children were involved and everyone had to get home early, I compromised.
That is way too early to be fucking eating. Are you kidding me?
But this year, now the
Who eats that early?
Attendance is 12. I tried to
That's
meet
weird.
in the middle.
Okay. Kitchen,
Have it at 3.
living room,
I've been told
bathroom,
I'm selfish,
workroom,
and that I don't compromise, and that this is
bedroom.
ridiculous. Thus, I've decided my partner and I will go round.
That's what we're trying. This is a hard layout. Jesus. You know me from Twitter.
Saving me money.
That works.
Allowing us to have the Christmas morning we've not had since we first lived together in 2018.
This is The
Additionally,
Sims.
I'll be able to experiment with flavor for once. Sous vide a turkey crown.
No, not
Use the
experiment with
chickens for the gravy,
flavor.
etc. I also feel. I'll tell you what, I'm laughing in a sec. I also feel it necessary to add that everyone rushes.
Every
off
time
as soon
I
as
hear
they finish
experiment with
eating
flavor, I
anyway.
just think
There
of
would usually be 8
the other
people in
story
attendance,
where
including us, and except my mum and brother, everyone else leaves. I think it wouldn't be so bad if we spent the day together after the meal. When OP said experiment with flavor for once. All I can think of that story. When anyone says experiment with food now,
I'm thinking
all I
a
can
few
think of is
accent
blizzard
walls.
gravy or whatever it was. Jellified turkey. It was something like that. Absolutely
Yeah.
not the arsehole. It
Oh,
seems
there's
that
another
they just
Am I the
don't know how
Asshole
to
where
compromise.
someone,
You know, you're buying
someone's
the
sister,
turkey,
like,
you're doing the trimmings
just
while you're
being
there, you're doing your work.
unhinged.
Someone was doing that for me, I'd say, mate, you can cook whenever
And
you want,
just
pal.
making
You just pass me a
creations
cheeky little glass of
that
sherry
she
and I'll
was
sit here and
making the
wait.
family
The
eat.
general relative says not the
So
arsehole. It
silly.
doesn't sound like your family knows what the word compromise means. Hope you responded saying the irony for them when it comes to compromise is that they'd rather not have us there than have it a couple of hours later. We're supposed to compromise, but they are not. And again, it's just like OP's doing He seems to be doing everything. He's doing the cooking, he's paid for the all, like 130 quid for a turkey. And they're all moaning
want
about
this
the
to
time. In
be
some ways, I'd just say, like,
different
cook
texture.
for yourself at home with your partner. Enjoy your Christmas if you want, and if you're comfortable doing so, say that they can come round
That
to you
works.
if they want some food, but it'll be done on your time.
Okay.
But what do you guys make of this situation? Oh, all the drama comes out around
That's
family
no,
events.
that's too much.
Holy moly. Let us know your thoughts.
That's
down
too much.
in the
That's too
comments
early.
below. You've got your own little bit of family drama going on
Why
around
I
Christmas.
started because they had
where I
stolen
am.
my content and
Anyway,
I was
just a
gonna
huge
sue
thank you for
them
being here
unless
today,
they
getting
paid me,
involved in
and
the
they
stories, your
decided
love,
they
your
would
support,
rather
your
just
time.
pay
It always
me.
means the absolute world to me, so thank you so much for being here.
And then they added
I'll see you
that stolen
in the next
content
one.
to
Take
my
care.
account,
And
and
much
then
love.
because they added that stolen content to my account, they banned my account because I couldn't verify the other performer, because obviously, because I never uploaded it myself. Oh, that's so dumb. Anyway. Okay, next one. My father just up and abandoned us for another family.
My father left my family because he
Excuse.
found true love, and now he is mad that I am cutting him out of my life forever. I never thought I would actually
Brother.
write this, but here I go. I, 17 male, am the oldest child
Yeah,
of my
it's super
family.
fucking annoying.
My father, 44 male, my mother, 43 male, and my
Super
little
annoying.
sister, 15
Oh, well.
female. Throughout my
We-
life,
we
I've always
move.
loved my father, and
We move
idolized
on to
him
Fansly,
to the point of making
where it's
him
better
proud,
anyway.
being my whole
And
life
not getting
others.
banned
In 2019,
across
we had to
multiple
immigrate
different
to Europe to prepare our lives there
states.
and be away from our homeland forever. In 2022, we finally reunited with him, and from there, I thought that it was the end of our struggling. But then
Ooh, I
after
just
just 2
want that.
years, he started acting funny. He got a job as a hotel driver, and from there, he changed completely. He stopped hanging
Yeah,
out with me
I'm
and
gonna
my
swap
sister.
this
He
for
started
that.
coming home late,
And then
we
make
were
that
just eating
whole
and
room
sleeping.
red.
We
'Cause
felt
it's
so
Santa's
distant,
office.
like he was trying to stay away from the house.
Do we have...
My mother was the first to notice this, and
No,
slowly
I need it to
their
be a tile.
relationship began to break down. One day, I had a beach hangout with the school, but when I was preparing, I heard shouting, and it was my parents fighting. Apparently, my father had cheated on my mum with a single mum with 2 kids
Oh.
from Morocco since
Oh.
last January,
Oh.
and this whole time he was spending time with this woman.
Oh.
Then my father, out of wrath, grabbed my mother's arm so hard
Oh.
that it wounded badly,
Oh.
blocking blood flow. And it got to
Oh.
a point where she picked up a knife and said,
Oh.
"If you don't get out of my effing house, I will kill you."
Oh!
And so he did. It was a
Oh,
hard thing to
shit!
process, and after
Holy
this event,
fuck!
2 months later, he was slowly
Damn, bro,
drifting
that's
away
fucking
from our
crazy.
family
Ooh, that's nice,
responsibilities, like paying the bills, school, etc.
That escalated
It
so
became
quickly,
obvious
chat.
He no longer loved us. The annoying part is that he claims he still loves me and my sister, and that he will always be with us. We are not dumb enough to believe, because if he actually did, then he would at least participate in our responsibilities.
Yup.
I felt
I
so
never
inclined to, and
decided
so
to
manipulated.
join or
I
leave
idolized
Pornhub.
this man.
Things just
I saw him
happen
as my
around me,
ultimate
I
guide
guess.
on how to win in life. And now he is nothing but a lustful man who will go for any woman who isn't my mother.
Yep, well, he's a loser, so...
Thankfully, we are in a much better state. Especially my mother. We've accepted that he's gone for good, and have even begun claiming that my father is dead when someone asks. However, from time to time, he still tries to contact me and my sister, and I don't know what to do. I also want to mention that my mother can easily file an order against him for assault using the photo that she took of the wound that he gave her, and also some threats in their old chats. But because all of us are devout Christians, my mother has had mercy on him and refuses to press any charges.
Okay.
They are still not officially divorced, and I don't know what to do about it. If anybody wants any information or has any advice on my situation, then I would truly appreciate it.
Oh, this
Thank you.
fluff keeps going in my
In
ear.
comments, deleted says, quote, "But because we are all devout Christians, my mother had mercy on him and refused to press any charges. I'm a Christian, and I urge you to consider that forgiveness does not mean freedom from consequences. Forgiveness is a gift that is given to someone who repents and changes their ways. But to fail to hold someone accountable who has not repented and changed only gives them a license to further harm others. I firmly believe that this is not God's intention, as it does nothing to further the kingdom of heaven on earth. Consider your safety and your mother's
Sorry, my
safety. Pursue the
fucking
order.
eyes just glazed
And
over
OP
hearing all
says,
that Christian
"Thank you for
stuff. I'm so
clarifying.
sorry.
I should probably tell my mom the same thing, but from a logical perspective, he isn't living with us, and he has no information on us nor the house. He has the keys to the house, sure, but nonetheless, he wasn't threatening any harm after this incident.
Do I just...
This incident happened in June of 2024, so it would just be a useless effort considering that we have other problems to deal with. But thank you so much
I'm
for
just
your
gonna
advice.
do white.
Aaron Mandad
And make
says,
the floor red.
I am sorry for the shitty situation that your father's actions have put you and your
I
family
need a
in,
good red
and I commend you in all
floor.
coming together to protect your mother's safety and dignity, and trying to succeed in life.
Is that a good red?
I also understand the strong urge to leave sleeping dogs lie,
need a clean
and
one,
not wanting
though.
to pursue a divorce between your parents due to the
I like that.
discomfort
That's
and
good.
unpleasantness
Do we
that
want that
facing
to
him
be
again would
here?
entail. However, in
Yes.
addition to what the previous commenter said about forgiveness,
Yes,
does not
that's
mean
good.
that you don't hold one accountable for their actions. Please also consider the legal ramifications of your mother continuing to stay married to him. I'm not sure which country you live in, but being the legally married spouse of a person gives the other spouse several rights and privileges. For example, if your parents co-own the house that you live in, and your mother passes away
Alright, that's
suddenly in an
good.
accident without leaving a last will and testament, your father would automatically inherit title to the house.
I think I
Or if your mother
want...
were to get seriously ill, to the point where she was hospitalized and unable to make decisions, your father
By
as
the way,
the
click
spouse
Control
might
F
get the right to make such
to get it
decisions on
in
her
this
behalf,
triangle form.
including whether or not to disconnect life support systems, etc., ahead of you or your sister. The above are just some scenarios, and may not be accurate based on where you live, but that's all the more reason for you and your mother to consult a divorce lawyer, and at least
yeah.
talk through the pros, cons, and ramifications of choosing to stay married versus suing for divorce. Good luck, and I hope things turn out the best for you. OP replies, the house isn't owned by us, it's rented by my father's friend, whom we pay a monthly amount. We all live in Spain, but my parents were married in the homeland of Egypt, so their marriage is only recognized on paper. That can be undone by divorce.
Interesting.
However, in one of your scenarios, if my mother was hospitalized or even dead, without the divorce, me and my sister would legally be forced to live with him as he still holds custody. Right
Ew.
now, we aren't financially ready to file for divorce, nor do we know how it works in Spain. But my mother thankfully is considering the divorce when the time comes, but sadly not considering filing a police report, and I don't know why. I guess at this point, all you can do is just continue
That's better.
to push for her to file that police report.
I just wanted to get one
Doesn't
that's like
sound there's
slightly
too much else that you logically
more
and
actually
legally
red.
can do,
Not that red.
which sucks, but that's just life sometimes. You're in a bit of a bind, OP. I do hope that you push for the best outcome here because you all deserve better, and her not taking action is only going to harm her and harm you further.
Yeah, seriously. Don't stay in that.
And
Yeah.
now, onto the update 21 days later. Hello everyone. Last month I made a post about how my father left me and my family for a single mother, and how he is mad that I don't love him anymore. Well, sadly, this isn't
Buddy.
a positive update, as it turned out that my father wasn't paying my little sister's school bills since last month,
Oh my
and
god.
all this time, the school kept my sister out of pity. But now it's getting very serious. It's been proven
kept her
over
out
and
of
over
pity,
again
bro.
that he isn't involved in our lives and needs. The logical conclusion would be that we file a report against him for child negligence. However, we are so financially stuck to the point where it is sickening. I try my best to stay strong for the both of them, but I don't know how much I can take. To add insult to injury, he got offended when I disrespected him and then ghosted me for disrespecting your father. And at this point, I want to choke him to death. I don't know how we can stand on our feet in order to file for divorce and make him pay. I'm sorry that the update wasn't
Oof.
positive, but I promise to let you guys know if anything finally comes
Ooh,
together.
actually.
Also, thanks to everyone who advised me on the consideration of divorce. My mother finally agreed to
I
it,
want that.
but sadly, we can't go as far as reporting him to the police for the assault back in June, as the case will likely be dropped, and like I said,
Could do
we don't
checkers.
have the money. Again, thanks to everyone who was concerned, and I promise to give you any updates in the future. In the comments, Side Annie says, is there any way that you can legally make him support you guys
I
financially?
like that. Yeah, let's do
I don't know
that.
how the system works in Spain, but especially since your sister is under 18, he should be obligated to pay to support his children. Both child support and alimony exist in Spain. I don't understand
I did
why
not,
Opie's mom
bro.
hasn't started this
No,
process
oh my
for
God.
these yet. She needs to think of the kids first, even if her soon-to-be ex-husband has left her feeling like shit. Infamous Cash says, she's so Christian that she's putting her pride over her children. And OP replies, not really. We are so financially stuck, let alone the fact that she is busy looking for a job since she became unemployed.
Gene,
because of
that's
him.
so me.
She considered the divorce though, just not the timing. Because my parents got married in Egypt, in Egyptian law, there isn't something called a child support. The father can fight for custody, but he isn't obligated to pay anything. The Spanish government only recognized my parents' marriage, but they can't judge them based on their laws due to them still being immigrants. Very
What?
odd situation, that one, and I don't really know the answer.
It doesn't
but
make a
I
whole
think
lot of
that they
sense,
can
but
get
okay.
child support. I wouldn't think that Egyptian laws apply to Spain, and that, you know, they're not being recognized.
Yeah,
I
what?
think OP needs to go do some more research and come back with
That
an
makes
update saying,
zero
hey, so he
sense.
talks to a lawyer pro bono, and we're getting child support now, so thank you guys for the information. Looking forward to seeing that one in the future. Best of luck to you, OP. It sucks, but it really doesn't sound like the end of the world. Thank you for the story, and I'd love to know what you guys have to think of this one down in the comments. Our next post is by user Dismal Scientist, and it's titled, Am I the asshole for snooping through my girlfriend's stuff for her
There we
Christmas
go.
present? So my girlfriend just got
Hey, you know
divorced
what?
from her husband because of cheating. I wanted to get her a nice Christmas present to cheer her up, and I knew that she loved perfumes. She had a pretty expensive collection. When I was over at her apartment, I took a picture of her perfumes. She had a lot of
That makes-
samples too, so I took
Right, that
pictures
last
of
one is
those.
so
I
confusing.
found a perfume that I
Someone
thought that she
lied
would
to
like,
OP.
and she loved her Christmas present. I told a friend how I got my girlfriend the perfect present, and he was in trouble because he flubbed his gift. He said that it was creepy, too much effort for a rebound, and that I should never tell her. I was planning on telling her. I didn't think it was creepy. Am I the asshole? In the comments, Back7 says, not the asshole,
No.
and your friend
So,
is a tool. You
back
didn't
out.
break into her apartment.
That's never
and
been
read
your
her
spot.
journal to find out her deepest wish from the
There's
second
nothing there. That's
grade
not the-
was to
that's not
own
the
some
point.
Tom Ford Lost Cherry. You took a picture of her perfume collection to refer back to, so that you knew what scent notes that she was drawn to, and you didn't purchase something that she already had. That isn't invasive. It's a good way to get a good gift. Notice Imaginary
Yeah, he's being
says,
nice.
This is bothering me because in my mind, taking pictures of her things is weird and creepy, but for some reason, writing them down and taking notes on what she has isn't creepy. Same result, just easier.
Why is it creepy?
I think what's throwing me off is the actual act of taking pictures of someone's stuff is typically taboo. I know that my wife and son have taken a look at my collectibles to pick out a gift for me
Maybe.
before, so I'm gonna go with not the arsehole. I get where the friend is coming from. I do understand the mindset.
I can
but yeah,
see
I
it
think
coming
in
off
this
as creepy
situation it's
depending,
permissible.
but
I mean, OP wasn't going
it's
around
not,
taking
given the
photos of everything
circumstances.
in her house, being like, yep, let me document and catalog that. Like, that's what you think of when you think of someone taking pictures. I think this friend of OP's is over-exaggerating, and then saying, oh, it's creepy, this is too much effort for a rebound, you should never tell her this. I don't want to call it projection either, but, you know, I guess it's just an overreaction. Saying it's too much effort for a rebound when this is someone that you're compatible with, bit rude as well. I won't lie, that's a bit mean.
Yeah.
If OP feels as though
Usually
this
Perfume's just in the
girlfriend is
bathroom.
someone he is not just having a rebound with and then leaving, it's someone that he sees a future with. Saying that it's too much effort for a rebound in this situation, that's mean. That's rude.
smoky.
I think he's a bit of an arsehole for that. Yes, it's a close friend, but even close friends can say things
Ish.
that are quote-unquote brutally honest, but, you know, maybe uncalled
I kind of
for.
did like a
I'm with the other
faux
comments,
wing
not
with
the
it.
arsehole, OP. And
like a
now
shaped
onto
Smoky.
the update. Thanks for the feedback.
kitty hair.
My girlfriend did exactly what I thought she would do, and she asked how I got her the perfect Christmas gift. I could smell the perfume on her, which made me happy. I got her zoologist bee and hummingbird. Based on her collection, she liked gourmands, sweets, and florals. She liked complicated scents.
He paid
and
attention
had a
to the
few
notes.
niche ones.
Okay.
She didn't have any zoologist scents yet, so I also got her a few samples.
Like,
A couple of people suggested
yeah, it's
that I
like
shouldn't tell
almost,
her
it's
about
like, it's
opening her
too,
perfume drawer to look at her samples,
it's too
but I didn't
light
feel
and
right
only in the
hiding
corner
those.
for it to be
So I told her that
full
I took a few
smoky.
pictures of her perfume collection and all her samples so I could
It's
get
more
her
of just
perfect
like a
scent. She was quiet for a while,
faux
and
win.
it made me a bit nervous that I messed up, but then she hugged me and smothered me with kisses. She
Cute.
said that I was the perfect boyfriend
Cute.
and that she wanted to marry me. I
Right.
was thrilled, since she was a bit reluctant
Honestly,
to
I
get in
don't
a
know what I'd
relationship
call
with
this
me after
exactly.
being burnt.
I would just kind of do like
To
a
be clear, she didn't cheat.
angle.
Her husband
'Cause,
cheated on
like,
her and left her
you
for
can't
his
tell, but
coworker.
my eyes are, I have like
They
kind of
separated,
hooded eyes
and
a
my
little
girlfriend
bit,
moved into a
so
new
I have to,
apartment. I met her a couple of months
if I'm
later.
looking like,
She
the
asked
angle
me
I'm
out
looking
the
at
day
right now
she
you
met
can't
me
tell, but
because
if I'm
she thought that I
looking
was hot. We went on a
actually
date, and
directly,
told
I
her
have
that
to do
wasn't a
eyeliner in a
casual
specific way
relationship
so it
guy,
actually still
so
looks like a
she
wing and it
didn't
doesn't look all
fully
fucking
in.
weird.
We started officially dating 6 months ago,
Thank
and it's
you.
been a dream.
Guys, get out
She
of the
got me
kitty's
an
food.
awesome birthday present too.
Stop.
A trip to a country that I've always wanted to visit.
There's
She has been
nothing out
asking
there.
me about my vacation days and when I plan to use it. My girlfriend said she wanted to plunge into zoologist, but she did have a few hang-ups. Her ex thought that she was
Cute.
wasting money and scolded her about it a lot. He even
I wanna
threw
put
away some of
something
her
on the
perfume,
outside
which makes
here.
no sense in my opinion. She thanks me for breaking that and getting her new signature scent. Shout out to all the fragrance subreddits for helping me find the perfect perfumes. In the comments, Terpsichorean Wombat says, "Whoa, there is a whole other huge layer out there too, with the details about the yags. This is way beyond just, I pay attention to your tastes and worked to choose something you would really like, which is awesome to start with. This is also, I hear and respect what is important to you. I support what you love, and I am really sorry that guy treated you like that. I am not that guy." Yeah.
They are
I
jealous,
get
but they would just
spontaneous
break into
proposal
it.
now. Yeah, the contrast is pretty stark. I'm glad that OP showed her what kind of level of care she deserves. It's easy to forget if you're mistreated enough. I just love that he's interested enough himself in perfume to know what to look for. My husband likes smelling my perfumes, but his eyes would glaze over if I tried talking to him about notes and perfume houses. OP's girlfriend is very lucky.
I'm gonna just
Yet
put a
another
lot of
nice
Christmas
ending
presents
to a lovely
out.
story. I very much love that. And
So
I
I'm gonna
love that
stack
OP is
these.
so attentive. And yeah, after such a shit relationship beforehand, where her needs were not being met, he did not care about her interests, like perfume, she does deserve someone that cares about her and pays attention. I'm completely on board with that.
Yeah, it's
I feel
cute.
like that transcends whatever the original issue with the friend was. I would expect that OP now did not take those words to heart and has just kind of ignored what the friend has said. Thank you for the lovely story, OP, and all the best going forward. Am I the asshole here for refusing to give my husband the cash that I got back from a present that he asked for me to return? For context,
What?
my husband, 46-year-old, got into a terrible cycling accident last year. He suffered from a punctured lung requiring a chest tube, 3 broken ribs, and a broken clavicle.
That
He
sucks.
spent 5 days in the hospital. It was really scary for all of us. He's finally back on the bike and training again. The kids and I worked really hard for his birthday present this year. We wanted it to be something to recognize how proud we were of him getting back on the bike. It's important to mention that when asked what he wanted for his birthday, he would tell us, "I don't need anything." We, and by we, I mean me, because our kids are both under the age of 7, got him a Garmin Vario, which is a bike radar and camera that provides a tail light, visibility to approaching cars, and notifies the biker of approaching cars. Total cost was $500. We gave it to him last night, and it was pretty obvious he didn't want it. This
Oof.
morning, he asked me to return it. I'm pissed about his ungrateful reaction, but that's another conversation. Later on today, he informs me that he'll just take the $500 cash amount as his present instead. I told him, hell no. He doesn't want the gift, fine, but I'm not giving him the money, especially with how ungrateful he was for the original gift. He said that
Oof.
I'm the asshole, and that it's his gift, and therefore it is his cash. So am I the asshole here for not giving my husband the cash that I'm getting back for returning the gift that he didn't like?
I mean,
In the
I feel like
comments,
it should
asks,
be his,
info,
but
is this
also
normal behavior for him, or have you seen shifts in his personality since his accident? Ooh,
I feel like
good
she's not being very
point.
understanding.
A good friend of mine had a TBI, and it took years before he found things funny again. Even now, he still gets grumpy quicker, though he tries to hide it. Brain injuries are wild. Alkaline Drill Breaker says, as a cyclist myself, I'm confused why he wouldn't want that rear camera for extra insurance, especially
Yeah, I don't get why he
after
wouldn't
an
want it.
accident. Yeah, it's frustrating. You put so much thought into that gift, especially after everything he's been through, and he just brushed it off. Then asking for the cash? That's pretty disrespectful. You're not in the wrong for not giving him the money. He needs to recognize the effort and meaning behind the gift. And it would be one thing if he never got back into training and cycling. It would be understandable if such a traumatic and life-changing experience was too much for him, but he did. He showed them that he was still invested and interested and a keen cyclist, and they reacted and responded accordingly. Talk about mixed messages.
Yeah,
Why
it's a
is
bit
no one asking
confusing.
him why he didn't want the gift? Well, there's just no interpersonal context here. Is he normally ungrateful? Is he normally entitled? Is he too traumatized to consider the fact that it could happen again? AKA, is he in denial? Maybe choosing his birthday of all days to give him a poignant reminder of the horrific accident he was in was not a good idea.
Yeah, that's kind of
Look,
what I
see
was
your point
thinking.
with that one, but is it also not a reminder that you care about his well-being, and while you want to support his habit, you also don't want him to get in another accident?
I think
You
it's probably a
don't want to
reminder,
lose
but
him.
he also
You do not
reacted
want him to
super
die.
fucking weird.
Maybe this time with this gift, you can prevent any more accidents from happening, or at least reduce the possibility of it. I think that he's acting irrationally because of the accident. I think those initial commenters probably had the nail on the head a little bit. It sounds like there might be a little bit of TBI going on, because I trust OP knows what he is normally
The
like,
kitten.
and that he would not normally react this way. That's my assumption, and I'm giving OP the benefit of the doubt. I don't think they're the asshole here either for refusing to give him the cash. That's a very weird thing to do. And now, on to the updates. So I'm not sure if this is how you're supposed to post an update.
I think I would just be like,
had
why do you
no
want the
idea that
cash?
my post was going to get this much attention.
How about I
Thank
go get you a
everyone
different
for your
gift if you don't want
advice.
that
I
one?
want to clarify a few things. This present was not a way to encourage him back on the bike. He's been riding again for several months now, 20 plus miles, at least 3 days a week. He's training for a triathlon. I asked my husband if the present triggered
Have fun!
him or brought back
See you
any
later.
traumatic memories. He told me it did not.
Yeah, so.
His reasoning
good.
for not wanting it is that he doesn't want all the extra electronics on his bike. He did apologize for his reaction and thanked the kids and I for the thoughtful gift, but explained that he would never use it. Not that it's really anyone's business, but we have a
Okay.
joint account, and then we each have our own separate bank accounts. It works for us. I did not give him the money. We agreed to use some of the money to set up a fire pit in our backyard, which is something that he has wanted for a while.
Okay.
The rest of the cash is going into my wallet. I got the Garmin Varia RCT 715 with a rear view bike camera for $399, and then I got the Garmin Edge 130 Plus compact bike computer to go with it, which was $120 for those of you questioning if I'm telling the truth about the price. That's all, folks. I wish he kept the gift for his safety, but I can't force him to use it. I've learned my lesson, and I will no longer be buying surprise gifts for him. If he doesn't tell me exactly what he wants, he will get a gift card. In the comments,
Bro, I'm gonna take off the corset while
4332
we're
says,
streaming on
"It
YouTube.
sounds like you're doing what's best
I
for
don't
both
need to
of
be
you,
wearing this on
even if that's
YouTube.
not
I'll
what
put it
others
back
might
on when I
expect.
stream on
A joint
Fancy.
effort for the fire pit is a great compromise. As for the gift, it's okay to learn and adjust next time. Just ask what he wants.
Ugh.
Nara Shikamaru says,
I'm dying.
my cousin was an avid cycler. When I was in middle school, or maybe a year before I started, she was in a horrific accident that almost killed her. Comatose for a month, brain surgeries, the works. Took 2 years for her to recover, including relearning to speak and walk. The impact was so extreme, her helmet, custom fit to her head, she was so serious about it, split open. It came off after the second/bounce impact. There was no one else involved.
I was, yeah.
It was an uneven pavement on a
It's just part of this
downhill slope,
cosplay.
on a route that she had done 100 times before, just a freak accident. Bike accidents are no joke. And if someone got me a safety measure like the one that OP got her husband, I would be so unbelievably grateful and would definitely use it. And I'm a little bit tech clumsy. Is that a word? I'm not taking back what I said, I don't care. I think it was a good gift by OP. I think he was a bit of a dick the way that he approached it. I respect that he doesn't want to.
Yeah, I feel like he could have just gone about it better.
That OP thought it would, and he had his reaction, his response, and his feelings are valid, though I think he is being illogical. If I had a wife, and that wife was concerned that I was going to hurt myself again, I would want to put her worries at ease by accepting her gift that is going to make me safer, even if it's not going to stop freak accidents like falling off of my bike all of a sudden. If that's the compromise they need to make to keep their relationship afloat and solid, you know, fair play to them. Thank you for the story, OP. I hope all continues to go well from here. Unexposed is by user Cooler Beans 1981, and it's titled, I laughed at my sister's tragedy, and now I'm uninvited to the baby shower that I'm planning.
Oof.
So my sister is due in early January, and we're planning her baby shower for early December. She decided she wants to use my mother's maiden name, Rafferty, as her daughter's name. Not a tragedy itself,
Okay.
and I guess it works as a unique name. But yesterday, I texted my sister that I needed to get the custom items with my niece's name ordered ASAP, so they arrive in time for the shower. My sister then let me know that they're going with an alternative spelling for Rafferty. I texted back, an alternative spelling of our mother's maiden name. My sister wants to spell it Raefarty.
Ray Farty?
So I sent back a bunch of laughing emojis.
Please stop.
And she asked, what's so funny?
It's time to stop.
I tried to explain that no one will pronounce that as Rafferty, and she'll probably get plenty of the same mispronunciations. She told me that I was being ridiculous. I texted back, my poor niece, little Miss Farty Ray. I was invited to the shower, and my mum told me today that my sister doesn't want me as the godmother anymore. But like, Ray Farty is really bad. Isn't
Ray
it?
Farty is so
Someone needs to
funny,
tell
I'm
her,
dying.
right? In the comments, Barge G says, yep, it's
Girl.
Ray Farty. No matter
Girl.
what sis wants her to believe. And OP says,
Oh,
thank
no.
you. Little Farty Ray is
Little
not going to
Farty
be a ray
Ray.
of sunshine when she starts school. She's going to be a fart ray of sadness.
Stop.
Yes, you had to tell her.
Oh my
Also,
god.
just saying that being uninvited means you can cancel all the baby shower plans and save the money for Little Ray's name change when she's 18.
Oh my
Rafferty
god,
comes
bro.
under the
That's
category
so
of names
funny.
that I wouldn't use. Not a big fan of surnames as first names, but which I can see tick some boxes that would make them appealing to some people. Honors your mum, sounds gender neutral, could use the nickname Raph. Ray Farty comes under the category of names that sound like jokes. No wonder you laugh. Do what you can to dissuade her. Everyone's going to pronounce it Ray Farty. And OP says, I agree. I wouldn't use it myself.
Oh my god.
But I get that it honors my mum and her family, and it's not too out there. Thank God my mother wasn't born a Lewandowski. No offense to the Lewandowskis out there.
God damn it,
My mum
that's so
is
funny.
mildly annoyed that she wants to honor
Okay,
her mom's name,
there's
but
Christmas
totally
trees.
respell it. But my mother's opinion is that it's my sister's child, and no one but she and her husband really have a say in the name. Apparently my sister insists everyone will understand it as Rafferty and not Ray Farty. No.
Girl,
No, they
no.
won't. Literally everyone will look at the name and pronounce it as Ray Farty. Just because your sister believes that everyone should magically know how it should be pronounced, she cannot change the way everyone else understands phonetic pronunciation.
Stop.
It's hilarious, but at the same time, I feel so bad for that poor kid. It would be
That's so
marginally better if
funny.
she spelled it Ray Ferty, but I promise that even Ray Ferty would swiftly devolve right to Ray Farty. I hope your sister comes to her senses. Oh, cute little Ray Farty. What a fun little thing that is. I'm sure the kid won't get bullied horrendously once they go to school and then curse their parents for giving them such a shit.
Okay, there we go.
If you can't be honest with your siblings and help them steer away
Not
from
Ray
an
Farty.
objectively terrible choice that everyone else is enabling, then I don't know. I think they deserve to have their own lives crash and burn. But if I were OP, I'd go harder on this one, even after the disinvite. If only for the sake of little baby Ray Farty. I wouldn't want to see them grow up being bullied like that, and it is my nephew/niece. I would want to give it a red hot go without, you know, breaking up the relationship with my sibling. Anyway, I don't think you're an asshole.
That's too fucking funny.
I think you did the right thing, and it's really funny that you got uninvited. And now, on to the update.
That is so funny.
So I don't know if updates are allowed here, but here it is, and sorry it's so long, and I've been having a hard time submitting it. I'll try posting some and put the rest in the comments. So we had an intervention on Ray Farty. Everyone said to send a link to the original post to my sister.
No.
That 103% of the global population would call her daughter Ray Farty, and that would be the easiest thing to do. But some commenters said some pretty gnarly things about my sister that she doesn't need to read and feel worse about herself. But I wanted to address a few things that came up. First, for those saying that I shouldn't bother paying for the baby shower anymore, I had no plans to not continue to pay and help out. Disagreements and fighting aside, I love my sister and want her to go into motherhood filled with love and support, regardless of whether she wants my support or attendance at the event. Second, my sister's husband was made aware of the spelling change of Rafferty to Ray Farty about a month before my original post. He said he didn't think much of it until he saw it written down and immediately saw it as Ray Farty too. He said her emotions had been getting worse throughout the pregnancy, and he didn't know how to approach her about going back to the original spelling. He had hoped that once she gave birth, all the hormones would somehow leave her body, she would come to her senses, and it would be a non-issue. Third, a lot of you were lumping my mum in with my sister, and said some pretty horrible things about her too.
Why? Why are people saying mean things? It's weird.
I laughed at her for slightly changing the spelling. My mum just assumed that it was a minor change, like Rafferty, Raffertie, until I told her to grab a pen and paper, and I would spell it out for her. Once she saw it as Ray Farty, she was team save this child. For those of you who told me that I didn't have any tact, and that my reaction was mean, my reaction was because one, people would call the poor girl Ray Farty her entire life for the sake of my sister being quirky. Two, pregnancy brain aside, surely my sister would realize her child will be called Ray Farty once it's pointed out, have a laugh, change her mind, and that this will end up being a funny story to tell at her daughter's wedding or something. And three, my sister is a bit of a joker, so I also initially thought that she was just pulling a prank or joking. But if she was joking, she took the joke really, really far. She spent $400 on a mural painted on one wall in the nursery. She wanted to debut the finished nursery to everyone at the baby shower, including her husband, who was forbidden to see it beforehand, that had Ray Farty incorporated into it that now needs to be repainted. She also bought herself a birthday gift. Is that even a thing? She would have my brother-in-law present to her in front of everyone at the hospital a $900 gold bracelet with Ray Farty charms. The baby book also has Ray Farty and cover.
Stop it.
I contacted my sister's best friend Katie, not her real name, about if my sister has told her anything about the spelling change. She found out about Ray Farty after the blow-up with my sister, as my sister wanted to get Katie on her side.
Bruh.
Katie, who was a teacher, was
Jesus.
horrified about the spelling and told me that this is the worst attempt at a creative name that she has ever seen. The intervention of sorts, the Farty Party, if you will, included me, my sister, her husband, his mother and father, my mother, and Katie. My sister refused to believe that anyone could possibly see Ray Farty as Ray Farty, and that we were just mad that she was taking creative license, and that everybody does that nowadays. My sister said children are not that cruel to bully her daughter for her name, and Katie said plenty of kids are cruel enough, and the others would join in so they're not singled out themselves. My sister countered that as long as all the adults are pronouncing it correctly, that it'll be no problem. And Katie told her that not only would the adults not know how to pronounce it to begin with, but that as long as fart is in the name, kids will latch right onto that.
Yeah.
I was happy Katie was there because she's shared interesting names that her students have had over the past years. So I knew her opinion on this would probably be the only one to sway her. My sister cried for about 10 minutes and finally agreed to entirely change the name because even Rafferty was tainted because we had all ruined it for her.
What?
We told her to take the time to consider a new name. She told us
I feel
she
like
still
the
wanted to
how
honor
is
my
the
mother,
original
and she
one
suggested she would
ruined?
combine my mother's first name with her mother-in-law's name and created a name on the spot that included a crass term for a lesbian. I can't.
A dyke?
She's insane. Actually insane. When my mother pointed that out, she started crying again and accused us of not letting her be a mum, and her husband suggested that we leave it for now and that we should all go and give her space. Good luck, husband.
Oh, what the
Good luck
fuck?
with all of that. It's been radio silence until my
How
sister texted me a couple
the
of days ago
fuck?
that she and her husband landed on Theodora, and she is absolutely in love
Theodora,
with it.
a normal
She
name.
even decided
That
that my
works.
unborn niece looks like a Theodora in the ultrasounds. She got
Okay.
those creepy 3D ones where every baby looks like the same copper potato. I replied that that was lovely, and that I'm so happy
That's
that
lovely.
she is happy.
Okay,
It's
crazy
not my
lady,
taste,
that's
but at
fine.
least it's not Theodorach or some crap like that. So there you go. My niece has been saved from being called Ray Farty. I'm invited to the baby shower again, and I know that this is just a little blip with my relationship to my sister, and we will be fine.
Bro.
But Katie will be taking over as godmother, which is fine by me. I can always be godmother to their next child, who will probably be named something like Tara Masu. Thank you all for seeing the same thing I did, and letting me know stopping Ray Farty from coming into existence was the right thing to do. In the comments, Hagman007 says, as long as the adults are pronouncing it right, lady, you are pronouncing it wrong. You can't just change how the English language works. Ray, phonetically, is Ray, farty is farty. You can't just say, oh yeah, my name is F-Dick, but it's pronounced Peter. Australians be like Megan. Suspicious treat replies. She would just go around and tell everyone that it was Irish or something. It drives me insane when people think the rules of pronunciation don't exist for a reason. Don't they remember learning to read? Man, the sister really thinks that all adults would be kind enough not to talk crap about the name while their kid stands in front of them, or that a kindergartner will eventually become a teenager
Oh my
and
God.
then an adult.
Oh, fuck.
Even Rafferty as a first name was pretty far out there. I remember a post a long
Goddamn.
time back about the baby Karen. That's a normal name, but thanks to social media, it was
Okay.
tainted. The parents witnessed firsthand both adults and kids treating their kid differently and bullying her.
Oh, I forgot this
Yeah,
one.
you can't just bury your head in the sand when it comes to your kids like that. Like, yes, just because you believe something to be the way it is, does not mean that you should ignore the way the world is currently and the way the world will be when your child comes into that world.
Yeah, people
You're
are
only
not
doing your child a
nice.
disservice, and you're not looking
Trying to
out
make
for
this
their
look
best
Christmassy on the
needs. You're just
outside
doing
also.
what placates your emotions in that instance. You're doing what makes you feel good because that's what you
I
want.
feel like
It's
I
insane
didn't
to me
eat
that
enough.
it took a teacher with real life experience who just happens to be her best friend or just a close friend to open her eyes to how narcissistic and how selfish she was being about the Ray Farty name. I also kind of want to know the husband's stance on all of this because how did the husband not see this and be like, okay, now it's a 2 yes, 1 no situation, and I'm saying no because I don't agree with it. End of story. You are not getting to decide the baby's name all by yourself here.
Seriously
He
though.
had the power. He had the power to change this, and he didn't. What's going on with that? I blame him as well. He enabled this. It took a village to change her mind when it could have just been him putting his foot down and being like, it's my child too. I'm not letting my child be bullied by a stupid name change. I don't know. I feel like a lot of these situations could be fixed a lot easier. Anyway, I'd love to know what you guys have to say about this one down below. Let me know.
There's a crying kitten. Why is there a crying
My
kitten?
motherly aunt wants me to give up my unborn baby girl to my godly infertile cousin.
Hold on, let me link you, cause what? Cause what do you mean? Wait, wait. What? What the fuck? Nice. I'm going for as Christmassy as possible, which honestly looks like a gingerbread house, generally, so.
I, 24 female, am currently 8 months pregnant with a baby girl, and my
Go run.
aunt/cousin have been giving me trouble since I have announced the news. My partner and I already adore our girl and have no plans to give her up, but my aunt wants me to give up my child.
Go run,
to my
they're
cousin,
crazy.
Who has been suffering infertility for the past 5 years.
How the fuck is
For more
that your
context,
problem?
My aunt has raised my sister and I as a motherly figure after our mother passed away when we were very young. We've been quite close with our
Fair.
aunt and cousin throughout our life, and have been trying to support my cousin through her struggles with infertility. My aunt is also
There we
very
go.
religious, being a Mormon who regularly attends church, and has a very rigid,
How does it look? There we go, in the
closed-minded view
snow.
on morality and values, and living a good life. She believes that a child deserves a strong, foundational religious upbringing with a strong, providing father and a loving, attentive mother. Since my partner is not Christian, and because we both have full-time jobs and careers, she believes that my child will grow up confused and misguided in our household due to our religious differences, lacking a proper sense of identity and adequate care. She says she fears that our child's
Okay.
well-being
Ooh,
will not
Jesus.
be put first in
Let me
such an
just-
environment, and that our kid could likely go down a dark, immoral path. According to her, my cousin, who works part-time from home, and her
Oh, I need a
husband
mailbox.
are way better able to provide my child with a loving home with good values and religion. I have both my aunt and cousin blocked on most forms of communication, and I've moved to a new home where they do not know the address. My partner and I also got married in a private ceremony, so they won't have control over my medical decisions. Out of the two, my aunt has been more aggressive towards me, and even showed up to my old apartment one day to scream and argue with me
Bro,
about
what
the
the hell?
situation. She, in a fake nice tone, tried to get me to come with her to a cafe
that
at
is
the church
unhinged.
to speak with me about the baby, even when I told her there is nothing to be discussed and that I am keeping the baby.
Bro,
I
what?
spoke with the apartment manager and had to hide until she left after half an hour. My aunt also has her church friends after me. They sometimes regularly send
That
me
is-
hostile text messages and voicemails. My cousin has been on the
Bruh.
quieter side towards me, and has been struggling with depression and trauma from her latest pregnancy last year, ending in a stillbirth of her baby girl after preterm labor at 30 weeks.
Wonder if that has
She's
anything
been
to do with
regularly
this.
posting on social media and has joined motherhood-related groups. I've heard through gossip that she's trying to get a baby through these groups and has been banned from a considerable amount of them to her dismay. She had been harassing young mums and widows for their babies. My cousin is desperate for a baby to fix her family.
Girl,
and
they're
is
gonna cut it out of
apparently
you,
waiting for me
run.
to give birth. For my baby girl, who she apparently sees her own late baby in. My aunt and her are apparently sure that I will be
Absolutely
overwhelmed with my
not.
decision and the responsibilities with motherhood.
Nope.
That I will give up /
That's
give more
so
to my
creepy.
baby by letting my cousin and her husband adopt her.
No,
My
girl.
aunt says that giving my baby to my cousin shouldn't be as hard as it could be because we are family, and that I could have a baby later on as I am still young and have plans to attend grad school after working for a while. My cousin also apparently wants to get into
Yeah,
contact
kitty?
as we had before my pregnancy. I will not
Is
be
that right,
speaking to her
sir?
again until after I give birth to see where
Scary
she
kitten?
is and to prevent further stress during my pregnancy. I've been supportive of her throughout her infertility journey and generally liked her
That
more
is
than
so
my aunt
unhinged.
growing up, but her behavior and thinking have shocked me and are making me fear for my
Yes.
safety.
Yeah, I would
I'm
be.
planning a big wedding party for next year since my partner and I privately got married this year, and I'm not sure if my aunt and cousin would be invited.
Girl,
and able to
absolutely
come.
not.
I have a lot of family support from both sides right now, apart from those who are close to them and on their side, but I'm not sure if that support will be strong in a year, and what my relationship with my aunt and cousin will be then. I have skipped some family events that they know that I will be at, but I don't want to miss out on those family gatherings and fun forever. I'm not sure how the future will look with my aunt and cousin after my baby, and the issues that arise with that. Any support would be appreciated. Bad at Bougie says, please start a paper trail and report any harassment from them to the police. This isn't some minor family issue. This is way out of line and could get worse if they're allowed anywhere near you and your baby. I say this as someone who has lost a pregnancy. The way you described how your cousin views your baby is unhinged. There is no wrong way to grieve, but this is not grief. This is a pair of people who are not mentally well. This, and I'd like to add that it's not normal to find any allies to this plan. Even religious fundamentalists don't support taking a child away from their parents for no other reason than having a job and different beliefs. Your aunt and or cousin have to have spread some sort of rumor about you to gain sympathy, like you being mentally unstable, or irresponsible in general, or abusive and neglecting, or even worse. Stating the fact that she's claiming you will get overwhelmed, and those remarks about you are still young, I guess she's telling others that you're an immature kid, not knowing how life works. Edit to add.
So creepy,
so
though.
Get a hold on some flying monkeys and figure out what she's telling about you. I want to expand on this. It is okay to do this. It is okay to defend yourself. Sometimes it's easier to just do your own thing and say the people who care will talk to you. But sometimes people will become isolated because they never see evidence of another narrative. You need to know what's being said because that gives you the information to determine if you need to correct the narrative. You deserve to stick up for yourself, and you need to, because then it makes it harder for the other people's bad behavior to continue. People like your aunt and cousin aren't used to being challenged and seeing real repercussions for their behavior, and this helps them feel justified in continuing it. Being kicked out of the internet forums is not real repercussions. There is safety in internet anonymity, but being revealed to be manipulators and liars on a smear campaign to try to steal someone else's baby to other people in their family and community, that starts to take their power away. OP replies, I grew up with this happening. Children and having a family were and are seen as prizes for living a godly, devoted life.
There we go.
You would often be heavily judged for any shortcomings and not giving adequate, judgment-free help, even if you were truly struggling. My church did adoptions, and I still think is involved in them. The birth mothers would often be a combination of young, single, unwed, and ungodly in some sense, and the church would pressure and scare them of them and their child's fate if they
no
raised
hate
their
like
babies
Christian love.
themselves. The babies were then adopted out to infertile Mormon couples or couples who wanted to be charitable.
Oh god, it's even worse. They're
an
Mormon.
innocent baby and giving its biological mother a chance to fix her life and live well. It scares me, and now I am very wary on adoption. That's just horrific. What? That just sounds like under the table, illegal human trafficking. That's just trafficking children.
Right.
There's no oversight. There's no regulations. There's no checking if the parents are sane people that are not going to harm these children that they're being given. They're taking advantage of young women. Absolutely, OP has every right to be upset and scared of adoption. That is just blatant human trafficking. Yeah, at a minimum,
Yeah, I'm
I'd
not
be
surprised.
reporting that group to the police and whatever agencies I could, because that is horrific. I'd also be staying the hell
I love how
away
freaked
from
out
my
he is.
cousin.
It's
They
like,
are
what the
unhinged,
fuck?
They are not good for you, and they certainly are not good for your unborn child. Nothing else to say besides that. Screw these people and keep them away from you and your child as much as humanly possible. Oh my god. And now, on to the updates. This will be a small update. We got in contact with a local church leader and talked to them about the situation with my aunt and cousin, who are both active members. We talked to him for a while. He initially dismissed my concerns as personal conflict between family and tried to refer us over to counseling services. We explained to him that my cousin is dealing with trauma from her baby's death and that she is having false hopes about adopting my baby, which would be raised in a good home. We also told him that my aunt is feeding into those hopes and has been harassing me on her behalf, causing disturbance and a lot of stress. He told me he understood my side and that he knew what my cousin has been going through with her inability to have kids. He said he would contact my aunt and cousin to see what they have to say about this situation. I talked again with him today. He said that my aunt and cousin would like to speak with me and that they were concerned that I stopped communicating with them, especially since I moved away. I explained to him that their behavior regarding my baby influenced me to do those things and pressed him on what they said. He said that my cousin had talked with a church therapist and was looking into adoption to start a family because her IVF treatments were likely not going to produce a child with her condition. I emphasized to him that I was not giving up my baby and that my cousin had been thinking such. He said that he understood that and started asking me for personal details on how I was doing now. He was again trying to set up a meeting between us and my aunt/cousin and referring us to services.
Stop talking to him.
I told him that I was not comfortable with that at the moment, and he told me to at least call my cousin once. He said he will meet with my aunt on Sunday since I was too scared, quote unquote, to do so on my own. Our call ended after that. I'll comment any update on what he says in the coming days under this post. Edit. I'm not satisfied with his response and do not like that he is putting pressure on me with
Stop talking to him.
aunt and cousin. He says he understands my concerns, but I think he is being rather dismissive of them and trying to force us to resolve our issues. My partner and I thought it was worth a shot reaching out to him because he has influence and religious authority over my aunt and cousin. I'll see what he says on the next phone call and see what I can do to make him care more. Edit. To make it clear, I didn't give him any personal information and have no plans for an in-person meeting with my aunt and cousin. We are in contact with legal help. We do not live in Utah. Update. We spoke again with the bishop. He said that there isn't much he can do personally to resolve the situation within his capacity between me and my aunt and cousin, other than to refer us to counseling services. I asked him if he did meet with my aunt, and he said he did. Their conversation was apparently focused on my cousin and helping her heal. He told me my cousin was also grieving the loss of communication with me and my sister, who hasn't been talking much to her anymore. I told him that my cousin was trying to take my baby to replace hers, and that her and my aunt's behavior was threatening the safety and well-being of me and my family. I think he was losing interest in the conversation, so he just told me to do whatever I feel is best for my family, but to consider the grief my cousin has been through and contact family counseling services to further help on this matter. Me and my partner sent him an email afterwards with a copy to our lawyer to close off communication. I decided to unblock my cousin and send her a message. I told her that my partner and I are keeping our baby and that is not up for discussion. I encouraged her to seek proper therapy if she hasn't already done so, and told her that I'm not comfortable with her, her husband, or my auntie being involved in my child's life. She hasn't responded yet.
Shocker.
Regardless of what she says, our relationship will not return to as it was before, and she will not be a part of my child's life. In the comments, SallyMander1 says, 100% a trap. Yikes. Plus, the way the church leader dismissed OP as being too scared was extremely condescending and manipulative.
The whole thing is so weird.
Screw that guy. And OP replies, that comment really upset me after I have told him everything that was going on and my fears.
He doesn't give a shit.
I'm not just too scared.
He doesn't care, bruh.
And well-being of my family.
Oh my god, what's not cooking?
My cousin and aunt's
What's not cooking?
actions,
they want to steal your baby.
These fears are real and are very valid given the circumstances. That really bothered me. Yeah, that guy was just a complete dick. He has the power to change the aunt and cousin to get them to go away.
Yeah, he agrees with them. It's because he agrees with them.
He actively wants to continue the cycle of adoption. That man is not on your side. That man does not.
Yeah, he agrees.
He is dangerous too. Genuinely in such disbelief that
he agrees with the crazy people.
These cycles of violence to continue. Because this godly, infertile cousin and deranged aunt They are definitely going to escalate, and the fact that you
So
had to close
creepy.
communication with that man with a lawyer says a lot. You know, it says a lot about him. I wouldn't
Yeah, like
feel
what?
safe after this either. I don't blame
It
you.
doesn't make any sense.
And now, onto the latest updates. So here is the update that everyone has been waiting for. I was busy in the last few months with the birth and projects I've been working on as I recover from birth and take care of my new baby. I logged into Reddit a few times since then, but haven't gotten a chance to update. I am 25 now, and my baby is almost 4 months old. Time flies. She's doing well and brings us so much joy. I love going on walks with her, and she's growing up so fast. I'm planning to go back to work soon. I'm looking for a new job. Thank you all for your concern and well wishes, and I hope everyone is having a great time during the Thanksgiving holiday season. Now, the update that everyone is looking forward to, my cousin and aunt. Since my last update, my cousin and aunt went silent for a while, and my cousin didn't respond to my texts. In August, my aunt reached out to me through a new number to ask me how I was and if I had the baby yet. We talked.
Why?
She was concerned about mine and my baby's well-being,
Dude.
since I distanced myself from a lot of my family and had to leave my job. I asked about my cousin. She says they have been trying to adopt a baby through their church connections, but nothing has been successful so far, because they
Bro.
probably just started on that. I asked about whether they consulted with a proper adoption agency, but my aunt said that my cousin's husband's past may become a problem. I didn't know about that, and she proceeded to rant about how the white birth rate is dropping and how people were actively denying themselves parenthood. She asked me if I still wanted the baby, and then got angry about 9th-month abortions. She's pro-life without
Oh my god, lady.
exceptions. I reaffirmed to her that I did, and she talked about how my cousin was getting old, but she's in her
Okay.
early 30s, and that her nest is still empty. She wanted me to at
Who
least
fucking
share
knew?
the joy and let my cousin be in my daughter's life and spend time with her. I told her that would not be possible due to their past behavior. I feared that my cousin would try to become her mother and let her delusions get to her again. My aunt said that my cousin was trying to become better and got some church counseling. I still told her no, and she then asked me if I knew anyone or any resources to adopt a baby. I told her I didn't, and that my cousin and her
You shouldn't
husband
have a baby.
should be careful and patient with trying to become parents. My aunt
Like, you
emphasized
should not
how becoming
have a
parents was
baby.
important to my cousin and her husband
I'm
because
sure
they
it is.
deserved children at this point, and for their reputation, since everyone around them is reaching the parenthood milestone. She
Ew.
asked about my future family plans and pushed me on when I'm going to get pregnant again and have my next child. She told me family planning was important, especially after this surprise pregnancy, and asked if they could be involved next time. As the call went on,
Bruh.
more and more of her past/usual behavior became apparent, and I was getting tired of it. I wanted to end the call, but she
Hang
ended
up.
it first because she had some activity. Thankfully, I have my sister to keep me in the loop with what's happening with my aunt and cousin, and other matters
Jesus
regarding
Christ.
my family and my old church. Everything my aunt said was apparently true about my cousin. According to my sister, my cousin's overall mental health seems to have improved from her worst, but she still has her deep depressive
Cool,
periods.
no one cares.
She sometimes feels very empty with her lack of children and her worsened relationships with me and my sister. My cousin and her husband are also trying to find an IVF doctor abroad in hopes of a miracle, since a lot of their options are shutting down here. My cousin apparently still views my baby as something she lost, but she believes God will give her kids soon and has been trying to get her sins forgiven. We are skipping Thanksgiving with my side of the family in a few days for obvious reasons.
Jesus
I
Christ.
am going back to the workforce soon, likely after all the holidays. I have my childcare arrangements ready with all of the necessary precautions, and the future is looking
That is
good
so
overall.
creepy.
Again, thank you all for your support, and let me
I
know
would
if you have
do
any
the same
questions
thing.
about anything. Mormonism, my family, motherhood, etc.
Just
In the
no
comments,
porn.
Mad Hatter 06 says, I really wonder if your aunt feels that she also deserves the baby to be a
Yeah.
grandmother. A lot of those types feel
Yep.
that they are owed
That's absolutely what's
grandchildren.
happening.
Good for you for shutting down the idea of your baby having any sort of relationship with your cousin. You are being an amazing mum by protecting your baby girl. Keep boundaries and keep your little one snuggled close. OP replies, perhaps so. My aunt has said that she is ready for the grandma life and has been heavily invested with my cousin and her starting
Gross.
a family. When we were younger, my aunt also said that she would be a grandma to my and my sister's future kids since we lost our mother very young. I guess she doesn't have that enthusiasm anymore. And thank you. TF Cox says, I'm gonna guess SW means social worker here. The part about your cousin not being able to go through a proper adoption agency because of her cousin's husband's past may become a problem, raised all the red flags.
Yep.
Aside from her infertility,
That's so
your
creepy.
cousin's choice in a partner sealed
Actually,
their fate. Is she willing to recognize that?
I'm gonna
rather
put that
than
over
giving
here.
it to you? Best wishes to you and your wee one. OP says, my cousin and her husband are very religious and all about forgiving people for their sins. I think she probably forgives him for his troublesome youth. Yet she was nasty to me when I was pregnant
Troublesome
and wanted to
youth.
raise my kid. They are going through their church connections to see if anyone was planning to adopt out their baby and other means. Apparently it hasn't worked out so far.
What?
So now they want to do
No way.
IVF again with a doctor abroad. Troublesome youth? Being a raucous kid doesn't make you unfit to adopt or foster when you're older. I would probably look up his record and see if he's on any lists. Also, in my state, juvenile records are sealed upon reaching adulthood.
True,
If it is
Gene.
the same in OP's state, it makes me think whatever he did was either as an adult so bad that the records weren't sealed, as with some sex crimes, or both. That piqued my interest too, especially as it was stated that they couldn't adopt because of his troublesome youth. There's only a few reasons I can list that I can think that the cousin wouldn't go the adoption route.
Yep.
Being a sex offender is on the top of that list. Yeah, and that's why my red flag warning for human trafficking and no oversight went off. Didn't even have to know that they weren't allowed to go through the normal adoption process because it's very obvious why they're trying to do what they did. Freaks, the lot of them, stay the hell away from them, OP. Again, they're dangerous. They don't deserve to have a child. It's just scary finding groups of people like that and knowing they exist all around us. And it just, I hate it. Thank you for sharing the story with us, OP. Please come back with another update in the future telling us you kept your baby the hell away from them.
Yeah.
Our next post is by user Throwaway Fiance Cheats. Titles: Am I the asshole here for exposing my ex-fiance's mistress 12 years later? 12 years ago, I, 36 female,
Whoa.
was engaged and about to get married to Carl, fake name. Everything in my life seemed perfect until I found out that my fiance was having an affair with a new hire at his job called Camilla, 20s female. Both of them were in serious relationships. I broke off the engagement with Carl as soon as I found out, and I told Camilla's boyfriend about the cheating.
Nice.
Well, it was hard for me, but I moved on after months of therapy and the help of my friends and family. Now I'm married to Henry, 41 male, my amazing husband and father of our 4 children, 9, 7, 4, and 4. I moved to the other side of the country 3 years ago, and I never thought about my ex-fiance or the cheating again. My husband works in a law firm. Last year, they hired a new lawyer, Daniel, 34 male, who moved with his family to live in our area. He and my husband became very good friends, as they had similar interests and personalities. Henry asked me to invite Daniel's family to our house to help with
Is it your
adjusting to
ex?
the new city and job. When Daniel came to my house for a play date for our kids, as his kids are 4 male and 2 female, he introduced us to his wife, Cam,
Oh, the
30s
wife.
female. Well, Cam was Camilla. I really didn't know how to react when I recognized her. I had the impression that she also recognized me. Our husbands didn't understand why everything seemed so tense, and we pretended not to know each other and made failed attempts of small talk. After an hour,
Awkward.
Cam made up an excuse and her family left. Henry noticed my behavior and asked me what was happening. I told him everything. He already knew about my past with Carl and the affair. Later that day, I received a text from Camilla begging me not to tell Daniel about our past. I read the message, and I didn't reply, but I decided to not say anything and mind my business. This was not my problem anymore. After a week of silence, Daniel shows up at our doorstep looking very agitated. He talked to my husband alone, and after, Henry asked me to tell Daniel my version of everything.
Oof.
Like my husband, Daniel realized something weird happened on our meeting and spent the week trying to get answers from his wife. She refused to tell him what happened, and then tried to say that I was her ex-boyfriend's side chick, and that is why we were so tense.
Oof.
Daniel didn't buy her story, and they had a massive fight. After the fight, he realized I was the one that could tell him the truth. And I did tell him everything after he asked. I even showed him the text message Camilla sent me. I didn't feel the need to sugarcoat things.
I mean,
since Camilla
so she
was
gets
out
for
there
fucking
telling lies about
lying.
me. Daniel was in complete shock because cheating is a trigger for him. His father cheated on his mum for years and left the family for his mistress, which made him hate cheaters. Camilla knew about this since their first date. Daniel left our
I think
house
most people
looking
hate cheaters,
defeated,
but I do see your
and
point.
the same day, I received a call from Camilla accusing me of being a revengeful bee. She said I was trying to destroy her life.
Right.
I don't think I was wrong for telling the truth, but this happened last year, and I received calls and random messages from people close to Camilla saying I am an asshole for exposing Camilla's past to her husband. Am I
Girl.
the asshole here?
No.
In the comments, not the asshole. You told the truth after she told lies.
Yeah,
Did
why was she out there
expect you to go
lying?
along with what she said so that you could be the bad guy for as long as your husband and Daniel are workmates? OP says,
Yeah, like,
I don't
she's
know what she was
Delulu.
thinking. I have no reason to lie to cover her. Not the asshole. You are the hero of this story. Actions have consequences. You did nothing wrong and merely stated facts and truths about what happened between Camilla and your ex-fiancé. It would have been
Yeah,
wrong
she's
for
so
you
weird.
to lie to Daniel, as he deserved to know the truth to make an informed end decision. If it were you, I'm sure you would have wanted the same consideration, as I know I definitely would have. Text Camilla, I'm sorry to hear about you and Daniel, but hey, maybe you and Carl can get something going again. And OP says, the funny thing is that after our engagement broke off, she did try to date Carl and he kicked her to the curb.
Oof.
I heard this from mutual friends. The affair relationship never stands on its own legs once it comes to light. It's much easier and exciting to be sneaking around versus the grind of a normal adult relationship. That and Carl probably just wanted the physical part and nothing to do with her as a person.
Yeah.
And OP says, yeah, I'm sure Carl and her didn't have much to do after both of them stopped leeching off from their loving partners. Camilla's ex was a great guy. Someone asks, how did Camilla get OP's cell phone number? And OP says, from Daniel's phone. We've texted each other about setting up the play date for our kids. Henry gave him my number.
Weird.
Another commenter says, not the arsehole. You literally tried to help her by not revealing her secret, which is kinder than most people because I know I would have told her the second I saw her face in my house. You're not welcome here.
Like, okay,
But she
whore,
had
get
the
out.
chance to be honest with her husband multiple times.
Alright,
On
the
first
outdoors
date,
are
when he
finished,
reveals his
finally.
feelings about cheaters when he first asked, and then afterwards, but
The
she
indoor.
still kept lying, which means she hasn't
Actually, let's
grown,
start with
healed,
this.
nor improved who she is as a person since she was the mistress of your former fiancé. She literally is still trash. I just hope that
put the
Daniel is
fireplace
doing
over
okay.
here.
And OP replies, I would never do a scene at my house, especially because deep down I am very relieved that I didn't marry Carl. I'm happy with Henry and our children. Cammy is just a memory from the past. Seeing her having marriage problems is not something I like. Once again, I don't have too much
she
else
needs
to
to
say,
just
but Cammy definitely
chill.
deserved that. And I don't understand the logic. Why is she pissed off at you for telling the truth?
Yeah, like, it's not like
literally
you did
gave her
it.
an out.
The fuck?
She destroyed your engagement
So
to
weird.
your fiancé, and she wants you to take the fall and be the bad guy so that her current relationship doesn't collapse as well? Who does she think she is? Genuinely, who does she think she is?
No, it
That's
actually-
so disgusting. Girl,
What?
I'm so angry at you for exposing me for who I am, and you know, giving me back the same energy that I gave
I can
you all
actually
those
hang up
years
the
ago.
fucking
Rules
stockings.
for thee
That's
and not for
amazing.
me. I'm a home-wrecking asshole. How dare you wreck my home with the truth? There's no universe in which you're the asshole here, OP. Absolutely not. And now, on to the updates. So I posted this on the Am I the Asshole Here subreddit, since this happened a year ago, and some people wanted to know what happened since then, so I just decided to post this on my page. First, this is not a fake story. The only thing that's fake are the names. I'm not AI either. Second, I don't think cheaters must be punished forever. While I would probably never want to be close friends with Camilla, after the initial shock, I would have no issues being civil with her. I don't think she deserves to live through hell because she was awful years ago, but I also don't think she was the worst person. Carl definitely was. He was the one who was about to marry me, but she was a willing part of the affair, and she knew me from their office. Also, everybody there knew Carl was living with me, and that we were engaged.
So creepy.
Third, Camilla got my phone number from Daniel's phone. I have a pretty uncommon last name, and my name is not popular either. Daniel got my number from me. Henry gave me his contact to
There
start
we
the date
go.
to introduce our families. I texted him. We already had met sometimes at the office and at my house when he came by with Henry. Daniel texted me back about setting up our plans for the kids' playdate, and that's that. My husband didn't give Camilla my number. At the time this all happened, my husband had seen her just once while at the office with Daniel. The fact that Camilla had access to her husband's phone is not weird to me, but her actions were. Now on to the updates. Daniel and Camilla are not divorced. After leaving our house,
Interesting.
Daniel went to stay at a hotel for a while, and then he got back to his house, and they started doing couples therapy.
Okay.
The harassment through calls and texts lasted over a month. Henry was about to send a cease and desist
Dude,
when
what
he
the
decided to talk
hell?
to Daniel about this. Daniel handled it. What I know through Henry is
What
that
is her
most of Camilla's
problem?
flying monkeys didn't know the full story, and when Daniel set things straight, they stopped. Camilla emailed me months after, apologizing. I accepted her apology, but we are not close, and I don't feel like her words were genuine. Most likely, she
What?
wants to
No
save
way.
her marriage. Talking about their marriage, Daniel and I talked some months after this at a party in my house, and I told him that I felt terrible for my part in their marital problems,
What
and
part?
he reassured me. Daniel said that they were already having some issues before we met. It seems like she
Not
wasn't
surprising.
happy about moving here and leaving her family on the other side of the country. Also, they were having money problems because their old state has a higher cost of living. Since Camilla left work after she got pregnant with their second child, they have had less money and have been cutting costs in their lifestyle, and that was
Bruh.
making them fight. The move to our state made sense because it was a better position with a good raise. I don't know much else about it, just that recently Henry told me that Daniel was depressed after a big fight that they had about Thanksgiving. Camilla wanted to travel to their old state to stay with her family, and Daniel wanted to visit his mother, that lives closer. Everybody in the office knows about their fight, since Daniel asked to stay at a co-worker's place. Daniel told Henry directly that he would start divorce proceedings, because in their last fight, Camilla was talking about taking the kids and moving back closer to her parents.
Oh.
He said that she will not have full custody of his kids. That's basically all I know, and I don't really know if Daniel will go through with divorce. In the comments,
Probably not.
wow, that took a turn, but I'm glad that you're doing better. I did a spit take at the flying monkeys comment as I was reading. Thankfully, I was drinking water at the time, or that would have ended poorly. Camilla sounds like a trip. I would normally comment, but
Looks
I'm
like
gonna
a fire
pass this
hazard.
time, as you're doing well and in a good space, or so I hope. Taking the kids and moving back closer to her parents, and the fights about their finances, are not exactly the best signs for their family either. And P says, yeah, I came to the conclusion that they are having much bigger issues than our shared past. Another commenter says, I'm glad that Daniel is logical and didn't blame you. You basically had no choice but to tell him. I'm sure Henry would have if you didn't. I still can't believe all these years later that she ends up walking through your door. And OP says, Daniel has proven that he is a decent and good man. I don't know if my husband would tell him, but I don't think we will let past the lies about me being a side chick. Fun Willow says, I think a few months ago I would find stuff like this impossible as well, but I ran into someone that I know in a different country in a busy city recently. It's still shocking how small the world can be. And Icy Cockroach says, I always thought running into people you know is something that happens in small towns of a couple thousand people. But my country has a few million, and every once in a while a familiar name still pops up. Yeah, I'm with OP on this one as well. They are having much bigger issues than her and OP's shared past. It has escalated to such a degree that it's like, oi, let's forget about OP's involvement in this. Let's talk about what a shit show those two are going through right now. Camilla is fast-tracking her way to being a single mother with split
Like, what is she doing? It sounds like she has, like, a decent husband, and, like, what is the point?
Shady past. While yes, OP's ex-fiancé was a lot worse for his involvement in that, Camilla still played a part. Camilla deserves the negative energy and the repercussions for it. And like OP said previous, you know, I don't believe that cheaters should be punished forever. No. But when Camilla does not learn from her mistakes in the past, she deserves every bit of consequence that comes her way.
Yep.
She acted like such a piece of shit, and look at the results. Crazy how poor life choices lead to poor outcomes. I don't really feel too bad.
I don't feel bad at all.
She could have actively chose to be a better person every step of the way, but she lied and omitted constantly, and this is what happens when you live like that. Sometimes karma does its thing. Anyway, that's all I'm going to say about that one. Thank you for sharing your story with us, OP. I very much appreciated it. And that's where I'm going to end today's episode, guys. I do hope you enjoyed. If you did, let me know what you thought of it in the comments down below, and I'll see you in the next one. Bye. Am I the asshole for walking out on a blind date my friend set up 2 weeks after my husband died?
Oh.
I just really need some clarity on this situation.
No.
I, 23 female, lost my husband, 25 male, weeks ago to a car accident. He was the love of my life.
Good night.
I'm still not used to waking up without him
I
every
will
day.
be
We had
here
big plans for our future, and it all came crashing down in a heartbeat.
for another
We met on
2
his uncle's
hours,
farm,
and then I
as
will
he
be
was a
moving
farmhand,
over
and it was a love at first
to
sight for me.
YouTube, or
I'm also
to
4 months pregnant,
I'm moving
but
off
I
of
haven't
YouTube
told
over to
anyone.
Fansly at 7. Oh my god, I
was
can't
planning on
talk.
telling my friend when I was feeling better. My best friend Lee, 24 female, has been my shoulder to cry on during this time.
Alright, like 2
She helped me
weeks.
with his
Hello?
funeral and anything else I needed, as I'm no contact with my bio family, which is a story for another time. She is currently dating Barry, 24 male. They usually hang out in a trio with Liam, 24 male. When I first met Liam, he hit on me hard, trying everything.
Creepy.
As in, would try and compare himself with my husband, say weird things like our kids would be cuter than if you had kids with my husband, etc. He's also made weird comments like, I need a city boy, and would motion himself, when I'm a country girl through and through. I typically would shut him down or ignore him, but I would always get dirty looks from Barry. So the natural thing is that you guys would be compatible? Like, what's going on here?
Yeah,
Why is
what?
Barry shooting you dirty looks? Like, what is this apologia of his mate Liam's
Unhinged.
behavior? What is going on? Skip to Sunday night. I got a message from Lee begging me to come to dinner with her because she wanted to treat me, as I had been through a lot in the last couple of weeks. Feeling not so shit about myself, I decided to go. When I arrived, she wasn't there. So I texted her asking how long she would be, and she told me 5 minutes. She's just running late and is around the corner, so I sat down and ordered a drink. And now 5 minutes comes,
Lying bitch.
and she's still not there, so I gave her the benefit of the doubt and waited another 5 minutes, and when I'm about to call her, Liam comes rushing over and gives his apologies for being late.
Oh no.
I asked him what he's doing here because I'm waiting for Lee, and it was a 2-chair table. He smiles at me and grabs my hand. I ripped it off him and he just says, oh, I asked Lee to set us up now that your husband isn't a problem. Oh, what the fuck?
What the fuck?
We get to know each other. He looked so cringy, and I'm telling you, I was floored. I stood up and told him that I wasn't interested, and I certainly don't give a flying fuck about getting to know him. and that I just lost my husband.
That is crazy.
Imagine saying that to a newly widowed person that you want a relationship with. I'm genuinely shocked. Without a word of a lie.
I am
this
also
man
genuinely
stands up and
shocked.
said, I know you're being overly emotional right now, so I'll forgive you for that.
Stop.
So sit down
Stop
with
it.
me. I'm not saying we have to have sex straight away or anything. I was disgusted. I shoved past him and went home as fast as I could. And when I did get home, Lee messaged me, so, how was dinner? With a smirk emoji. And I called her, and when she answered, I didn't let her get a word in.
Good.
I yelled at her and asked her how she has the audacity to do something like this weeks after I just lost my husband, when she's been the one to hold me together
That
this
is
whole time.
crazy.
I asked her what effing game she was playing, and that the only reason I wanted to meet tonight with her was to tell her I'm pregnant. I just hung up on her and texted her that I need time. Contacted by her for the time.
Oh my god.
Last night, Barry came to my house and asked to talk. I said no, and that if he didn't leave, I'd call the cops.
Good.
He told me that I broke Lee's heart, and that I deeply hurt Liam, when now is an even better time to get to know Liam, because he could raise my child with me.
Stop. Stop.
I opened my
No.
door, which Barry took as I wanted to talk, and instead I hit him with my shoes and chased him to his car. I'm actually embarrassed I did that.
No,
Don't
I
be
love that you
embarrassed.
did
He
that.
deserved
That's
that.
so
He deserved
good.
more than that, too.
He deserved
All
way
day,
more than
I'm
that.
being flooded with messages
That
from
is
friends,
crazy.
and the trio
What do you
themselves
mean?
shaming me for pushing the people who care about me the most
What
away,
the fuck?
that they don't even recognize the person I've become. The only
I
thing
don't-
that hurts me most is that my husband would know what to do. He would tell me how to fix it, and now I have no one who I can talk to. I'm just so numb inside. I have a therapy appointment
no
tomorrow,
words.
but I'm thinking of calling my husband's mum, even though we've barely spoken since the funeral. Any advice is appreciated. Please excuse any typos. I'm just so exhausted. If I were in your shoes, says, not the asshole 1,000 times. This is way too
That
soon
is
for any of
so.
that. Sorry, I know women, and it's been
Oh.
years, and they are still not dating. And I am so sorry for your loss. You need time to grieve. Take the time that you need.
That's
There is
so
no
unhinged.
timeline for it. Take care of yourself and your child. Ty Nervous 9815 says, what the holy hell? Throw that entire friend group in the garbage. No
Seriously.
respect for your feelings, no respect for your boundaries, no respect for your loss. Not the asshole. I'm sorry for your loss. The pterodactyl ghost
So
says,
unhinged, like,
deception,
ugh.
disgrace, evil as plain as the lust on his face. Not even just dumping the whole friend group, but I would go as far as shaming them on social media. Bring the receipts out, bring as much evidence to the forefront as you can,
So
and just completely
I'm
air these people and the terrible behavior that
just
they have
dumbfounded, like,
subjected you to
what?
post your
Who
husband's
does that?
death. Like, they deserve it. They deserve to be dragged online for this. And this is not even, like, petty drama. This is very genuine, serious drama. I'm sure everyone would understand where you're coming from. And hopefully, not take their side. Hopefully, shame them the way these people deserve to be shamed. Absolutely not the asshole.
Oops.
And now, onto the updates. Hello and thank you. I just wanted to start off with, I called my mother-in-law Louise. After making the post,
Yeah,
I thought
let's
that I
do
needed
that.
to tell her about the baby because, just like some of you said, she is overjoyed about the news.
Aw.
She didn't answer my call, but instead drove straight over to my house.
Aw.
I honestly didn't know what to say to her, but we just hugged and cried
That's
all night.
cute.
I didn't have the best delivery about how I'm pregnant, probably due to all the crying, but she just lit up and was so happy. It's the
Cute.
first time I've seen her this happy in all the time I've known her, so at least I have some support.
Good.
My father-in-law came over when he finished work after mother-in-law told him that he needed to come to my house, and he was too overjoyed about becoming a pop. Louise offered to have the baby and I moved in, and I agreed. She said that I could
Cute.
sleep in my husband's old room, which was a little bittersweet. When I told her what was going on with Lee, Liam, and Barry, she was furious and told me not to worry about it because they have my back. And after a lot of even more crying, father-in-law told me that my husband would be so happy to have this baby grow up in a farm like my husband did. And overall, Our conversations last night were something I needed.
That's cute.
Now, I'm just gonna answer some comments. 1, no, this isn't fake, and if you choose to believe that, then that's fine, but don't be dragging my husband when you don't even know him. Liam didn't kill my husband, it was a car accident, and my husband died on impact. Nothing crazy
Why
went
would you
on.
think that?
It's just awful, but it's as simple as that. 2, Lee was my friend for a long time. She was genuinely there for me when I went no contact with my parents, and I thought she was a decent friend. Now knowing the truth, there are many things that I can think of that she did that are red flags. Personally, I think
Can I
I
get through
ignored
that?
them because I've never been close to anyone like that other than my husband. 3, Liam is a loser. And from my chat with Barry, I learned that he's always had feelings for me, and he's never given up because apparently he's my type.
Gross.
He isn't, and never will be. 4, yes, I ordered a drink. I didn't think I needed to disclose that I ordered a lemonade. It was simply a soda, nothing wild. I know I'm pregnant, and I'd never do
Aw.
anything silly. And 5, I'm not magically pregnant. My husband and I both wanted children young, and were trying for about a year. We just didn't disclose that we were trying because my husband and I think that it's weird telling people, oh, we're having sex in extra amounts.
It is weird.
I know that my husband and I are very private people
I
and kept
agree.
a lot of it that way.
I hate when
And
people
as
do
for
that.
the
Like,
trio, I've
we're
blocked
trying
them.
for baby.
None of my
Like, I
family are
don't
reaching
care.
out because they
Stop.
simply don't know me anymore. The only friends who are reaching out are mutuals of either Lee, Barry, and one of Liam's other friends. I was confused on if I was an asshole because I just left Liam standing there and yelled at Lee. I was so upset. I was confused about the entire thing. But thank you all. And I
want a
will
small
update on what
table.
happens because I know Liam will not give up until he is in jail. I
What?
seriously hope he doesn't come to that, but the fact that he drove past my house
Goddamn.
twice is uneasy. So I'm hopeful the move to my husband's parents' farm will have my baby and myself on a better path. Decent Bandicoot says, first, I am so sorry for the loss of your husband. So glad mother-in-law and father-in-law came through for you. Keep the menagerie of freaks blocked, and good luck. K.A. Irony says, I still can't believe your family and friends think anyone setting up a person who was just widowed on a blind date without that person's permission is okay.
Right? Like,
Is your
that's so
family
weird.
deranged? Your friend in that trio are certainly deranged. I'm glad that you have your late husband's family to support you. Work out with your therapist how you ended up with so many truly crazy,
He might think this is twin flame.
boundary-stomping
This is
people
true.
in your life. Once you untangle that, I'm sure that you'll be in a better place. Good luck. Honestly, onwards and upwards, OP. It's unfortunate to have to cut so many people off so soon that were friends once, but just look at how fast the turntables. Oh my god. You do not need that energy in your life. They were just going to continue to emotionally manipulate and abuse you until they trapped you in a relationship with this Liam guy. You do not need to be stuck around evil people like that. Like, please find better friends. Please do not repeat that same mistake of falling into the trap of
Seriously.
people like that. Regardless, thank you for sharing your story with us. I very much appreciate it. And I hope you do come back and inform us what's going on in your life
There we go.
after all of this. Anyway, what do you
There
guys
we
think? I'd
go.
love to know down in the
Tea.
comments down below. Am I the asshole for letting my ex and my kids' half-siblings be poor when I could help? I have an ex with whom I share 2 kids,
What?
13 and 12 male. Our relationship did not work out, and we broke up 7 years ago. Since I was the financially stable one, she wanted me to have full custody. I have had full custody ever since. She has visitation, but she only uses it intermittently. Quickly after the breakup, she started dating a guy, quote-unquote, with money. He is from overseas. She quickly got pregnant by the guy, and they had a son. The guy did not want to raise someone else's kid, so she moved 3 hours away and completely stopped seeing our kids for almost 2 years.
Okay.
It turns out the guy's money was actually family money, and when his conservative family found out about my ex and the baby, they cut him off.
Lol.
Also, their son had some developmental issues. She got pregnant again, and a few months later, her boyfriend left and returned to his home country. She is now 6-ish months pregnant with no job and taking care of a special needs kid.
I mean,
She
that
called me last
sucks,
week
but
and
like,
asked
how is
me
this your
for
problem?
financial help. They are living out of a motel, and she is running out of money. I have a lake house about 30 minutes from her. She asked if she could stay there, and I said no. She asked if I would send her money. I said no. She called me an asshole. She said that I'm letting my family
Girl, literally,
suffer
how is that his problem?
unnecessarily when I have the means to help. I told her that I have no obligation to help. We have been arguing ever since. Am I the asshole?
No.
Tangerine Bouquet says, not the asshole. You have responsibilities to your kids, as did she, but she doesn't have custody, so let's say that that's not part of this particular question. You do not have responsibility to your ex or any other kids that she has. She can call you anything she wants. She's your ex. You can facilitate visitation or anything else that's for the benefit of your 2 children, but it's more than reasonable to say no to anything else. She needs to chase the other kid's father or other family down for their support if she can. Abstract Engineer 2000 says, did she have second thoughts before leaving her own kids for another man? No, she was heartless. So then now she can't request anything. Louis V25 says, not the asshole. You have 2 kids with an absent mother to raise. Don't let her guilt you. Helping in this case will lead to dependence. She'll not leave your home and expect you to support her.
I have coffee.
You should not
Be right
become
back.
a financial crutch for
I'm
an
gonna
ex
run
that makes really bad decisions. Having 1 or 2 siblings doesn't make you, specifically, your fiance's family. If her kids are suffering, it's because of her poor decisions, not yours. Calling you for money and not for the kids she basically abandoned should say all you need to know. Shonerf says, if you allow them to stay in the lake house for any length of time, they'll be there until evicted. It seems as though OP knows this. She's being a deadbeat, she's made terrible decisions thus far, and it's so unfortunate when people have to live with the consequences of their actions, isn't it? This woman has not exactly done anything to earn anyone's sympathy here, like rubbing in your face her partner's money when it wasn't even his money, and then still deciding to have kids with him after he was cut off from that money. I don't know. Some people they just don't learn, do they? It sucks to be her, but that's her problem that she'll have to sort out. She's already abandoned 2 kids. What? She wants to abandon 2 more on you and try a 3rd time to find someone with money? Really normal behavior coming from that side of the fence. I think you're doing the right thing, OP, not the asshole for letting them be poor, because that's not your circus, not your monkeys.
It's funny. She's phrasing it that way.
And now, onto the updates.
Like no one's falling for that.
A few days after the post, I told my ex I would only respond if it was specifically about our kids. Well, she completely ran out of money about 10 days ago. She tried to squat in the motel, police were called, who then contacted CPS, and her kid was taken into CPS custody. I wish I had a better update, but that is the update. Fairy Fart Daydream says, not the arsehole. She could have gone through a woman's shelter and social services. This is on her.
Yeah, absolutely on her.
There is help for mums out there. If she is homeless, it's on her. She has 4 kids to think about. Blue Green 1956 says, not the asshole. She quickly got pregnant by the guy and they had a son. A woman quickly has a son with a man who has money. I wonder. As for her request for your help, she really is an entitled, worthless piece of shit. She abandons her kids for a man, and she thinks that you should step up and bail her out? Bullshit.
So
it's
dumb.
Almost like she doesn't want to be held accountable for her choices. And Fries with Shake Booty says, if she hadn't completely ditched their kids to play house with another man, I'd at least think of how the kids would be affected if their mum was homeless. The kids don't have a relationship with their mum by her own choice.
Alright, there we go.
Way to set the bridge on fire, OP's ex. Yeah, just unfortunate situation all around. And I'm glad that OP is there to look after the kids that she has abandoned.
They were not up to mischief,
It's disgusting
thankfully.
whenever a parent abandons their child.
Usually they are,
do
but not this time.
deserve to waste oxygen on coming back to you and saying, hey, I need financial help. I know that you're financially supporting our 2 kids. Do you mind if I be the 3rd child so that you can help me pick up after my mistakes? Oh no, life doesn't work that way. Too bad, so sad. Like, sometimes you really just gotta go pick yourself up by your own bootstraps, and having your child taken off you by CPS because you're unable to get a grip on your own life is your fault, unfortunately. Like, yeah, it's definitely her partner's fault for flying away and not offering any child support as well. That's a terrible thing to do. He shares blame, but it's obvious he's not coming back for the kids, and she hasn't done anything to change her circumstances to make things better for her child. At the end of the day, life is unfair. Thank you for sharing your story with us, OP. I'd love to know what you guys think of this one down in the comments below. Our next post is by user TopSound3762, and it's titled, Sister-in-law is bitter that her ex proposed to me, and this got her banned from our family. Am I the asshole here for this? So my 27
what is the context?
fiance's ex is now my older brother's wife, so my sister-in-law. To make it less confusing, my fiance is George, my brother is David, and my sister-in-law is Ella. George, 38 male, briefly dated Ella, 34 female, 4 years ago. Ella wanted to get married and have kids, but George did not want this with her. He was also having a lot of issues back then. Partying, doing drugs, and not being the most reliable person.
Right.
They dated for 6 months, and everything ended in drama because Ella was not able to make George want to settle with her. Soon after their breakup, she met my brother, and they got married 6 to 7 months later. So yeah, they moved really fast, and basically Ella dated her ex, broke up with him, met my
very
brother,
fast.
and got married to him, everything in only 1 year and a couple of months. I met George 2 years ago, and at that time, Ella was already married to my brother. Back then, I had no idea that George was Ella's ex. When George started to feel attracted to me, he changed completely. He quit drinking and doing drugs. He has been sober ever since, and started going to therapy, and overall became a new person. He did this because he wanted to change, and I've been with him during his entire healing journey. I am very proud of him, and we have a healthy and amazing relationship. Even if Ella was already married to my brother, she was furious when she found out I was dating George, and that he was serious with me. She was so cruel and said a lot of nasty lies. She used to tell everyone that George was grooming me. I was 25 when we became a thing, and he was 36.
Grooming you?
This is not grooming. She lied that George was abusing me, trying to get me to become an addict like him, and many other things.
What the hell?
This ruined my relationship with my brother because he never did anything to make her stop. George and I announced our engagement to my family last week during my dad's birthday. My parents were happy for us, but Ella said, it must be nice to be the one to get the ring after someone else struggled to fix him.
Oh my god, girl. How jealous are you?
Jesus Christ.
That's so embarrassing.
Again,
oh
no
my god, why would you
reaction from my
say
brother as
that?
usual. My parents told her to stop, but I just snapped and told her something along the lines of, he fixed himself, you piece of shit. And yes, it's nice to know that I'll be married to the man I love more than anything, and who loves me the same. But how is it for you, knowing that no one except my idiot brother ever wanted to marry you? Does it feel nice? My parents kicked them out after this. They told her that everybody had enough of her bullshit.
Bro.
She is insane, because although being married, she is still bitter over the fact that her ex did not want her. She is officially banned from every family event, and my brother is now blaming me.
Bruh.
So am I the asshole here in this situation? I don't think I am, honestly.
No, but
I also
holy
wanna
shit.
give some unbiased perspective. My perspective is that this is 2 raccoons fighting in a dumpster together. No, this is my dumpster. I claimed it first. And then one of the raccoons just lights a match and just everything goes to shit. Crop Survivor says, you're not the asshole. But has anybody ever suggested to your brother that he get therapy? His wife has spent the past 2 years telling everyone within range that she is extremely bitter about the fact that her ex is happily in a relationship with not her.
Yeah,
How is this
like...
not tearing him up? And Ivarkum says, not the asshole. And honestly, what the hell with your brother? Sounds like Ella just wanted to get married for the sake of being married,
Yeah, it
not
does.
because she was in love with David. Your parents made the right call banning her, but be cautious and hire security for the wedding day. She may try to pull some shenanigans and cause drama. By the way, at 25 plus, grooming is non-existent. You're a grown-ass woman by then, so she is ignorant on top of it all. No, see, you don't understand. That middle-aged 38-year-old was grooming a 25-year-old child. You don't get it. For those that don't get it, that was a reference to a previous video. Please don't crucify me in the comments. Environment OK says, this level of reaction from Ella after just a 6-month relationship with OP's now fiance is unhinged.
I feel like they could let it match.
Actions and attitude would still be wrong, but I'd understand her feeling some kind of way if she spent 5 or 10 years dating the party boy version of George, only to watch him do a 180 as soon as he met OP. But Ella was only with George for less than 200 days. Not the asshole at all. OP, it seems pretty clear that your brother should have been just a rebound relationship for Ella, i.e., she was not in the right headspace to jump into that marriage the way she did. Maybe I need to walk back my comments about the 2 raccoons in a dumpster. I don't know. At the time, it was just so shocking to see 2 people throwing mud at each other like that. But it's not unheard of on here. I get that. It was just shocking that it was so personal and so fast. Maybe it's
seriously
like yelling at the cat at the dinner table meme. Who's like, I mean, I'm just here to have a good time. Why am I being attacked? But really, I don't see what you did wrong besides being in a relationship with him that caused her to get so angry. Like, that seems like a her problem, not a you problem. And the fact that your brother continues to stand by the sidelines and not do anything about it. Oh man, I wonder whose side he's on. Thank God your parents laid down the law here and got her away, because you know, it doesn't sound like the last you're going to see of her, but at least she won't be at these family events. You're not the asshole here for this one. She is very much unhinged. And now, onto the updates. Thank you so much for all of your comments and reaching out to me. I don't know what I expected when I posted this. I guess I just wanted to receive some unbiased feedback from an outside perspective. I keep yawning. But I never expected this. I was really overwhelmed with how
hopefully I have energy for the next stream. Oh my god.
So once again, thank you, and sorry for not being able to reply to all of the comments. For those who were not on the same page, I understand and respect that you have a different opinion. From my initial post, I have left out a lot of details because it's a long story. But some of you were curious about what actually happened and asked me to provide more details, so buckle up. I will do just that. So how I met my future husband. I got asked a lot if I live in a trailer park or small town with only a bar available. The answer is no. We actually live in a big city with a population of a couple million people. I met my fiance through a mutual friend.
Oh my god.
Girlfriend was dating one of George's
I'm sorry.
They began to hang out for drinks after work since they were all in the same building. At some point, I had no plans for that day, and my girlfriend invited me to go with them to a bar. And this is how we were introduced. After this, we started having different group activities together, and things slowly progressed. George targeted his ex's younger sister-in-law to spite her, / there was no coincidence that we started dating. As absurd as it may sound, it was indeed an ironic coincidence. You may think out of the millions of people there are in a city, what are the chances for you starting dating your sister-in-law's ex? Well, it happened to me, and we did not know about it in the beginning. The girlfriend that asked me to go with them to a bar did not know Ella, never saw her in real life, and she never saw her with George.
I don't know, sometimes it's a small world.
When George met me, he had no idea that I had any connection to Ella, so there was no chance for him to be an evil mastermind and intentionally date me just to spite her. Why am I getting it ends with us vibes? Anyone else?
Oh my god.
Simply a coincidence, very low for me. I did not take George home to meet my family immediately either. Maybe I am the weird one, but I was never the type to parade my boyfriends in front of my parents if I was not sure the relationship was going to last. I broke the girl's code.
I need some crack or something.
I do not consider that I did. Let's be
too
clear,
tired for my own good right now.
They have been my friends for many years, and I would do anything for them. I am a very loyal person, and I know the girl code very well. When we eventually found out the connection Ella had with the both of us, I was shocked, and I asked the same question that many of you did. What were the chances? It was a very uncomfortable position to be in. Even though I had no relationship with Ella except the obvious one of her being my sister-in-law, it was strange to know that they dated. I wanted to find out what happened before taking any decision, and I did. The way I saw things, there was no reason for me to punish George for having a past. We were in love, we were happy, and Ella was already married to my brother. I may have been selfish, but I thought, is this man and our relationship worth it?
Oh my
Yes.
fucking god.
To me, he was, is,
keep
and
yawning.
will always be worth it. Also, we see my brother and Della only a couple of times per year. Most of the time, for obvious
It's ridiculous.
reasons, we prefer to visit my parents
Oh my God.
separately. On George's addictions. So many of you reached out to me.
Oh my god, I'm
concerned
yawning so
about
much I start
this,
crying.
And I wanted to thank you for caring and say that I'm sorry that you had to go through traumatic experiences with
My fiance is
addicts.
bring me
Some of
coffee.
your stories were hard to read, and I
Needs
appreciate
to bring it
immensely
faster.
that you were open to share your experiences with a stranger.
I'm so
I
tired.
understand why most of you were triggered by my story,
Ugh.
but George was not that type of addict. He had a lot of unresolved trauma. He was lonely, unloved, and ashamed, so his coping mechanisms
By the
were
way, what
parties,
movie should we watch on the
alcohol,
next
and
stream?
drugs.
We need to figure that
His
out.
entourage was also not the best. You can imagine that a bunch of 36-year-old party boys or girls are no good, but at the end of the day, when everyone else went home to their families, wives, and kids, these were the people who could provide company to George. I think it was more like
Oh my
them
god.
providing company to each other so that they could feel less
It's always this time of
lonely.
day where I'm so
But
sleepy.
other than this, George was a functional adult. He had a stable, well-paying job. He was and is still working as a software engineer. He was never violent, etc. George changed for me. No, George changed for himself, and because he wanted to. He told me that I was the trigger that made him want to get his life in order, but in a more meaningful way than to just wanting to get into my pants. When we started hanging out as a group with my friend and his colleague, he learned how easy it was to interact and have fun without drugs or alcohol. He also saw that I enjoyed spending time with him. I looked forward to seeing him every time, and he understood that his sober self is not unlovable. He was
There we
longing for healthy
go.
relationships and normality, but until that moment, he felt like he was not deserving to have them. I think the way I helped him was solely because I saw and fell in love with his true self, and that gave him confidence and purpose. I am the golden child. There is no such thing in our family. My parents love my brother and I the same. Of course, when they heard Ella's bullshit the first time, they were worried for me, but I was open with them. I told them how things happened, George was honest and never hid his troubled past from them, and in the end, they were okay with our relationship. My parents trust me, trust my judgment, and they only want to see me happy. And in regards
Hey,
to Ella,
buddy.
my parents are just doing what every parent should, defend their child. She was warned before. My parents talked to her, asked her to stop acting like this, and told her that she is out of line, so it's not like they kicked her
Hi.
out the first time it happened. Now on to the updates. Yesterday, I contacted my brother and asked him to meet
Yeah,
me for
I know.
coffee.
I know
It
that
was
you're a
only the two of
buddy.
us,
I see
and I think it
you.
was the first time that I've
I
opened my
do.
heart
I
like
see
this
you
in
right
front of
there.
him.
You're
I
okay.
started off by apologizing for him being caught in the middle, but I told him that I will never apologize or be sorry for loving George. I was honest, and I told him how much this situation has been affecting me. My brother is the same age as my fiance, so he's 11 years older than me. During our childhood, he was my protector, the person that I looked up to. Due to our age difference, we never really had many activities in common, and I could not wait for the moment I grow up so I can get to share more with my brother as adults. But I did not get the chance to do this because of Ella. David
Bruh,
would
that
always
sucks.
teach me to value myself, to choose people who treat me right and make me happy. However, I am not able to share my happiness with anyone. I understand why he would wish I never met George, but it still hurts knowing that your brother somehow resents the source of your happiness. David would always defend me when I was younger, even in front of our parents. When I was 15, I was experimenting with makeup and it looked bad. Really bad.
Lol.
During a family function, one of our uncles got drunk and told me to stop using makeup because I was too young to look like a hooker.
Oh no.
David got mad and kicked him out for offending his sister. This is the kind of brother he used to be, and to now see that he stays aside and allows his wife to be this offensive and cruel is really hurtful. I don't care that she is like that towards me. I don't like Ella at all, and I could easily ignore her, but what gets to me the most is she's constantly trying to belittle and humiliate my future husband. I have lived with this man for 2 years. I have shared so many things with him during this time, and I'm certain that I know better what kind of man he is. I know how hard it was for him to heal all of his trauma. I know how hard he worked day by day to become the best version of himself. I know how much he loves me, protects me, supports me, and I simply lose it.
True, we could do some Rankin Bass, we could do Nightmare Before Christmas.
Yes, I go bear mode when he is involved, as someone told me in the comments, but I don't care. I will not allow any of my family members to abuse the person I love. I may have tolerated things for my brother's sake, but I will never be quiet in front of his bitch of a wife. You tell him, OP. I told my brother that I love him, and I will always cherish the memories that I have with him, but we cannot go on like this. I understand he's a victim, and I'm ready to do anything for him if he is willing to accept that his marriage is not good, that Ella is not a good woman and is abusing him. I cannot force him to divorce her because this has to be his choice. But I love him, and I will accept his decision no matter what that is.
But where is a red one?
He will always be my brother. But George is my family now.
Yes,
we plan on having kids in the near future, and there is no way in hell I will ever allow this lunatic of a wife to be near my kids. I also refuse to subject George to the abuse. We tried. We thought that this rough period will eventually pass, and that everything will be okay. But unfortunately, Ella became more and more bitter and disgusting. We will see my parents, but I'm standing my ground and will not go to their house if she is present. David and I cried a lot, and for the first time in many years, I felt like I had my brother back. He apologized over and over again, and explained a lot of the things to me which gave me the chance to understand him better, but at the same time, I am so angry that I had no idea what was happening to my brother. Some people said that David was a rebound for Ella, but it seems they were both a rebound for the other. What made them marry so fast was the age pressure. My brother was feeling like it was very hard to connect with someone, and the prospect of being able to have a family of his own seemed very far away, until Ella came and offered him the possibility to have exactly what he wanted without too much struggle. So yeah, in the end, I guess we are all some messed up people in one way or another. I don't know what's gonna happen. David said he plans to take some time, go away alone for a couple of days, and think about what he wants to do. But he said that when he'll be back, he wants to have a chat with George to apologize to him as well for everything that has happened. Okay. My brother knows that everything Ella says is false. He said everyone is able to see how much George loves me, and that we make a great couple, and that there are times when he wished to also have something like this in his life.
So then what the fuck?
He told me he's proud of the woman that I've become, and that no matter what happens, I will always be his little sister. After this, I went home and cried some more with George beside me. I've tried to play strong and denied myself to feel hurt for so long that yesterday I finally exploded. But it was good, because now I feel better. Simply Sim says, remember to take care of your own emotional health as well, as this situation can be quite taxing. Surround yourself with positive friends and keep communicating with George. It's clear that you are both committed to each other, and that foundation is truly what matters. You are navigating a difficult situation with grace, and it's okay to prioritize your happiness and the people who truly support you. OP says, thank you. And Mary E. Friendly says, I genuinely hope that he leaves his disgusting wife. Everyone would be happier without her in the picture. Terra Alpaca says, I hope you pointed out to him that the chance to have family won't be too late for him in a long while. Look at Robert De Niro, who's become a dad again at 80. It's never too late to find love, and he doesn't need to accept a miserable future with a B like that, just because he's afraid to not get anyone. And OP says, yes, I did, and I talked to my parents, and we will target the topic full force when he comes back. I fear she is manipulating him with this in order to make him accept more than he should.
You don't
Maybe
say.
Convincing him that at their age, it is too late to find someone to start a family with. But hell, even my fiance is willing to talk to him and use himself as an example that it is never too late, and you should not settle for toxic people. And Pippet says, it's hard to find yourself single in your late 30s. I know, but it's way worse to waste your life and love on a toxic partner. My daughter just contacted me after 17 years, asking if I want to meet my granddaughter. Am I the asshole here for telling her that I don't care about her or her daughter, and to never contact me again?
What?
I'm not sure if I'm an asshole. I'm gonna provide some background details. I'm in my 60s now. I was married to my ex-wife.
Yeah, you're definitely gonna need to provide some background details for that one, because what do you mean?
Its ups and downs, but I was really close with our daughter. But as our marriage was going through its difficulties, I made a huge mistake that I still regret to this day. I started having an affair with my co-worker. She was in a violent, physically abusive relationship at home. We became friends at work, and things just escalated from there. She got an out
you're the
from
problem.
me. She got the support that she needed to file for divorce from her husband, who is currently in jail now.
I don't
the affair
care.
went nowhere, and we called it off shortly after. But I was glad that she got off her abusive relationship. And that she
Okay,
was
you want a
safe.
fucking round of
But when my
applause?
ex-wife
Fucking
found out
weirdo.
about the affair, things expectedly didn't go well. She lashed out and said a lot of
What?
horrible things about me to our daughter, who was 15 at the time.
I don't think
admitted
she probably
full
had to
fault with
say
the
all that
affair,
much.
But even after the divorce, I sensed that the distance
To be
between me and my daughter
honest-
was growing. Until one day, my daughter said that she wasn't going to speak with me anymore, and that she was going to cut me off from her life forever. That was the most painful thing anyone could ever said to me. I begged her to please reconsider. I still remember that day.
You never
Time
would have
passed
guessed your
on.
your daughter
My
would cut
daughter
you
kept
off
her
after
word.
being a fucking
And
cheating
after trying to connect
loser.
with her for the first year,
That's
I gave up.
crazy.
I found out from one of my mutual friends that my ex-wife married a great guy. I was happy because I was hoping that would remove the hatred from my ex-wife, and my ex-wife would advise our daughter to at least rekindle a relationship with me.
What?
But that never happened.
Dude.
I moved states a
Obviously
year
that
later.
didn't happen. Are you
I'm at
okay?
peace now, but I still have some aching sadness. I have retired. Both of my parents have passed away.
Buddy.
My brother passed away tragically a couple of years ago, and to be honest, I'm just waiting for my turn. I have only my dog
Okay.
and my sister left. A couple of hours ago, my daughter called me on the phone, and I haven't spoken to her in 17 years. I instantly recognized her voice, but I didn't feel anything. No happiness, no sadness, just indifference. She was crying a lot on the call, and we caught up on life. She's married and she has a daughter who is now 12. She apologized for cutting off contact, and she says her mum asked me to reconnect with her, as her mum felt guilty about how everything played out. She said she really wanted me to meet her daughter, and her daughter was constantly asking about granddaddy. But I wasn't feeling anything. After we caught up on everything in our life, I told her that I don't care about her or her daughter and to never contact me again. I then hung up. Was
Yes,
I the
you're the asshole.
In the comments, CloudPretty9557 says, I just love how the dog comes before the mention of a sister. I've got a dog that's more like a sister, and a sister that's more like a dog.
Stop.
Thank you, Mad Dog 94. It's good to know. You're the asshole. I hate when adults make a very bad adult decisions that affect their children, and then blame the children when they respond
Seriously.
in a very childlike manner. Your daughter was a teenager. That is a rough time for kids, even when their home life is stable. You gave her 1 whole year before you cut bait and gave up on her, and then you moved away. You told your daughter that she wasn't important enough to fight for, and she believed you. Now that she is an adult with a child of her own, she has reached out to you, and you again told her that she wasn't important to you. She now knows that she was probably right to cut you out the first time.
Yeah,
It sounds like
seriously.
he's been waiting 17 years to hurt her back, and he finally got his wish. Congrats on his small,
Yep,
pathetic victory.
sounds about right.
He's totally you're the asshole. I can't imagine why he has nobody in his life except his dog. Ooh yeah, nobody likes me, everyone I love is dead, all I have is my dog, woe is me. Immediate asshole points. Why are you trying to make me feel bad about you choosing to wallow in your own misery for years? Ain't nothing like a deadbeat narcissist claiming to be the one victim in a situation that he created for himself. I was helping my coworker get out of an abusive marriage. I helped a coworker get out of an abusive marriage and didn't even have to sleep with her. Shocking. Man, they're cooking you pretty hard in these comments, OP. I don't know how you're gonna respond to that one, but hey, the update, I hope it's pretty saucy. I think you're at the age where you can start really reflecting on how you're going to feel on your deathbed, and I feel as though personally you made a mistake here. She finally reached out to you after yes,
Lol.
you made her feel as though she's not important, like you decided to move away. I feel like a lot of people would continue to fight for their child, especially like maybe wait until they're 18, 20, 21. Things change a lot around those times. She was literally still a child with childish thoughts who was being influenced by her mother.
Is there a
And
single...
rightfully so, because you cheated and broke the family dynamic. Like, you definitely deserved that, but she
That
didn't
one
deserve
works.
you giving up on her. What was an earth-shattering experience didn't have to be the be-all end-all for your relationship with your daughter. But you willingly chose to end things and move away and show her that you don't care. So yeah, I think you're the asshole for that. And now, onto the update. Look, I was extremely drunk last night. The words which came out of my mouth weren't the best, and my comments on my post weren't great either.
Buddy.
Seeing how everyone said that I was the asshole, I decided to call my daughter again an hour ago.
Buddy.
I didn't really expect her to pick up the call, but she picked up
Oh my
immediately.
God.
I apologized for last night, and she said that there was no need to apologize. I then sent her a link to this Reddit post on
Dude, she's
Messages,
much nicer
told
than
her
I am.
know that I was the asshole, and thousands said so. She again said that I wasn't the asshole, and she started crying again. I told her that she's free to come to my house anytime in the next 4 months, because after that, I will be leaving the country with my sister and our dog. Our parents left us a nice farmhouse in their home country, and we will be spending the rest of our lives there. I sent her my address on Messages, and my daughter said she'd come with her husband and her daughter by the end of the week. She asked if she was welcome to stay there for multiple days, and I told her she could stay for however long she wanted, as our house was spacious enough. In the comments, Extra Planet Janet says, I am super interested to know what exactly the affair partner's husband did to result in him still being in jail at least 18 years later. Like, that's
True.
murder amounts of time in prison, not just domestic violence. I'm not sure he's been in jail the whole time, actually. OP just said that he's currently in jail. It would make sense to me if he's been in and out over the last 17 years.
Hi,
Or if he did
baby.
something more recently
You
that
are
got
a
him put
puppy.
away for longer. The real interesting bit is, he knows about his affair partner's
Hi,
ex-husband's current whereabouts after more than 17 years, even after moving across states. But he
True.
didn't want to connect with his actual adult daughter
Weird.
after a year once the kid became an adult. It always baffles me when these posts say, and then I sent them the Reddit post I'd made. Like, I can understand using Reddit to crowdsource opinions and feedback, but actually making it a component of the first real conversation you've had with your daughter in
Yeah, that's
17
weird.
frickin' years? That strains my comprehension. I don't know. Some people find it hard to talk about feelings. They mix up the order of things. They can't say what they really feel out of fear, or they get too emotional. He wrote it all down. Maybe he
I
wanted
guess,
to know
but
about all
copy
this,
and
but just
paste
couldn't
it?
say it. And see that he is serious enough about it to confess his confusion and feelings to a bunch of strangers who have no skin in the game, showing his sincerity. Honestly, fair enough. I can see why
I
people think
guess.
it's weird. I can see why they're like, ew, why would you do that? What's going on with you?
Mm.
But at the same time, it's him putting all his cards on the table, really appealing to people that can help him out
Yeah,
and
let's do
want to
that.
help him out. I think that that does show that he cares enough to try and fix the situation and to see if it is worth fixing. Yes, it's a weird thing to link to your daughter after 17 years of ignoring her, but at least he's trying now. He may be running off again in 4 months, but at least he's trying now before that happens. I can give him that. Fair game, OP. I hope everything goes well in the future with you and your daughter, and I'm glad that you're giving it a go. Thank you for the story. Our next post is by user SmartPromotion9110, titled, I, 28 male, messed up by asking my girlfriend, 26 female, to stop talking about her late boyfriend. So her college
Why
boyfriend
would you
passed
do
away
that?
in an accident 5 years ago. I understand that he will always be a part of her life, and she will always love him.
Something tells me you
Her
don't
grief and
understand
trauma
that.
and how she dealt with losing her boyfriend is a part of who she is as a person. We've been dating for 2 years. The problem is that she brings him into our relationship. Every time I make
In
a
what
mistake or
way?
get hurt, she always brings up how he used to treat her and how I should try to be more like him. She
Oh,
doesn't do
okay,
it
you know
in
what?
an
I'm on your
accusatory
side. Never
way,
mind.
But it still kind of stings. It has been getting to me.
First I was like,
Yesterday, I
you're
got news that I
silly,
received the
but never
promotion that I had
mind.
been vying for.
Wait, did I just start
I was not very
playing a
hopeful
new
about
one,
getting
or
it.
did...
It was a position which had many candidates from all different departments.
This is the one I...
We celebrated a little. We started talking about how we
Yeah.
could do all these
Okay,
things that
it
we
is.
had planned
It's just a
for.
long video.
In the middle of the conversation, I joked about being
Thank
too
you!
anxious about these
Thank you,
things.
thank you.
She responded by saying that her boyfriend had always been so calm and collected, very chill about everything.
God, I hope not.
He could just shrug off anything. I am exactly the opposite. I am anxious and am a person who
Hey,
worries a
doggy,
lot.
shush.
I don't know why, but it hurt me a lot. I asked her to stop talking about it.
Puppy,
She looked
shush.
offended, but didn't respond, and I just ruined the night. We sat there for a few minutes before she
Soul.
decided to clean up and go to bed early. I
Soul.
feel like I'm being compared against
Soul.
someone who I will never
Come here.
match up to.
What
I
is your
know that he is
deal?
very important
Why
to
are
her,
you
but
crying?
can't she
What
cherish
is
him
your
without
problem?
making me feel like shit?
Why you cry for
She's been
boys?
distant today. I know she's
You
hurt.
cry, doggy?
She has barely spoken to me
Why?
today. I feel as though I should have just ignored her comments and rolled with it. My message and delivery were all wrong. I feel guilty about hurting her. I should have done a better job of being sensitive about this and brought it up when she was celebrating. I want to sort this out and have a productive conversation with her so that we can deal with this issue. I need some help going about that. In the comments, Impossible Edge 1176 says, I don't think you're in the wrong here.
Yeah.
Yes, you could have been more sensitive about it, which you acknowledge and should apologize for, but really, I don't think you're in the wrong. You are being held to an impossible standard that is 100% unfair to you. You can't even celebrate your own accomplishments without her trying to make it all about him. It sucks that it came to a head like this, but
Yeah, she's
use this
being
as a chance to
unhinged as fuck
finally
for no
address this
reason.
issue. You cannot move forward in your relationship with a dead guy hanging over the two of you. Yes, she can grieve and miss him, but that isn't what she's doing. She's using him as a tool to aid in making you feel less than someone else.
Hi, doggy.
Seriously, she needs counseling. It's often very hard to say things calmly or reasonably when you are hurt or angry. You don't say if you've talked to her about the issue. You really should. She hasn't moved past her late boyfriend. People only remember the good stuff when people die, and never the bad stuff. You can never be his
Depends,
equal
but yeah,
because he
for
is
the most
dead.
part.
He can't screw up. It's not fair for her to compare the two of you. You need to tell her how it makes you feel. She is free to remember him in her mind, but not in yours. Like the others, it's not weird that you feel like this. Comparing your current partner to an ex like that is not okay, even if he is dead. Yeah, you could have worded that better, but that doesn't mean that you're wrong. But rather than her just stop talking about her dead partner, she probably needs counseling. But honestly, you don't have to be there for it. You deserve a partner who appreciates you and doesn't compare you to others. She might be a good person, but she hasn't been a good partner to you. I don't think she's ready for a relationship with another person. Even if this guy was alive, she should not be comparing
Kitchen
you to him.
timer.
To compare you to a dead person, who is likely not as perfect as she makes him out to be, is completely out of bounds. It sounds like part of her never dealt with her grief of losing him, and she idolizes this dead lover. I'm sure he had his faults too. A productive conversation starts with her agreeing to stop using him as a comparison. Whether you want her to be introspective about her feelings for this late boyfriend or not will be up to you. Yeah, I don't think that this relationship can proceed the way that it is going if she continues to continually beat a dead horse. Oh, you just flew to the moon? Well, my boyfriend would have flown to Mars. So it's really not that cool. Oh, you just broke a world record? Well, my ex-boyfriend would have broken the world record before you did, so really, you're not that cool.
Stop.
I get that it's a common thing, and it happens a lot where people just don't let go of their ex, but is it not cringe? Like, how do you not listen to yourself? Do you not record yourself or see yourself in a mirror talking about a dead lover like that and be like, My god, I am cringe for constantly bringing them up. I can't let my current partner have a breath of fresh air because I constantly compare them to my dead ex-lover. How about these people just be single until they sort their shit out
Seriously,
and stop
though.
constantly beating their partners with something that they cannot live up to? I understand if it's something like, you know, my dead ex wouldn't beat me half to death every night. Yeah, that's understandable. Let's compare in that situation, but not something like OP having a personality like they do, where they're always thinking about things all the time, and you're like, well, my ex didn't think about things. He didn't have a brain. Cool, dude. Go dig him up then. I don't think you messed up, OP. I think she's being overly neurotic.
Bro.
And now, on to the updates. So all the comments here helped me understand that we needed to talk about the issue, but she was still a bit mad at me. I thought that I should just give her space for a few days. I think a day or two after it was announced that I was being promoted, some of my colleagues hosted a little after-work dinner for me, as I would be moving divisions and not working with them anymore. It was nice, and it really touched me, and it also made me understand how effed up our relationship had become. I got what the comments meant, but I guess actually having a nice dinner celebrating my success felt great and made me truly understand how unhappy I felt.
Bro.
We had a talk a few days later. I told her that I felt unhappy and unappreciated, that I felt like I needed some time away from her. She almost seemed like she was waiting for this. She didn't seem particularly upset over it. She said she understood and she would move back to her parents as soon as possible.
Weird.
I know it's ugly, but some part of me wanted her to be upset. Some proof that she cared for me? I don't know. I feel like she didn't love me at all. I feel like I wasted years of being in love with her. She moved out 2 weeks ago, and I miss her a lot. Home feels really lonely without her, but at the same time, I feel better. Not a lot, but I feel better about myself. It's strange. She's not a bad person. She is a wonderful person.
She's not a great person, I fear.
The closer we got, the less happy our relationship made me. I know a lot of it was my fault, and I need to work on communication
I need stuff to put on the...
In the comments, hand
whatever
down
those are
one
called, the
says,
stands.
I know it's hard, but you absolutely did the right thing. I remember your original post, and was so frustrated at your ex's behavior. It's going to be hard and sad now, but you will be so happy soon. Take the time to breathe freely and enjoy being on your own. For real. I just read the post and was beyond annoyed with the girlfriend. Her boyfriend died and was turned into a saint with no flaws. That would be crushing. Like every time you did something wrong or right to be told,
so
well,
annoying.
Timmy never messed up or always did XYZ. Yeah, that's what's hard about someone who passed away in those late teen to early 20s. They always are going to be associated with being young.
Need more space for cooking?
And having the most fun of your life. My mother-in-law lost her first husband less than a year after they got married. She never got over it. They were early 20s and had no kids. She remarried my father-in-law and had my husband and his sister. She's in her 60s, and my husband still subconsciously tracks the first husband's birth and death dates on the calendar because his mum gets moody around that time of year. It was marked on every calendar they ever had growing up. Even their anniversary was marked, for a man that none of them knew or were a part of. When we got married, she offered me her wedding dress from her first wedding. I politely declined. OP dodged a huge bullet. Oh my god, she must have been that woman from the story where it's like, no, OP, you did actually say that you're gonna wear my wedding dress. And then the husband, to-be, was also like, yeah, you did agree to that. Do what my mum says. I love my mum more than you. Freak behavior. I feel like these types of people never complete the grieving process. And it ends up dragging on everyone who is still alive. And
they're definitely not completing the grieving process.
You could not go to my mother's house without seeing a big, huge portrait of my dead sister at a makeshift memorial that she built in the foyer. Even the effing grocery baggers at the A&P knew all about my dead sister. My mother lived for 38 years after my sister died, and she never got to the point where she could move on with her life. She mourned my 12-year-old sister actively, and in a way that was detrimental to her other relationships for more than 3 times the length of my sister's life. It crippled her for the rest of her life. My dad divorced her because she couldn't stop living in the past.
Jesus Christ,
I got her out of my life because I was sick of being compared to a saint, and my brother is just a head case in general. I haven't been to my mother's grave, I'm not even sure where it is, but I'd be completely unsurprised if the headstone includes a memorial to the girl who died 38 years earlier. In situations like this, 2 people die instead of 1. The person who's actually dead, and then the person who refuses to live after their loved one's death.
True.
Yeah, pretty sad situation all around, but hey, for the best that you guys broke up and she can go deal with that in her own time and not continually drag you down, OP. I feel like this is what had to happen in order for healing to happen with you and for healing to happen with her. You deserve better, and I hope that you do move on swiftly from this one. Thank you for the story.
There we go.
Our next post is by user NoLinks3857, titled, Am I the asshole for humiliating my husband? I, 28 female, was woken up this morning because the sheets I was lying on were wet. I assumed that our child, 6 female, had had an accident, but when I checked where the wetness came from, it, to my surprise, turned out to be my husband that had wet the bed. After I had taken a shower, I woke him up and told him that he had wet the bed. At first he denied it, then I guess he realized he indeed had, as he got this mortified look on his face, jumped right out of bed, and started to try to rip the bedding off. As we have pull-on sheets, and our child was sleeping on the other side, he didn't get them off. It looked stupid, and honestly quite funny, so I chuckled. He angrily told me that it wasn't funny, so I stopped. At that point, the only thing his pulling of the sheets had accomplished was to wake up our child, who was confused and asked what was going on. He didn't say shit, just idiotically continued to try to get the sheets off. So when he didn't reply, I just told her that he had wet the bed. At that, he just froze and looked at me with this weird look on his face, almost like he was about to cry or something.
Uh-oh.
Our child asked why he'd wet the bed, and as he still was completely silent, I went something along the lines of that sometimes accidents happen. He just stood there staring at me. If looks could kill, I would be dead.
Bro.
And I'm not exaggerating when I say he looked at me with pure hate. I've never been afraid of him, but for a second or two, I thought he might hit me.
Oh my god.
And he just dropped the things he'd managed to get off the bed on the floor, left the room, and locked himself in the bathroom for about 45 minutes. When
Like,
he came out,
buddy, you
he
did
got dressed in a
though.
hurry and just left saying that you can take her to school. He didn't even look at me. His behavior just really annoyed me, but
I get that
just
you're
let him be
embarrassed,
because
but,
I didn't
like,
want to
buddy.
argue with him when he was in such a bad mood. When I got home from work, he was still sulking and basically ignored me. I was still annoyed with him for the morning, so his behavior annoyed me even more. So I told him to get over it, that it wasn't the end of the world that he had wet the bed, and to stop taking it out on me. At that, he accused me of having humiliated him when I told our child. I found that utterly ridiculous on so many levels. So I angrily told him that he humiliated himself.
It's been a good one, and I will be
not me.
doing more of
He
it.
didn't take that too well and said F you and went off to his computer.
I'm gonna give you guys a
and
chance
refuses
to
talk
finish
me.
the
And I just feel confused. I think he's the one that's behaved poorly
fucking-
and immature,
what's it
and that I
called?
haven't done anything wrong. The last thing I said may have
the
been
free video
harsh, but I
goal.
feel like he had
Give
it
you guys a
coming.
chance to finish
Yet I feel
that
like
tonight.
perhaps I was mean to him. Am I the
No,
asshole?
you were not mean.
Edit. I just want to clarify that I did not tell our child to be mean or to humiliate my husband. I told her because I didn't know what else to say, and as it was quite obvious what had happened, I thought that it was just best to be honest. I didn't tell her in any humiliating way, just as a matter of a fact without doing a big thing about it. I didn't think that my husband would feel that bad about it. In the comments, Flounder Solid says, "You're the arsehole." Probably wasn't the best option to tell your child that he wet the bed. You could have said you spilled some water or just distracted her with something else. But it's really not that big of a deal. That said, you could clearly tell that it's embarrassed
Let me
your
grab
husband.
coffee now.
Knowing that he was not feeling the best, you should have given him a little grace for being a little short in what he was saying, and the fact that he was not acting super bubbly. Him being embarrassed and not wanting to talk is not an attack on you. It's not about you. Anger and embarrassment are both completely valid emotions. So unless he is being rude to you, you have to be okay letting people process things and not taking it personally. But then you told him to get over it and said, you humiliated yourself by wetting the bed. Total douchebag move, for real.
Oh.
This could have been handled so much better. OP replies,
And now
he
I
was
all
being
have
rude to
energy.
me. He was rude when he looked at me like he was going to hit me. He was rude when he told me, not asked, to take our child to school, even though he was supposed to. He was rude when he left me to clean up after him, but I let that be as he was upset. He could have told me that he was angry, disappointed, or felt humiliated by me when I got home, but he didn't. Instead,
Bro,
he chose
he needs
to
to
say
chill.
nothing and ignored me, which is rude behavior, and it pissed me off. But yes, the last thing I said was mean, and I do regret saying that, as that is not even what I think. You're the asshole. Why didn't you pick up your daughter so that your husband could get that piece?
Oh my god, he needs to stop being a baby. What is all this? You're the assholes. Definitely not the asshole. He's being a little bitch. Kids aren't gonna be judgmental of that as like adults are.
This is so mean on so many levels. I would have been concerned for my partner.
It's not, you're like, your stupid fucking dad, he wet the bed. It was like, no, daddy wet the bed, it's okay. Accidents happen. Like, it's not, like, what?
And now onto the updates.
It is chai with 2 shots in it.
And there are some things that I would like to elaborate on before I come to the updates. I did feel empathy, and I did care about my husband.
I don't get why everyone's saying she's the asshole.
After I'd woken him up.
I'm on her side.
However, his reaction caught me off guard, and the time from when he got up from the bed until he locked himself in the bathroom couldn't have been more than a minute. After that, I felt that it was best to leave him alone. I know that I was an asshole for telling our child, but I didn't do it to be mean or to
don't feel like you're that
humiliate him.
much of an asshole for that, I'm gonna be honest.
And I regret it. Further, it's not easy to show someone that you care.
Like, sure, it's a little embarrassing,
I
but
did
like,
text
you're
him after he left and asked if he was okay, but
You're
he left it on
fine.
red. I asked him again when I got home, but he didn't answer. I asked him if we could talk about it. No answer. I asked him if he could at least tell me why he was so mad at me. No answer.
Hold up.
I gave up and went to make dinner. After dinner, I asked if he could stop ignoring me, and I got no answer. I asked him if he wanted me to leave, which he replies, "You can stay. I don't care." So I ask him again if he will stop ignoring me if I stay, and when he says no, is when I had it. And while I don't think ignoring someone like that is okay, I know I handled it really bad, and I do feel awful for being outright mean to him. Anyway, I texted him early this morning to say that I was so sorry and asked him if he was willing to talk after work so that I could apologize. He texted me back an okay at around noon. We met up at home, and he understandably was cold to me when we met. He didn't say much. I apologized for everything,
Snack.
for laughing, for telling our child, for telling him to get over
Dude.
it, and for the part that I'm most ashamed of that I told him he humiliated himself. He was just silent the whole time.
Right, I love
And when I
chai.
was done, he just asked why I told our child. I
How old is the
explained,
kid?
and after that,
Young
we
enough
just
to be
sat
sleeping in your
silence for
bed.
what felt like forever. Then, right out of nowhere, he went something like, "I scared you, right?" And I told him that briefly he did. He said he could feel that. I asked what made him react so strongly, but he didn't know. Just said that he panicked
Weird.
when he realized he had wet the bed, that it got even worse when I told our child, and that he just got so effing angry with me for it. I apologized again for making him feel that way. He
His reaction's
apologized for making me
concerning.
scared. I'm not going to go through all that we said after that. It was a long talk, but in conclusion, none of us are happy with how we acted, and we both have apologized for it. He wasn't that bugged about me laughing, but we both agreed that I shouldn't have told our child. However, he is no longer mad about it and doesn't think that it's that big of a deal.
'Cause
We
it's
both think he
not.
shouldn't have ignored me like that, and that I handled it poorly and was mean. We have both accepted each other's apologies.
How is it mean?
But I still feel bad for being so mean to him.
How is
But
it
all in all, we are on good terms now.
I don't
In the
feel like it was
comments,
that mean.
Osgiliath says, "Wow, I just read your original post. You really are an asshole and seemed oblivious to it.
Maybe I'm an
The way you
asshole
talked
too,
about it
because
really
I just
triggered me.
doesn't.
I've experienced people like you.
It
I've even
doesn't.
dated one where it seems like you can't empathize with someone who might react emotionally to things different than you. And then when someone
Was that
has the
reacting
audacity to give you
emotionally
the
or
mental
reacting
angst of
weirdly
considering whether you did
hostile?
something hurtful,
Because I
you
feel
go
like
even
it's the second
harder,
one.
trying to put them in their place, almost like it's some kind of defense mechanism to protect your ego. And the way that you were talking to and about your husband also sounded abusive. OP says, yes, I really effed up in this situation, and I was oblivious to it. I
The
wouldn't say
comments
that I
are
normally have a
gaslighting
hard
OP
time
because
empathizing
what do
with
you
people,
mean? How
but
is
in
it
this case, I
abusive?
clearly did. I wasn't expecting him to react so strongly, and it completely caught me off guard, as I said. I've been with him for 9 years, and I usually know pretty well how he will react, what makes him upset and what doesn't, but now I just got it all wrong, and I'm not at all happy about it. As someone who remembers fights like this from my childhood, have either of you talked to your daughter? OP says, I have. We talked about it in the morning as she thought that he was behaving strange when he just left. Again when I put her to bed yesterday, and some in between.
See, the daughter
I don't
thinks
know if
he's
he
acting
has.
strange.
He did sleep in her room
Because
together
he's
with
the
her last
one
night,
who was
but
acting
when he went to
strange.
bed, she was already asleep. Otherwise, I don't think they interacted that much yesterday.
Like,
Not that he ignored her or was rude to her at all, but I think that she could sense that he was in a bad mood and stayed away. Tonight she's at my parents' house, as I thought that it would be good for us to talk without her, and for her not to have to deal with our shit. I feel so bad for her having to be caught up in this. As a doctor, I am utterly perplexed as to why you and your husband's biggest concern isn't why did he urinate on himself.
right?
Instead of bickering over how you both handled it, how about scheduling an
Right?
appointment
Like,
for a medical
who gives a fuck?
If I or my husband, also a doctor, wet the bed, our first concern would be a medical problem, not humiliation or frustration.
Yeah,
It's
thank
like being in a
you.
serious car crash, and instead of calling EMS, you were bickering over whose fault it was.
Yeah,
Beyond
okay, thank you.
comprehension. Sorry, I just feel the need to chime
No,
in.
same.
Of course a doctor is gonna roast you for that. I'm of the mind that not everyone is thinking, oh shit, I got bladder cancer, I pissed the bed. Not everyone has doctor brain.
I have
Exactly.
doctor brain, I
This
guess.
was the major symptom of the start of bladder cancer for my friend. Heeding its warning and getting medical attention meant he didn't even need chemo in the end. 1 surgery and regular checkups, and he's here to watch his child grow up. And now, update 2. To begin with, there were some concerns as to why my husband wet the bed. Since he was sober, I did try to get him to see a doctor, as so many of you suggested that he should. But he outright refused and claimed that it was pointless, as they wouldn't do anything anyway.
What?
He's wet the bed one other time that I know of, and both times he was rather exhausted and stressed out, so that may be the reason. I don't know. This is too long, so a heads up to anyone who just wants to read about my husband divorcing me. You can stop reading now. My second post was written just after I had apologized. Based on the initial response to my first post, I concluded that I must be an awful person, and I felt so bad for him. But to be honest, I never felt that my initial actions were that bad.
No, because
and I
they
still
weren't.
don't.
I'm losing my mind.
I'm not saying I didn't deserve any of the hate that I got. I surely did, but some of it was just vile.
No,
And some of the
I don't
things
think that you
got hated
did.
for never
I'm
happened,
confused.
But only happened in the minds of commenters. But since the outcome of my actions was so horrible,
Am I
and
actually-
I never intended to hurt him, I felt truly bad that I had. So the apology was sincere, and at the time of the
Like,
second
what?
post, I was happy that we were on speaking terms, and hoped that we could put this
Exactly.
behind
Okay, I'm
us.
glad that you
It
guys are on
turned
the
out
same
I
page as me,
couldn't,
because, like,
and
what the
shortly
fuck?
after, I realized I was still bothered by his behavior. I
Yeah,
also started
good.
to receive more comments from people who saw issues with his behavior as well,
Thank
which
you.
I'm grateful
Good.
for, as it reassured me
Good.
that it was problematic. What I admitted on purpose from my first post, as I wanted unbiased opinions, is that my husband can be a bit unstable at times. Like he can be very immature and sensitive, has
Really?
issues controlling his
No.
emotions, anger.
I would have never
He's
gotten
so
that.
damned hard to get sometimes. It's likely due to mental health issues, so it isn't
I
fair to
never
him,
would've fucking
and
guessed.
I'm awful for it, but sometimes I just find him so annoying and exhausting.
He
I
sounds
guess
annoying
I
and
got
exhausting,
called
so
out on
that's
that
kind of
in my first
valid.
post. At the time, he'd been in contact with the mental health team for years, but if it wasn't for them prescribing his medications, he would have just cut contact with them a long time ago. Anyway, I was already
I hate a
tired of
bitch
always
that
having
won't
to
work
cater
on
to his moods,
themselves and then makes it
him not
everyone
doing
else's
enough
fucking
to address
problem.
his
That shit
issues.
pisses me off so
So
bad.
his weird, over-the-top and threatening reaction, in my opinion, to wetting the bed and telling me that our child just felt too much, even though he was hurt. And as I wrote, I had never felt threatened by him before. So it
Yeah,
didn't
like the
bother
fact
me,
that he
even though
scared
didn't
her,
actually do
like
anything.
that's
I made some
concerning that
attempts to try
he
to
would
talk to him
like
again about what happened,
jump to
especially
that
why he got so angry. I felt threatened
reaction.
by it. I even asked him if it had something to do with him wetting the bed growing up, based on some theories about him being shamed for it in the comments. But he just said it didn't, and it was clear that he didn't want to talk about any of it, and I didn't want to push. He is so bloody hard to talk to when it comes to stuff like emotions or relationship issues,
Or
which
wetting the
can be
bed.
very frustrating for me. To be honest, I even have some thoughts about whether I wanted to stay in this marriage.
I
They weren't
wouldn't,
that
the fuck.
serious. Then, about a week before Christmas,
I'm sorry, but if
he
I can't even,
unexpectedly
like-
made an attempt on his life. Sadly, not the first. I did not see it coming, and I
He
still
should be
feel
in
like shit for
treatment.
it, and I probably always will.
What?
His memory of the hour or hours before is blurry, but he is adamant he didn't intend to hurt himself.
Sir, you have a
when he
child.
home
Get it
that
together.
night. But I should have known. Anyway, it was bad for a while, and we didn't
Listen,
know
I've
if he
been
was going to
suicidal.
make it,
I have
or what
tons of
condition he
sympathy
would
for
be in
that.
if he did.
Not when you have kids.
Thankfully, he survived. And
Not
did
when you
so
have kids.
Basically, without any long
You decided to have kids, you decided to be a parent, now you're responsible, bitch.
When he got to come
You don't
home,
get to just,
he
like,
was so unwell. He was
take the
basically
easy way
lethargic
out
for
when you have
weeks.
fucking kids. That's so
As to
annoying.
why he did it, the short answer is that he apparently had a hellish amount of anxiety that he wanted to go away, which mixed bad with his sometimes complete
Take
lack of
drugs.
impulse control.
Oh my
He's been
god.
very clear that it had nothing to do with anything that I've done. I didn't know how bad he was.
Just do
feeling
drugs like a
because
normal
he didn't
person.
Tell me or anyone else, and it's so damn hard to help him when he doesn't tell us how he is feeling. It scared the shit out of me, and it scared the shit out of him too, to the point where he finally
Bro,
realized he needed more help.
I just feel like you
He's
don't
been
really get to have
serious
these
about it
excuses
in
when you
way
have a
he's never been
child and you
before.
are responsible
So
for a
when he
whole
was
other
offered
human that
therapy,
you
he
brought into this
accepted it.
world.
Now the waiting time is a joke, so he will be starting
Especially when it's like,
October.
I had some
In the
anxiety,
meantime,
I wanted to
he's
get
been
rid of
seeing a
it.
nurse and a psychiatrist. By April, he
Girl,
was
I have
pretty
had
much back to
anxiety
normal
so
and
bad
went
that
back
I
to
have
work.
lost feeling in
In the
all of
beginning
my
of May,
limbs.
we
I've
found out
still,
that I was
it's
pregnant.
my anxiety has never
Definitely
pushed me
not
to that
planned,
level.
and
That
was
is a
result of
bullshit
us
reason.
stepping up
I'm
when it
so
came to
sorry.
birth control. Despite all of the obvious reasons as to why we should have terminated the pregnancy, we decided to go through with it anyway. It wasn't a decision that we took lightly, but it was what we wanted. Here, I can add that he was an effing mess during my first pregnancy and the second. Apart from our 6-year-old, we have a 4-year-old as well.
Two
That was hard
kids.
for him
Okay.
too. But for some reason that escapes me
Two
now,
kids.
we thought that it would be different this time. And it
Two
was,
kids.
for a while.
2 kids.
At 12 weeks, we
Two
found
kids,
out that
you're
it
gonna be
wasn't
this
one baby,
irresponsible. Oh
but
my
2
God.
babies. I know it's awful, but I would lie if we said that we were happy about it
God, what the
initially.
fuck?
But by then, we were already set on having a baby, so we both wanted to go along with it. And after having digested the news, we became kind of excited about it. I'm 23 weeks pregnant now, and up until yesterday, things have been overall quite good. When he got home from work, he was in a crappy mood. I thought he'd
I
had a bad
can't.
day at work, but when I
I
asked him
can't,
about
chat,
it,
I
I
can't.
was served with an angry rant of how stupid we are for having the babies and that we should have aborted them.
How about you abort
what the
yourself
hell?
from this
And when I asked
family
him
and
why he was
just
saying
provide
it and
child
pointed out
support?
that it
Because,
wasn't a
oh
nice
my
thing to
god.
say, he just replied, "Well, you asked, and it's what I feel." I didn't want to talk with him when he was like that, so I told him
He
that we would
might be
talk about it
sane.
later. When the kids were asleep, I asked him what that was all about and where it came from. He said he didn't know, in the way that he
don't
says
know.
when he doesn't want to talk about something.
I don't know, I
tried
just
to
felt
push
like
a
being a
little bit, but I
dick.
got nowhere. So I got a bit
Ooh, woo.
frustrated and told him that it wasn't fair to say things to
He
me like that,
sucks.
and then refused to talk about it. He was just silent for a while, and then said, "F this," and went
Yeah,
and
well, he
locked
can't
himself
even
in the
fucking abort
bathroom.
himself correctly,
When
so
he came
boo.
out, he looked sad.
Boo.
So I asked him if
Hi.
he was okay, and he said he needed
Dude,
some
I
help.
hate.
I was like, okay, and added something like, "It's okay to be sad, you know."
I hate people who have
He didn't
kids and
like
then
that,
just act like
so he
this. This
very
shit pisses
angrily
me off
told
so
that I
bad.
wasn't sad.
Like,
I
ooh,
know I should've
so
let it
close.
be,
You've
but
actually
I just
gotten
had such
past the
bad
point where you're
feelings,
allowed
I asked
to
him
act like
stay.
that.
He didn't like that
You have
either,
kids.
So he screamed at me that
Stop
he didn't
it.
want to effing stay and slammed the door so hard that it woke the kids up when he left. I couldn't do much else than tend to the children, pretending everything was
I'm
fine
just gonna do that.
and hope that he would return safe and sound. I was so damned worried when the kids were back to sleep, I texted him to ask if he was okay, and then I cried. He replied almost instantly, "I'm okay, home in 5, sorry, love you."
Sorry.
Which eased my worry,
Dude,
but I was still sad and angry.
girl,
He
run.
came back shortly
Run,
after.
this man is so
He was
toxic.
clearly high,
Oh my god.
So he had calmed down.
Oh, so he does do drugs. Well, then just do that more
When
often.
he saw that I was
You
crying,
piece of shit.
he
Oh my
said
god, he
was sorry.
sucks.
I told him I'm not okay
God, he
with him
sucks.
treating me like that, yada yada yada. He said he knew and apologized again. We've had that conversation.
So you can't just
before.
like apologize
I
for
realized I
shit?
wasn't
You
even
have to
angry
actually
with him
stop
anymore.
doing it.
Perhaps I should have been. I just asked him to please not run away like that again, and he promised he wouldn't. But he probably will. Then he said
God,
he
he
was
sucks
tired,
so
so
fucking
went
bad.
to bed, but I couldn't sleep.
He sucks
I
so
haven't been
bad.
feeling great today, to be honest. I'm scared,
Yeah, really?
disappointed.
That's
and I feel
shocking. You haven't
effing
been feeling
stupid.
good. I wonder
My
why.
husband was in a
Wonder if it
better
has something
mood
to
when
do
we
with your
came home
shitty ass
today.
fucking
He's been
husband.
such a sweetheart.
Oh yeah?
He even
Has he been
talks to
sweet
me.
now?
He apologized to me yesterday and told me he was disappointed in himself for how he behaved. That he's been trying
I'm
so
disappointed
hard to
in
behave
you.
like a normal person, his words, and that
As
he
a
was tired
human.
of failing all the effing time.
How about
I
stop
know
being a
he's
little
trying,
shit then,
and he
and
isn't
then maybe
failing
you
all
won't
the time.
fail all the
So I told him
time.
not to be so hard on himself. I asked him about how
He should be
was
harder on
feeling.
himself.
He admitted that he wasn't feeling that well.
He sucks.
but couldn't
I hate him.
elaborate. So I asked him how bad.
I hate
not
him.
bad
Queen,
well
come date
was.
us instead.
And
Come
he
date
said
chat.
It wasn't too bad.
We won't
that I
treat you like
didn't
this,
need to
Queen.
worry, and promised to tell me if it got worse. But I don't know if I can.
Why is
trust
he
him
like
on that.
this?
I'm so effing scared he will crash again. I'm not sure that I have
God,
the
he's
energy
the
for
worst.
it. Not now.
Who
I'm
would
pretty
have
sure
energy
he
for
doesn't
that?
have it either. I'm hoping
Other
so
than a
much that
doctor
therapy
who
will
is
help him.
paid
I'm not sure what
to deal with
realistically
that.
can be expected from it. What if it doesn't make a
Nothing.
difference?
Therapy is
What
not
do we
gonna do
do
shit
then?
for someone like this.
I know it probably doesn't.
You have to
seem
actually
like it,
want to
as my
improve and be a
first
better
to be focused on the
person.
negative,
Otherwise,
but
it's
I
not gonna
love my
fucking do
husband
anything.
So much, and I don't want to live without him. But I don't want to live like this either. I don't know. Perhaps I'm just overly sensitive right now, being pregnant and all. In
And he was
comments,
treating her like this when she's
God bless,
pregnant.
You will soon have 2 newborns, 4 in total, 7 and under, and clearly a very, very mentally
They're
unwell
twins?
husband.
I missed that. They're twins?
He's a ticking time bomb. I'm sorry, but your life and present situation is quite dire.
Yeah.
Is there family nearby?
You need to get away
Active
from this
relationships?
crazy fucking
Do you
bitch.
have a safe place that would take you and the kids in at a minute's notice? OP says, it sure does sound bad.
Alright, cute
for
little
black
bathroom.
outs, and I'm honestly having a bit of a hard time taking it in that is my life. On a positive note, we both have our parents, siblings, and friends close by. I have a decent relationship with my parents, and they know my husband struggles with his
It
mental
is the
health.
stream layout.
But there
It's
are things I'm
snowing
not comfortable
everywhere.
talking about with them. And his parents are great and helped out so much when it was at its worst. But it's complicated. I really don't think he would ever be a threat to me, but I'm honestly not as sure as I used to be anymore. I know he would never.
Sounds like he
intentionally
will
do
be a
anything
threat, and
bad
that
for
little,
kids.
like,
But yes,
him
if it were to come to
scaring
that,
you
the door to my parents' home is always open
when
for
you
me
just
and
pointed out that he wet
kids.
the bed.
This is above Reddit's
That was
pay
the
grade.
red flag.
You need a support system.
Girl, not above my pay grade.
Possibly a different
Therapist.
medical professional.
Go to a therapist.
We are definitely
Go to
willing to
individual
listen and propose
therapist.
support
Get a
from
doctor.
digital perspective.
Send him to
I empathize
treatment.
with your
You're his
situation,
wife.
but
Guess what?
I'm
You
not a
have the
licensed
ability
professional for
to
answers.
involuntarily commit that
Ask
bitch.
for help from
Send
those
him to
around you if
treatment.
you can.
Send his
This
ass to
is a big
treatment.
burden on your relationship, and
Okay.
you are facing it head on.
Like,
You need to be
ooh,
supportive,
so close.
Either a professional or online
But you have
support.
children and a wife.
Good luck.
They get to send you
Thank
to
you.
a
You're
fucking
right.
treatment center
I've
if
been
you're gonna,
thinking
like,
I probably need
yourself
therapy too, or at least some professional
at the
to
cost
talk
of
to,
them
because
and then
I'm
treat
not
them like
comfortable
that.
talking
Like,
freely to my
they
friends
used to
and
do that to
family about
women
everything I
who
want to talk
just,
about.
like,
Okay, so
were slightly
he
moody back in the day. I
really
feel like we
needs
can start
bipolar
doing that to
disorder under control.
men
That
who
includes talk
try to, like,
therapy,
use
not
suicide as a
just
manipulation
medication.
tactic, because that's
I would
absolutely
do
what this
couples
was.
therapy as well.
Otherwise, he would have been
Please ask for some
successful.
family
I'm
support as
sorry.
well, too. This is
Like,
too
you would
much
have
for
just
you to manage. please take care of yourself.
Used a better
and
method.
kids, if that means removing
There's a reason
yourself
why men are
permanently,
usually more
or
successful.
until he is actively
So,
working on his
he probably didn't
mental
actually
health
want to do it.
problems.
He was probably doing
I
this
say
to manipulate
because
her.
it is not
To,
just you there.
see?
It's kids
I'm
who
gonna do
also
this if
may
you
have
don't get rid of the
mental struggles in
kids,
their
like,
DNA, and seeing him
he is
be
evil.
unstable, angry, and destructive is
Like-
challenging for any kids. He needs
Well,
to
even
get
if it is a
better for
tumor,
them.
it's making him evil.
Thank you.
So get away from
I agree
him.
with almost
Like,
everything
send
you're
him to
writing.
treatment until he is
Now,
better,
I'm not
because
saying
what
he
the
isn't
fuck?
bipolar, but he isn't diagnosed with it. He's formally diagnosed with EIPS/BPD. According to him, misdiagnosed, so it's sort of a sore subject. And ADHD.
Treatment.
I honestly feel so bad for the
5150 his
kids.
ass.
He's a good dad, and he would never do anything to intentionally
Like,
hurt them.
actually,
He's
5150
actually
his ass.
surprisingly patient with them.
And I'm saying that as someone
Even
who
though
is
he tries
not a
to
fan of
behave when they're around,
5150s
they
in most cases,
indirectly affected
but
by his
like,
behavior.
he
I've been
is
trying
at the
for so
point
long
where
to
he
make
doesn't
realize
want your
he needs
children
therapy
around.
as well.
He is suicidal.
He has, quote-unquote,
Sounds like he
tried a
could
few
do
times, but never
more
gotten back after the first
icidal
session.
things.
He will give it a try again, starting in October.
Like,
He's
homicidal.
promised he won't quit, and he does seem serious.
Like, we don't want
about
some
it, but
infanticide
we'll
here.
see. In
Infanticide.
theory, I'm open to couples
I can't
therapy
talk.
as well,
Like,
but I don't think he's ready
he's
for it.
literally a ticking
We
time
tried it
bomb to
once,
kill
and he was
himself,
just
you,
silent
and the
the whole
kids. So
session.
get him the
Not
fuck out of
review, I don't know.
the public.
He didn't want to go
Send him
back,
away.
and I honestly didn't see the point
Especially
of
the fact that he's
it.
resistant to
Only
any
on
type
her
of
husband's
treatment.
frustrations. I suppose. I sure do wish for it. It would
The
make
baby.
everything so much
The
easier
baby he eating.
for him too.
Eating baby.
Because when he goes on angry rants like that, he's just nasty and off-putting, to be honest.
It's almost like he's nasty and
calling us
off-putting
to
already.
Epic Stupid See You in the Northern Territories doesn't really evoke my sympathy. Everything you wrote above is true, and I'm having a hard time coming to terms with my stupidity in this situation.
Yeah,
There
well,
are many
Reddit didn't
factors,
help.
like us not knowing that it was twins when we decided to continue the pregnancy. But in
That's the
end,
thing, though.
it
When you
doesn't
are
really
gonna
matter.
have kids,
I
that's a
decided to keep the
possibility,
babies
so
when I
you should
shouldn't
be
have.
prepared for that.
It was stupid. I want to make it super clear that my husband wanted the baby when we thought that it was just one. He still wanted them.
Girl,
when we
he didn't
found
even
out
want
that
the
it was
first two babies. What are
I
you
would not have
talking
gone along with
about?
the pregnancy if it wasn't what he wanted.
Like, did
to.
he say that for 2
So this is
seconds
in
and then
no
change
way
his mind
situation
back to
that he was
being
forced
like,
into by me,
nah,
even though it
fuck
somehow
them
feels like
kids?
it now.
Because
I guess
that's
it all
the
comes down
vibe.
to me thinking that I should have known better. Like, I should have known that this likely would be too hard for him, even though he didn't realize it himself at the time.
You already have 2
Further in
kids.
the comments, Evening Ad 2820 says, husband is secretly self-medicating. He was starting withdrawals and then went out and scored.
Yep.
Hence the entire 180 in his attitude.
Exactly.
Oh my god, you're right. He was high off his ass when he wet the bed too. Everything makes sense once you
Oh
just
my god,
realize
yeah,
it's
he
just-
was!
When her husband finally cracks for the final time, hopefully he doesn't take the whole family with him.
Yeah,
I was
exactly, that's
gonna
what I'm
say that
saying.
everything about this throws up the reddest flags for a future family annihilation.
That's what
She
I'm
needs to get
saying.
herself and her kids out of
It's
there
ridiculous.
yesterday.
It's ridiculous. Like-
I, 17 female, have celiac disease.
Literally
My
typical
new
family
friend group,
annihilator
16 to
shit.
22 female
He's
and
acting
male,
like
think I'm anorexic
stereotypically
and plan on
that.
having an intervention. So for a little background, my parents divorced when I was very young. My mom got me for most
Chat's
of
not
the year,
moving on
and
stream.
my dad got me for the summer. I hated going to my dad's house, partially because he was very
Refreshed.
stubborn and rude,
Now
and
try.
always had to do things his way, but also because every time I went to my dad's
Hopefully
house,
it'll work
I
now.
got violently sick. Nausea, rashes, pain, muscle cramps, and then when I got older, I'd started missing my periods. TMI. I went to a doctor, but he said that it was a psychosomatic problem related to stress and directed me to see a therapist. My dad didn't let me see a therapist because he thought that it was total crap.
Bro.
My mom took me to one a few times,
What?
but by then, my symptoms had cleared up, so we couldn't tell if it helped at all. One thing that really pissed me off was that my dad ate a lot of junk food and drank soda instead of water, and he mocked me mercilessly if I tried to eat healthy. I think it reminded him of my mom, because she's always been a bit of a health nut. I would
Bro.
sneak carrots into the house, and if he found them, he would throw them out. At my mum's house,
He wouldn't let you
I would
have
eat vegetables
carrots?
and organic chicken. Sometimes the food would make me sick, but I would just stop eating the food and it was fine.
People who
I got into the
refuse
habit
to
of
eat
turning
healthy
down
or
any
let
food
anyone else
because
eat healthy
because
piss
I
me
didn't
off
know if it
so
was
fucking
safe.
much, dude.
I just explained it away as being a
Like, listen, if you want to
Then,
fucking
when I was
race your
16,
ass to the
a new girl
grave,
moved
be
to
my
my
fucking
school.
guest, but I will
became
not be
friends with
joining
her,
you.
and after a couple of months,
The
I noticed
fuck?
that she avoided all the same foods as me. I mentioned it in passing, like, hey, isn't that weird? And she got concerned and told me that she had celiac disease and that I should get myself checked.
Where is the frame for
and
this
sure
fucking
enough,
bed?
I had it. Everything suddenly made sense. I was so excited to finally understand what was wrong that I told everybody that I knew. I told all the people who I thought were my friends, and they
There's
didn't
the bed
really
frame.
react well. They acted
Wait,
fine at first,
it's not
but I
just a
noticed that
frame.
they were all doing the slow
Grr.
fade on me. I confronted my closest friend about it, and she said they all thought that I was faking it for attention. They'd
What the
only heard
hell?
about gluten-free diets as a stupid fad. I broke down crying and told her all about how
Bro.
horrible I felt when I had to go to my dad's house, and how I couldn't believe that she didn't believe me, and she was horrified. She turned around and became my biggest supporter. She talked to the others, but they still thought that I was full of shit and feeding her lies, so we decided that it was best to break it off with them. My birthday is in August, so I had 2 more summers with my dad left to go through after I found out. He took the revelation
Yes,
about
sir?
my disease even worse than my ex-friends.
Are you
He
Nugget?
screamed that I thought that I was better than him, and I was making
You
up medical
guys hear him?
problems because I wanted to be special, and that he wouldn't put up with that shit.
True. People who
I offered
only
to
want to
take
eat
him
healthy
with
and are
me
like,
to the doctor, but
you're
he said
eating
that doctors are
French
scam
fries?
artists, and he didn't believe anything
that,
they
you know,
said.
that has like
It
oil
was
in it,
horrible.
right? Like,
It got to the point where he started sabotaging my food and cursing at me when I got
both
sick.
are so
So I've
annoying.
gotten pretty wary about telling people about the disease. Between my personal experiences and hearing people make fun of gluten-free food on TV and the internet, I've decided that I'm not comfortable with telling new people. I know that's cowardly,
Is there not a bed
but I'm
frame?
so afraid of what people will think of me. This is my last summer with my dad. It is the last summer with my dad. He can rot in hell for all I care. He treats me like shit. I've only got to tough it out for another few weeks. That's not my problem. I can already hear your advice about leaving my dad's house or calling CPS, and respectively, I've made my decision that it's easier just to stay for the next 3 weeks and then leave forever. Please don't focus on that
Lol.
part. This is the problem that I need help with. My best friend and I have made a
Oh,
new group
headboard.
of friends. They're great people, really fun. We play role-playing games every
Okay.
weekend. We've been hanging out since May. There's 10 or 11 of them, depending on whether you count the guy who doesn't regularly attend games. My best friend approached me yesterday and told me that the rest of the group has been talking behind my back. They've put together the fact that I constantly turn down food, and that I'm very picky about what I eat, and that I've been getting thinner and acting sick
Oh my god.
because I've been living with my dad, and come to the conclusion that I have anorexia. They are planning on staging an intervention for me next weekend. Guys, I don't know
That
what
would
to
piss
do.
me off so bad.
This is such an awkward situation. I know I should tell them, but I'm so scared that they're going to reject me. They've already got this idea in their heads about what's wrong.
Tell them
And
to
at this
mind their
point,
business.
I'm afraid they'll think that I'm just making excuses. And I have been burned before. I lost a ton of friends by telling them about my disease. Yeah, they're dicks, but it effing hurt.
Your friend should just be
How do I
clearing
do
this up, I think.
How do I explain it so they'll believe me? I can't handle any more people calling me a liar. I'll have a mental breakdown. This disease has ruined my life in so many ways. I just want
Why
to have
doesn't your
this one
friend
part of
just
my
clear
life
this
separate
up
from
since
that.
she knows?
Please, Reddit, give me advice. In the comments, MarriedABrid73 says,
Seems
"Can't your
weird.
friend just say, yeah, she's a celiac,
Yeah, exactly.
got diagnosed a few years ago, but her dad's a dick about sticking to the diet.
Why wouldn't your
If
friend just clear
friends
this
were
up?
casual about it, or you were, then this would not be an issue. In the absence of facts, people will use the evidence they have and draw a conclusion. Give them enough facts to draw the conclusion that you want. Next time you're out, maybe mention casually going for your checkup before visiting Dad, and make an effort to eat the things that you can, / bring food that you can with you. Not everyone will be a dick about it. The silver lining here is that these new friends are worried and care enough to try to help you, even if they are misguided. Maybe chat with them before this intervention happens. Your other friend really should have explained
Seems
this to them
so
already,
weird that your other
but
friend
try to
is
take the
not
chance now and
explaining
say,
it,
"Hey,
though.
I want to share something about myself that I haven't yet. It might help explain some of my behaviors that seem weird. Include that celiacs who get glutened can become malnourished and can lose weight.
Get glutened is
Also,
such a funny phrasing.
Please reconsider staying at your dad's. It breaks my heart reading this whole story. This is going to be a very important moment for you. My boyfriend has celiac disease and has learned the hard way about being your own advocate. You have fad dieters on one hand and people who don't comprehend the disease on the other.
Hi,
And they will
buddy.
be a
I
source of
know.
eye
You're
rolls
still a
and
buddy.
sighs for you for a long time to come. But this is your health. You've had some unfortunate guardians in your life, and now is the time to begin practicing standing up for yourself. You deserve to feel healthy and happy and not feel like shit. Side note, in addition to your high amount of stress, celiacs have a higher rate of depression. It's a symptom. Make sure you take care of yourself in all areas, and see if your school in the fall has a counselor that you can work with. Yeah, I found it very weird that your best friend here isn't advocating for you and isn't standing up for
Very
you
weird.
to this group of friends. If I were in their shoes, that would be
That's
the
fair.
first thing I'd do, be like, whoa, whoa,
Are you
whoa.
a kitten?
You guys are overreacting. Now, can I trust you with this? She's a celiac. She has been bullied for that in the past.
Yeah, I don't see
We
why
have
that
lost a
wouldn't just
friend
be the
group
first
already
thing.
because people didn't believe that it existed. What we're not going to do is stage an intervention and try and force her to eat, food that isn't going to agree with her. Please understand that this is why. But I can see why that might be a bad idea in OP's eyes, as it has not been the right decision in the past. Ultimately, I think some blame lies on the best friend. For not
Blame
kind
definitely
of,
lies on the best friend.
guiding them towards their, hey,
I feel like
she's
maybe the
not
best friend
anorexic, I
doesn't
know what she's
actually
like,
isn't
please
actually
believe
on
me,
their side
kind of
as much
resolution.
as they think they are.
And now, on to the updates.
Because that's
Hey
weird.
guys, thanks for all your help. The intervention was yesterday, and I figured that you guys would want to know how everything went.
Yes.
TLDR, it went well. A
Okay.
few hours before the game started, one of my friends, let's call him Zach, texted me asking to come to his house, as he hosts the games, early, because he wanted to discuss gaming terms that will be nonsense to most of you. I figured this was probably the intervention, and texted my best friend. I think there was some confusion in the last post. This is the friend who was with my other friend group, who I poured my heart out to, and then she followed me to this new friend group.
Yeah.
Let's call her Laura, to ask if she had been invited too. She hadn't, so I asked her to come with me. Before I
Lol.
went to his house, I did something a little cheeky, inspired by one of the comments on the last post. Thanks to user I'd have to charge, I went and picked up some gluten-free Chinese food from a place that I frequent. They have this amazing vegetable fried
That's funny.
rice that I've fallen in love with. They are really careful about cross-contamination. I've been eating there for years and have never gotten sick. I brought the food with me to Zach's house, along with Laura and my notebooks and dice for roleplay. Zach seemed really taken aback that Laura was there. I asked him if he had a problem with it, because if we were going to talk about complicated gaming things, then she should be a part of the conversation because of qualifications.
Oops.
I'm really sorry. I'm trying not to drop a crap ton of gaming jargon on y'all. He
Smaller
awkwardly said
chair.
that it was fine, and then I said something like, "Is it alright if I eat something while we do this? I missed lunch, and I'm really hungry."
Lol.
And pulled out the Chinese food. He said that it was fine, but seemed kind of alarmed, like I was freaking him out. I started eating, and he started his pitch. OP, I didn't actually call you here to talk about game crap. Me and some of the
No.
others have noticed some things recently that we're concerned about, and they elected me to talk to you about it. I said,
That's
"Okay."
crazy.
He listed off a bunch of things that I've been doing that made them worry about me. The way they never saw me eat anything, that I always seemed sick and was getting thinner, the fact
Literally
that I always
currently
seemed
eating
uncomfortable
something.
and nervous when the topic of food came up, that I turned down everything offered to me, and then he finally dropped the bombshell. OP, Michael's oldest sister is
You know what
anorexic,
pisses me
and
off
she acts a
the
lot
most
like
is
you
the
do.
people who try to
We think you
help
might be
someone who has an
anorexic.
eating disorder
I
by
swallowed my
pointing
food
out their
and
eating
tried
disorder.
not to
Also,
look
why is
nervous
chat
and
just
said,
not working?
"I'm not." He started talking about how nobody thinks they're anorexic, but there's clearly something going on with me, and he just started rambling, so I cut him off. I said, "I do have a problem. It's not anorexia. Can I talk? He reluctantly agreed. I think he was afraid that I was going to say that I was too fat, and my problem was that I needed to lose weight or something. Like, he really got committed to the idea that I was anorexic. I'm going to try to paraphrase what I said here, because I was very proud of myself for it. I know I'm losing weight in an unhealthy way, but it's not on purpose. I have a disease that means that I can't eat grains like wheat, barley, and rye. When I do, I get very sick, and my body starts ripping up my stomach, and I can't digest much of anything, even things that don't have those grains in them. It's not just an allergy, it does serious long-term damage to me. If I ate a piece of bread, I would break out in rashes, I would start throwing up, and I might get stuff that seems unrelated, like horrible muscle cramps. When I turn down food, it's because you guys offer me stuff like Doritos and PB&Js. If I ate that stuff, it would make me violently ill. I turn it down to keep from making my health problems even worse. And the reason my symptoms have been popping up, and I've been getting sick and losing weight, is that right now I'm living in a family situation where I'm forced to eat foods that make my body react badly. When I first met you guys, I was living with my mum, and she accommodated me really well. But right now I'm living with my dad, and he sabotages my food because he thinks I'm making my disease up, and that my doctor is a fraud. Zach took out actual note cards and looked through them. He literally had a script for the intervention. That's what I get for hanging out with the kind of dramatic people who play tabletop RPGs,
Let me just try to recopy
He was
the
quiet
link.
for a really long time. And then he had a few questions. But then why do you turn down, like, Coke? Because Coke is nasty? But I didn't want to complain and make you guys buy root beer just for me.
I don't get why it's not working.
Why didn't you just tell us this stuff? Laura took this one and explained what happened with our last friend group.
It's even working in
so,
the...
like, what would
when I
I
launched
probably
the
have in the house
tester.
right now that you would be willing to eat in front of me? I wanted to facepalm at this one, and they asked if he was serious, and he was. I don't know. Have you got celery?
I don't know,
He
type...
shook his head. Yogurt? Nope. An apple? Nope. Seriously?
I don't get it.
He nodded. Have you got some frickin' popcorn, like air-popped popcorn? That he did have. So I ate some popcorn in front of him.
You were
finally seemed to
literally
accept
just
what I
eating.
was saying. He awkwardly changed the subject to gaming things, and we talked about that until the rest of the group started to show up. When Michael got there, Zach took him aside and started talking to him in a way that I guess they thought was subtle. They kept looking over at me, and they weren't keeping their voices down very well. Michael asked if I seemed
Let's see if I
offensive,
can just make a new
and
one.
Zach shrugged and said not really. I pointedly ate popcorn for the rest of the game. Michael texted me after the game and apologized for assuming that I was anorexic and asked what snacks they could put out for me. I actually cried a little bit. I was worried about getting kicked out, but they immediately moved to accommodating me. They are nice people. So everything worked out fine. Sorry for the anticlimax.
I'm just
In the
literally adding a
comments,
new
Sarah
chat
Goldfarb
box.
says, "Yay, great job. It's so funny
Try
that they made
saying
you eat
something
popcorn,
now?
even though you'd been eating takeouts. They do sound very
No,
sweet
it's still...
and well-meaning,
I don't
if a
understand.
bit presumptuous and dramatic. He didn't have a choice. It was on his note card. A lot of people don't have friends that would be willing to confront a friend that they think is struggling with something. I'd take it as a blessing. It was a totally awesome move by them. The fact that they're socially awkward with zero idea on healthy eating turned it into comedy gold. This was a crazy read, especially considering that one of my nephews just got diagnosed with celiac this summer. When they were explaining it to us in regards to a visit, so we knew what sort of food he could
Literally,
eat, the
what?
symptoms sounded just miserable. As did the
Nothing's
effect of
showing
eating
up
any gluten
anymore.
at all. He told us even a breadcrumb could trigger an attack. The
Even
OP's
if I
father
make a
is
new one, it
real
doesn't
piece of
work.
shit
But it works
for
when
trying to
I'm...
purposefully make her eat that. The sad part is that most folks
When you
don't
type
get
something and I
diagnosed for
just...
years.
I'm so confused why this
All's
isn't
well that ends
working.
well with that one. I'm very glad that the friend group became accommodating instead of attacking OP, like the father and like the old friend group, because that's not healthy. That's not good behavior to have.
Because
I
it's
thank them a
showing
lot
up in
for being
this...
decent people and welcoming people. I hope you have many more fun tabletop RPG adventures with them, OP. That sounds like a great time, and thank you for the story. Our next post is by user Dad in Dilemma 10, titled Would I be the asshole for telling my son to wear not his favorite jacket anymore because
Dude.
it, quote unquote, looks gay? I'm a single dad to my son, Oliver, 10 male. He's with me
What
most
the
of the
fuck?
time and sees his mum every other weekend.
Where's my chat?
He's an awesome kid, is creative, full of energy, and he's got his own sense of style that's pretty unique. He loves
Let's
bright
check.
colors, nail polish, and clothes that some people might think are more girly. If I'm honest, I think Oliver might be gay, and I'm totally cool with that. I've always made it clear that whoever he turns out to be, I'll support him 100%. Because of how he dresses and acts, Oliver had a really
Yeah, it's
rough
not
time
working.
with other kids. He got bullied so badly
What
at
about
his
our
old
normal
school
setup?
that I ended up pulling him out and homeschooling him.
No?
The school wasn't helpful at all, and it was heartbreaking.
Okay,
to
it has
see him
nothing
go
to do with
through
the
that.
setup. It's
He
just...
struggled to make friends, and it kills me to see him feel so alone. Now he's starting back at school in September, and he's really excited about it. But recently, we were at a cousin's birthday party, and Oliver wore his favorite jacket, which is a bright pink, sparkly one that he loves. Some of the other kids started picking on him, saying he looked gay. I stepped in, got the kids to apologize, but it ruined the day for Oliver, and I'm worried about how things will go when he's back at school. I've been thinking about whether I should talk to Oliver about maybe toning it down a bit, especially when he's around new people. Not because I want him to change who he is, but because I hate seeing him get hurt and feel like an outcast. I don't want him to feel like he has to hide who he is, but I also don't want him to be picked on or excluded because of it. But then I feel like a complete asshole for even thinking about this. I don't want him to think that I'm ashamed of him, or that he has to conform to be accepted. I want him to feel free to be himself, but I'm also scared of him being hurt by others who don't get it. So, would I be the asshole if I talk to Oliver about maybe being a bit more
I'm so
low-key with his
confused.
style? In the comments, Accomplished Mango 28 says, "Do not dull his shine because others don't understand him. I understand that it may be coming from a place of protection, but it needs to be addressed with potential aggressors, not with forcing your son to change who he is." OP says, "But when you can't do anything more with potential aggressors? I have done and will continue to do everything I can, but sadly I can't literally watch his back 24/7,
I don't
even
know.
though I would if I could.
I don't know.
Anytime he has a comment made to him, it breaks his little heart.
Girl, what is
It's so
Control
devastating
Delete gonna
seeing him
do?
go through that again and again. Jesus, where do you live? Most kids don't care about this kind of thing these days. If this is for real, then here's my advice. Even at 10, Oliver will know why the bullies are saying they're targeting him. Kids are highly
I don't know.
attuned to their differences.
There's just gonna
Yet he is
not
still
be any
dressing
chat
the
on the
way that he
screen,
wants
because
to
I don't know
dress.
why it's not
In my
working.
experience,
I can't
it's
fix
kids
it.
who lack confidence who are more likely to get bullied. I don't mean that it's a kid's fault for being bullied, just that confidence can improve the situation.
Okay,
My
it's
father
cozy
was
little
the town
bedroom.
drunk. He couldn't hold down a job, he was a proud atheist in a religious area, and because we had no money, I had no decent clothes. I was also a tubby kid, yet I hardly ever got bullied. I think you need to talk to Oliver honestly. Tell him that some kids give him a hard time because he likes to be creative, and that they can't handle that. But that doesn't mean that they're right, and that you are proud of his independence. Encourage him to talk to you about any jerks. This way, you're acknowledging the problem and are not angry or ashamed of him. So he'll be more likely to know his choices and to know that he can go to you. I would also go to the school
Is
now
there like a
and ask for a
bed
meeting
skirt
with his
or
teacher
anything?
and maybe even the principal. Talk about how to nip any bullying in the bud. I'd ask your GP and the people at the school if it would be possible to get counselling for Oliver so that he can talk about any concerns and get advice. Good on you for wanting to stay on top of this. As a teacher, I can tell you the most kids don't care about this kind of thing these days
Not
isn't
true.
accurate. There has been a huge rise
Kids
in
are
both
weird
homophobia
and crazy.
and sexist behavior in young people. Especially boys, but both sexes are guilty of it. I call it the Andrew Tate effect.
Oh
It's
no.
genuinely depressing to see as a gay teacher. So why did you call the jacket gay if you don't care if your son comes out as gay? Calling it gay is making it into something that a 10-year-old doesn't need to be worrying about at 10.
True.
He says, I didn't. Did you read the post? Look, if they're not picking on him for
But
the
no, they
jacket,
didn't say
they'll
the
pick on
jacket
him
was
for his
gay.
nail polish. Then his
But yeah,
face,
they're gonna pick on
his
him no matter
height,
what.
the way he talks, the things he likes, his hobbies, his talents. He'll be picked on for being him. Better to help him identify the bullies and build up his confidence so that he can stand up for himself. You'll need to be proactive with the school, making sure they clamp down on any bullying. Support him. Telling him to hide what he loves will only make him feel like you're ashamed of him. You would be the asshole. I feel like this is one of those situations that you have to kind of just allow to happen and support him as much as you can from the outside.
Yeah.
Bullying is going to happen at school whether you like it or not. If you want to control the situation, you can pull him out again and do full-time homeschooling, but that's not going to help him.
Yeah,
In my
it's
point
not
of
gonna
view,
help.
this is a sink or swim situation.
There we go.
Where it's going to be a lot of character growth, but there's
Curtains.
going to be a lot of really bad feelings in the meantime. And as this is all
Kitty!
going on, you can't protect him.
Mr.
from everything,
Kitty!
So you have to allow him
Are you
to
crying,
figure out the world
kitten?
by himself and how he's going to
Sad
protect
to see the
himself.
pathetic
So I think you
kitten.
would be the asshole if you told him not to wear his favorite jacket
Sad
because
pathetic
it looks gay.
kitten.
Yes, you haven't said it, but if you did say it, that would be you bullying him as well when you're supposed to be supporting him.
Yeah.
And now, on to the updates.
Me.
Hey all, it's been about 26 days since my original post, and I thought that I'd give an update now that Oliver has had his first week
There
back
we
at
go.
school. I can happily say that, so far, things are going much better than I'd hoped. Over the
Good.
summer, Oliver and I had a really important heart-to-heart. I sat him down and told him just how incredibly proud I am of the person that he is becoming. That made sure
Are
that he
you
knew that
scary,
there was
kitten?
absolutely
Are you
nothing he
scary?
could ever do that would change the way that I
Oh,
see
you are
him
scary?
or make me love him any less. Honestly, it was a bit emotional, and I even got a bit choked up. I told him that if wearing his favorite jacket, the one that caused some hurt before, made him happy, I'd stand behind him 100%. But I also wanted to make sure that he was
He's just a
prepared.
bored little kitten.
I explained that while I will
Are you
always
bored,
be there for
baby?
him, I can't always be around to protect him, and he might have to stand up
Are you
for himself
scary?
if kids make fun of him. I made it clear that
You're
this
just a
doesn't mean that he
wild
should
kitten?
change anything about who he is,
Are you
but that he
wild?
needs to be ready to handle it if anyone says anything cruel. Oliver
He turned a
understood.
year old a
We
few
spent the
days, or
summer
like
coming up with some
last
playful
week.
comebacks together. He really wanted to take the jacket with him to
I
school,
know
so we
that.
made it a bit of a project. Imagining the kinds of things kids might say and crafting witty replies that he could fire
scary.
back with. It was actually pretty fun,
You're
but
very
I think it
fluffy,
helped him
though.
feel more
Scary,
confident
fluffy
about
kitten.
it. Now, back to school. His new teacher knows all about his past struggles.
It
with
probably will
bullying,
come back for
and
no
she's
reason.
been amazing. She's keeping a close eye on things and
That's
making
so
sure he feels
cute.
safe and comfortable.
Here, I'll put you back.
It's made such a difference already, and Oliver's first week couldn't have gone better. He's even made a friend, a boy named Sam, and they've really hit it off. They're planning to meet up tomorrow at the Wacky Warehouse, and
Silly
Oliver
kitten.
can't stop talking about it. It's been a long time since I've seen him this excited about spending time with someone his age. I know it's still early days. but seeing him
No, we
so
did
happy and
not. We
smiling each
need
day
to
has
throw
been
him
such a
one.
relief.
Probably throw one for
Thanks to
all of
everyone
the
who gave
animals
advice and
together.
encouragement on my original
Because
post.
Soul
I
and
really
his
took a lot
birthdays
of
are
it
pretty
to
close
heart,
together, and
I
then
think it made a
Miso's
big
is
difference in how
during
I
the summer,
post
so
all this. In the comments, Throw RA
Hi, Bubba.
Hermes says, yeah, kids these days absolutely care about this stuff. The F slur and the R slur are back in full force.
Hi,
They're calling
baby.
each other
Yes.
gay over everything. I teach high school, so a lot of the time it's also the gay kids calling each other gay for fun, which is hilarious to watch. But the rise in homophobia, sexism, and ableism has also been meteoric.
it's also the gay kids just
Everyone
calling
needs
each
to be
other
watching
gay.
What the kids consume on the internet because little Jimmy
So
or
funny.
Jamantha is
Jamantha,
probably consuming
no.
content that you don't approve of, and most parents aren't even aware of how it's influencing their children for the worse. Yeah, we live in Texas, and my 7th grader has pride stuff on her backpack. She's still figuring herself out, but we're also fully allies of my nephew, who is transgender, and she puts up with a lot of shit over it. She just rolls her eyes at them, though it's
There
mostly
we go.
boys who make the comments. Our next post is by user individualbear7348, titled Engagement Broken Because of My Maid of Honor.
Oh,
I, female
why?
27,
What'd she
was about to
do?
get married to my fiance, male 26, in a few months because of my choice of Maid of Honor. When he proposed to me, I went through the cheeky happiest girl alive shtick. We went through the announcements, and both of our families were excited for the wedding. Until we told our parents about our best man / maid of honor. He chose his older brother, while I chose my BFF, female 28. His family treated my choice like I didn't decide who would be my maid of honor and gave me time to select one. Every time I mentioned that my BFF would be my maid of honor, they shrugged it off and reminded me that I needed to pick my maid of honor before the wedding ceremony.
What?
Some of their antics included blocking my BFF from the dressing fitting, claiming that only the maid of honor can go with them, and preventing my BFF from picking a maid of honor dress because that is reserved only for the maid of honor.
What the hell?
My BFF and I told my future mother-in-law that my BFF is my maid of honor, but she brushed it off and told me that I need to pick a maid of honor before the wedding.
What?
A few days later, my fiancé asked me who my maid of honor is. I told him that it's my BFF.
What the fuck?
And that's final. He took my hand and took off the ring, saying, I can't value someone that doesn't value family. He left.
I'm sorry,
engagement broken.
what?
Myself dumbfounded on what the living hell happens.
What
In the
the
comments,
fuck?
Justicia says, I feel like there's something missing here. Is your BFF
Absolutely
a different
something
race
missing.
or religion by chance? But also, can you imagine your life with a husband who takes this kind of bullshit from his parents and doesn't support you? The red flags on
That
this.
is so
I'm
weird.
glad you found out about what a dickbag your ex-boyfriend is before you tied the knots.
Like,
If she
what?
has a sister that she didn't choose, that could be it. My mother-in-law was the same way when I chose my BFF as godmother instead
That's
of
so
my
weird.
sister. Or he has a sister that they think should be maid of honor.
It's probably
OP
that
dodged a
one.
bullet. Does your fiance have a sister or a female cousin who he is very close to? That could be the reason why they wanted you to take somebody
It's gotta
else.
be that.
Keep the BFF and kick your fiance and his whole other shitty family to the curb. Edit to add, you dodged not only a bullet, but a cannonball here by staying with your BFF. If that's the case and they are so close, he should just marry her then. They seem like the type to keep it in the family since it is so important to them. Yeah, no idea what's going on there.
That's so weird.
You know, we always go on about communication is the most important thing.
Like,
If their
what?
communication is, no, you haven't picked a maid of honor, and that's it, well then, they deserve to have the engagement broken off on their side? Can you guys not just be adults here and tell OP why you don't
Yeah,
agree
like,
with the
that's
BFF
so
being
confusing.
decided for the maid of honor role in OP's wedding? Sorry, but we dictate your wedding. I know it's your wedding, but you shouldn't have any control over any choices in this one.
Like, I'm so
no, we are not going to
confused.
explain, and that's final. Goodbye.
There we go.
Just so weird.
Now it looks like it
just
actually
such
has
a
pillows
weird
on it.
dynamic to have, and I agree with everyone else. It's
I'm just
for the
like,
best that you get the hell
what
out
the
of
fuck
that.
is the... What the fuck? Is there an update?
And now,
Oh,
on to
thank
the
God.
updates. Wow, so many questions.
I need to know.
Let's answer the obvious ones. Are my BFF and ex-fiancé exes? No. The engagement party was their first meeting.
What
My
the
ex and
hell?
I went to the same college, and my BFF went to a different one. Race and religion involved? No. We are all white and Christian. Several of X's
What?
relatives, including his older brother, are married to people of color.
Do they
Now
want to be
on
your,
to the
his
update.
sister? Your
A few
sister?
hours after my original post, I found out from one of his relatives why my ex said that I had no family values. It turns out that in his family, the maid of honor and best man roles are reserved for siblings.
What?
I have two sisters.
That's
one
not,
older
like, a
and one younger.
Thing for most people,
Neither were
though.
interested because my older sister was mad at my ex
What
for
the
trying
hell?
to set her up with one of his male co-workers at her own wedding to her wife. He did the same thing
What?
to her wife. I didn't know about this
What?
until after the broken engagements. My
Oh,
younger
okay.
sister isn't interested because she was busy with her own college work. She took extra courses so she could graduate early. Ex tried to convince her to drop out of college to be a maid of honor. I guess I dodged a nuke of that one.
What
In
the
the comments,
fuck?
Jenna CC80 says,
Is he
"What a psycho.
okay?
If he's already trying to micromanage your
That is
marriage choice, imagine how
unhinged.
he'd be if y'all had kids.
What?
You definitely dodged a bullet without even telling her it was a family tradition. This is one of the stupidest
That is
things that's
so
stupid that has ever
weird.
stupided. Nice of them to assume that you knew their family rules about the maid of honor position.
Like, that
Too
is
bad
a
they didn't
thing
allow you the
only they
chance to
do.
explain your choice. Also, too bad your older sister
Like,
didn't
what?
tell you about the attempted fix-ups until after the engagement ended.
Yeah, why wouldn't you tell you about that sooner?
Thank
It's
the
kind of fucking
gods
weird.
that you stood your ground regarding your choice. You dodged a full nuclear arsenal. So, who's your maid of honor? My BFF. So at no point ever did anyone reply, "Oh, not one of your sisters?"
Yeah,
Or,
what?
"Shouldn't it be one of your sisters?" Or, "Why not one of your sisters?" Or, "No, a maid of honor has to be one of your sisters."
Right?
I can't
Like, why would
believe
they?
that no one said any variation of that. I can't believe her
So
sister
weird.
didn't tell her what he did at the wedding. I wonder what
All of
other
it's so
secrets
weird.
they would have pulled out and not articulated later on. Secret tradition about baby naming, house selection, holiday dinner dishes. If you want to punish someone for making the wrong choice and don't want to explain the right choice, you just wanted an excuse to punish them. And the homophobia.
It's so weird.
Dude was trying to play hetero matchmaker at a wedding with 2 brides. I'm still stuck on the ex trying to set up his girlfriend's lesbian sister with his male co-worker
At her wedding.
At her own wedding. What got me
Like,
even
what?
more is that she only found out after the breakup. I honestly can't stand my sibling, and even I would drop
Yeah,
her
why
quick.
would you not
Just
tell
FYI,
her?
your partner's a bigot message. Whether they chose to believe me or not would be their problem, but at least my conscience
So
would be
weird.
clear. Goes a long way to explain why the BFF was the first choice for maid of honor.
Yeah.
That's insane. Like, I understand how this all happened now, but it still doesn't excuse why it happened. And it doesn't excuse...
It's so weird.
or,
Like,
you know,
what?
trying to set a lesbian up at her own wedding with a man. What in God's name? Also,
I
how do you
can't
not
with
tell your
that.
sister about that?
How would
Does
you not tell your
hate you?
sister? Yeah, does your sister hate you? Because why would she not
I
tell
can't deal
you?
with these people. Have lobotomies been on the rise? Is there a secret trend of lobotomies on TikTok that I'm not aware of? Is
Stop.
that why all these people are making brainless decisions?
No.
What's going on? Am I the asshole for not telling my parents that I received
Dude,
money
that is
from my college?
unhinged.
I, 20-year-old, non-binary,
Okay, I made a little.
live with my parents, 50-something, and my 2 sisters, who are 20 and 19 years old. For as long as I can remember, my parents have had financial difficulties. For the past 4 months,
That sucks
I
for
have
them.
paid the entirety of my parents'
It's not
rent.
okay. That's not your
While I don't
problem.
really make that much, I work 50 hours a week most weeks due to understaffing, so I get pretty good-sized paycheck. Plus, most of the time, I'm able to set aside some money for saving. However, these past months, every one of my dad's paychecks, he makes the most money out of us all, have been garnished or been completely gone before he ever
Garnished
gets
for
them.
what?
I have the misfortune of getting paid the exact same days as him, so the majority of my paychecks and all my savings have gone to paying for bills.
Why?
2 weeks ago,
Move
my
out.
dad didn't get his paycheck, and I ended up overdrawing my bank account $1,000. It was an accident, as I'd forgotten about a payment that I had made that had yet to show up. So when I got my paycheck on Friday, it was just $100, which my dad immediately asked for 80 of. I told my parents that I would be unable to help financially for the next 2 weeks, and again, my dad didn't get his checks, so my parents are scrambling to get money together to avoid our utilities
That
being
sucks,
cut off.
but
My
again,
college
this is
does
your
this thing.
problem.
I don't know if every college does this or
How?
not, where you pay the full amount of your tuition, and then at the end of the semester, you get the amount of scholarships and financial aid paid to you. There is a deadline to get the money, however, they hold it for you if you miss it. The most of the 2 years I've been going there, I've forgotten to do that, so the money has been sitting around. I had missed the December deadline for the fall semester, but I got a jump on spring knowing that I would forget, and it's my last year at that college because I'm transferring to another one. I promptly forgot about it. Well, on Friday, I received an email from the bank system my college uses that I will be receiving the money. I
How
had
about you
shrugged it
don't
off because
tell
most
your
of the time
parents?
I received my money from that kind of stuff really late. So while the email said 1 to 2 business days, I was thinking that it would be in
Okay.
June. So imagine my surprise when I
Cute
see
little
that day it was in my account.
Spot?
Also, considering that it's been sitting there for 2 years, it's a fair amount. I am by no means rich or anything, but it was certainly more than I had been expecting. I paid a bill that I just haven't been able to, and the majority is just sitting in my bank account.
Warhammer 40
It's been 2 days, and I haven't mentioned anything about the money. My parents
tell
never
your
even
parents,
knew I was getting money
please.
from my college
Please
due
don't
to my
tell them.
forgetfulness. I know that this money
Please
could help
do
make
not
sure
tell
that none of
them.
our utilities are cut
Do
off,
not tell
but I can't
your
seem to bring
parents.
myself to tell them. I'm
Does
moving
not
out
belong
soon,
to
so this
them.
money could go towards giving me some
Yes,
breathing room
keep
or
it.
go to my classes this
Keep
summer.
it.
So I really want to save it and not say anything.
Don't tell it to
Just let
those.
my
Don't
parents
tell those
assume that I
goddamn
only have
leeches
20
that you
bucks to
have
my name.
money.
However, if the utilities get cut off, then I will be affected as well. I feel like such an asshole for not telling my parents
Right,
about the
but
money.
that's their
I know
problem
that
if
I'm
the
just being
utilities got
selfish,
cut off
but I
because
am so
they're
tired
the
of every
adults.
penny I make going towards my family's bills. I know my mum feels extremely guilty every time
I'm
I
sure
do
she
this,
does.
but it's something
Yeah, she
they have
keeps
to do
doing
to
it.
survive. So am I the asshole? Edit, since a lot of people are asking,
They need to stop.
here you go. My parents have a lot of payday loans from my childhood, other loans, and owe money to the state and IRS. My dad had at one point been accused of a gambling addiction. It runs in his family, and he had at one point had
Oh
one.
my
However, my parents have talked this out. My dad's company also has shitty communication, so we have no way of knowing when he is garnished and why until
Payday
he
loans
gets
need to be
paid.
banned because
Everyone
people
does
are
work,
way
but
too
me and my dad
stupid.
make the most money. My mum works a minimum wage job.
Oh,
My sisters
no.
work part-time minimum wage jobs. My mum and 20-year-old sister do help pay bills. My little sister, however, does not.
Well, yeah,
She's
she's
the type that has a little
little.
bit of money and goes wild. My parents pay for a lot of her stuff without ever seeing a dime of it. My parents
'Cause
try
she's
and
a
stop it.
child.
However, it is extremely difficult due to other factors that I will not get into on this post, as it has nothing to do with money. The reason I make a lot
She's
of money
also a
is because
child.
I'm a
She shouldn't
lifeguard,
have
and due
to
to the lack of them,
be
we are
paying
paid
for anything,
intensively.
so
As many of you have suggested,
none of you should.
I am moving out. I'm moving to a different city this summer for classes. I honestly don't think I need to go to such extremes as some of you suggested. My bank account is separate from theirs. We do use the same bank though. My parents do not try to sneakily get my money, and the few times my dad has, I've called him out for it.
They don't
and
try to
berated
sneakily
him
get my
over
money.
it.
They have in the
My mum
past,
also feels
though.
extremely guilty about the entire
Are you
situation,
hearing
and
yourself right
as
now?
such, I don't see her doing anything underhanded. And as for
Oh
my
my
dad,
God.
I have strict guidelines with him. I do have a ton of
Brother,
notifications on both my credit card
stand
and bank
up.
account, to the point
Stand
of what
up.
I spend, I will know.
Oh my
Also,
god.
no, I will not be getting back the money that I've given to my parents. I'm not even going to try. I'm not going to be another thing that they have to pay off. However, some of your suggestions I will follow. My parents are aware, and I will remind them when I leave that I will not be able to pay things when they leave, as I will be both reducing my hours
Is the
of
youngest
work
19?
and having my own bills to pay, such as school.
Okay, then
and
everyone
the
move out and get away
In the
from these
comments,
parents that are
the eternal
leeches,
veggie
weird
says,
leeches.
Not the asshole. You were technically paying for school yourself, right? The student loans and scholarships are all in your
Absolutely
name, so
insane.
that money is yours.
Hate
Put it in
parents who just
savings,
have kids
use it in my
only to make
textbooks
them
next summer.
indentured
If it's
servants.
money left over from your student loans, you'll technically have to pay it back when
So
you start paying
annoying.
your loans, so might as well use it as you please. I received money back from college for a few semesters, like $600 per semester, but at that time my parents paid for my tuition. Only $1,500 per semester. It was community college. So I just paid them back that money since it was theirs anyway, but when I started paying for myself, I kept that money for myself. OP replies,
Like
"I paid the
his
college
his
out of
his
pocket.
paycheck is
I don't
not.
have student loans and no one
He's
else is paying for my
lying.
tuition,
He
so
does
it
have
is
money. He
absolutely
could
my
pay
money,
for stuff.
not
He's
the asshole.
literally
Get
mooching.
your parents off of your accounts and lock your credits. Your dad clearly has something wrong with his ability to handle himself if his wages are being garnished to that
Exactly.
extent. Or he's lying to you to get your money.
That one.
Why aren't your adult siblings also responsible for household expenses?
Like, I don't
And to
understand.
add, keep that money and put it towards your future school expenses.
Like, no
or
one
to
should
pay
be
against
paying
your
the parents
loans.
unless it's like
school
for
money
rent
or
because
supporting
you're
your family money.
over the age
Yeah,
of
I
25
agree.
or some
But Dad's
shit.
gambling addictions here and the history of it in his family is no excuse. He should know better and he should be doing better. And like, I get that. I get that I'm in a privileged position of not having an addiction of saying that.
It's
But
not
surely,
privileged to
when
not
your
have a
family
gambling
is
addiction.
struggling
I'm
like
so
it
sorry.
is,
That's
you gotta do
you
something.
need to
And I know I've seen those
like get
that
help.
have seen their family struggling that have caused their family to struggle more and continue to go on their merry way because they're doing all right themselves. But
Also
no
at the
one else
cost
is.
of
But hey,
taking
as long
money
as
from
I'm
your
good,
child
I'm
is
gonna keep doing what I
insane.
do. That's the mentality of an addict. It pisses me off and it's not cool, and I really don't want OP to keep suffering here.
Yeah,
as
it's
hurtful
super
and
annoying.
as sad as it is, take the advice of the commenters and cut the umbilical
Yep,
cord,
cut them off.
stop giving them support, and go do your own thing.
Cut them off.
That's the only way that
They're
you're going to get
using
ahead in
you.
life, or else the crabs in that bucket will continue to drag you down.
Mm-hmm.
To many, it may seem like a heartless thing to do, but that's survival.
Yep.
And now, what
Like they're trying to grab onto you while you're swimming and drowning you in the process instead of just trying to tread water themselves. They're literally using you to float and pushing you under. Like, can we not?
I am moving out next month. So my
Good.
dad decided to play a joke on me. He took my card and took out 90% of the money in my checking account. For those wondering about the college money that I got from a previous post, it's in another savings account that is through another institution, so it is safe. He then put my card back in its original position and went to work, quote unquote. He did all of this around midnight. So I woke up in the morning to most of my money being gone. My first thought was that
Deep
my
breaths,
dad took
chat.
my card without asking, but my card was still in my wallet and where I left it. I had thought that someone had
I am
cloned my
calm.
card and guessed
I am
my
calm.
PIN.
I am
I sent
calm.
off a quick text to my mom and called my bank. And I spent a while doing that. I was so anxious. I was practically sobbing, and I'm not a person that really cries. That money was my deposit and the rent for June. I then went into the living room and heard my mom arguing. I couldn't hear much, but I heard my mom exclaim, "What made you think that it was a good idea?" Instant dread filled me. I walked up to my parents' room, and my mum was arguing with my dad on the phone.
I can't.
According to my
I
dad,
can't.
he found out
I
I had
can't.
playing with my card, and he decided to take it and remove my money to teach me a lesson about leaving my card lying around, and then go to work. My dad apologized
so
to me,
mad.
and I just handed the phone back to my mum and stormed
I'm
out
so
of the room.
mad.
My dad had pulled something like this to me before, except he took all of my money and then quote-unquote lost it. My dad
Oh, yeah,
claimed
no,
that he
he's
took the
just
money to
stealing your
teach me
money.
a lesson for leaving my card around my family. Later on, he told me in private that he took it because he knew that I was lying about the amount of money I had. I had been saving that money for a medical thing, so I was hiding it because my family is always in a state of financial distress, and he would ask for it if he knew that I had it, and I was just done being in constant pain. Anyways, there were clear flaws in the story that he told to us.
Bruh.
First being that I had my
I'm
card
so annoyed.
and it was in my wallet exactly where I left it. This was a whole separate trip from going to work. Also, neither my wallet or my card have any sign of
I
damage.
cannot.
My dad
I
works out of the city,
cannot.
which is a 1.5-hour car ride from where we live. My mum said that she will drive me to my dad's work, where we will pick up the money.
I
We
actually
don't trust him
can't.
to have it till he is done working due to what happened last time. He protested, saying that that will use
Call
too
the
much gas,
cops.
and that he will drive
Call
down
the
instead, as that will use
police.
the same amount of gas. This ultimately
Ooh,
leads to my
is
mum
the sound of the
practically having
police?
the confirmation that he has started gambling again.
Please, call the cops.
My dad had a gambling addiction when I was younger.
He currently has a gambling
He'd
addiction.
been clean for a while. As in her mind, why else would he be so adamant that we not go to his work? He came home and returned all the money to me. Yes, I counted over and over again to make sure. He apologized and I said nothing. My mum said that he didn't sound sincere. My dad blew up on her, saying that he had apologized over the phone and that he was obviously sorry about what happened. He later on apologized to me about that, but I ignored it, and he doesn't seem to be talking to my mum. My mum has told me that she's going to talk to a lawyer, and she's absolutely torn up about this. There have been so many issues with their relationship this past year, but this seemed to be the straw that broke the camel's back to leave her 40-year marriage to my dad. My sisters
Good.
don't know what's going on, or if they do, then not the whole situation. I told her that once I move out, that I might go no contact with him.
Good, you
My mom
should.
got all
He's
sad
been
and said she doesn't blame me for
stealing
wanting
from
to
you.
after all that my dad put me through. I'm honestly emotionally drained and dreading calling back my bank. My mom had this great weekend planned for us, but now there is an overwhelming feeling of dread and tension over everything. I was actually going to finally do something for myself that I'd finally worked up the nerve to ask my mom about, but that had to be cancelled. Honestly, if it wasn't for the fact that I'm moving out soon, I would have called my friend and moved out today. I'm just done with my dad and this situation.
I cannot.
At the same time, I feel such
I
an overwhelming
cannot.
guilt. I know that I did the right thing, that I had to tell my mum and protect myself financially, but I don't know. I feel responsible for my parents separating.
Girl.
And me and my mom are the only ones that know that, even though my dad made his choice. The fact that I love my dad,
you said it right there.
I
Your
still
dad
want a
made his
close
choice.
relationship with him like I never had, yet I can't imagine ever talking to him after he put me through all this. I also feel like I'm too emotional and hasty to make these decisions, as all of this happened today. Maybe I just need confirmation that I'm doing the right thing. So would I be the asshole here? In the comments?
No.
Not the asshole. Your dad stole from you.
Bro.
Change your PIN number and passwords on everything. OP says, oh, absolutely. I reached out to my bank thinking that someone copied my card before I found out that it was my dad. I'm getting a new PIN, new card, and account information. Everything is being changed. Good. And try to move past your guilt. This is absolutely your father's fault. You were supposed to trust your parents financially, emotionally, and physically.
That shit
Unfortunately,
pisses
they
me
can
off
also
so
be
bad.
trash humans. This is the reality,
Like-
and it hits you in the guts. Not your fault. Absolutely, this is the reality of dealing with addicts. It's really, really hurtful, OP. Don't beat yourself up for the actions of someone else that doesn't want to change. Don't blame
He
yourself
sucks so bad.
for him ending the marriage through his own actions and words, and then his inability to sincerely apologize. He deserves that divorce if he's gonna act that way. What has he done that shows he really wants true reconciliation? That was a forced apology and he's insincere. Screw him. He stole
we
from
go.
you when his actions cause your family to continually be financially insecure. Then just continue.
Right, like,
to
why
lie
is your
about the fact that
why
he
is your
hasn't gone
family
back to
always
gambling,
struggling
hasn't
with
gone
for
back to
money?
the thing that put you here
Remember
in the first place.
the
Everyone
reason.
needs to chuck him out. Everyone needs to get him to hit rock bottom. He needs to learn his lesson. If your mum were to stay with him for this, she'd only be enabling this disgusting abuse of your family.
Yeah, it's just
And now on to the updates.
like
I know it's been 2 weeks since my last
Ba-
post,
part of
but a lot has
the-
happened since then.
rec-
My parents are getting a divorce, and I have mixed feelings about this. My mom has started to track my dad. I know it's an
Ooh.
invasion of privacy, but it was the only way to know.
Oh, okay, that was weird. Hi, I'm back. I don't know why it refreshed on me all of a sudden. How are we doing on your end, chat? Huh, there was no cuts? Weird, okay.
For sure. Multiple
It's
times
trying to be
Ted was
real,
in the casino
and yet,
when he
and
thinks that
yet.
he is working. My mom has figured that he has been getting his paycheck 2 days early and not telling anyone. My mom called a lawyer last Wednesday to talk about her next move. My dad isn't fighting it, which is honestly destroying my mom.
What was it? I
Yesterday,
forget
we
what
got
I
an
was even
eviction
fucking
notice we have
saying.
to be
Whatever,
out by
who
the
cares?
end of the month. This has happened before, but my dad has always explained it away.
Oh, right. The first step of
Apparently,
recovery is
my
admitting
dad
all of the
hasn't paid
things
the
that you
rent
did
in
and all the
4
people you
months.
hurt while
My
you
dad
were
hasn't said anything about this.
in the midst of your
He knows
addiction.
that we are all
That's
seeing
part of the
through him and
process.
his act. My mom and younger sister are going to live with my maternal grandparents. Me and my other sister are moving out to our own apartment at the end of the week. This makes me extremely angry, because my parents got the money from me to pay for the
Bro.
rent.
Well, yeah, because he
Instead,
wasn't paying
was
the
going
rent,
to my
babe.
dad's gambling.
Yeah,
I
of
did a calculation
course.
for how much I gave them this year, and I am horrified that it's over $10,000.
Oh,
All my savings for
hun.
college, so many of my paychecks that I've given up to help my family,
That
have actually
hurts.
gone to my
That
dad's
fucking
gambling
hurts me.
addiction. I feel so used and like a fool. I
Yeah.
feel so betrayed. My mom has told me that she doesn't want me to go no contact with my dad.
Go no
She wants
contact
to
with
hold
her if she
family
keeps
dinners
that shit
once
up.
everything is settled down, and she has a place, and she's going to invite my dad. My mom still loves my dad
Girl,
and
fuck
keeps saying
you.
that he is sick. I know this. I know
It
that
doesn't
he is
matter
as
if
well,
he's sick.
that he has lost control.
It
and I
actually
don't know if I
does
can
not
keep him in my
matter.
life. He used me and manipulated
You
me.
stole from your
I feel less
child
like his
to fund
child
your
and more like
addiction.
his walking bank account.
That's
He
unhinged.
broke our family, and even if it's because he's sick, I don't know if I can put it past me. I know that it would destroy my mum to cut my dad out of my life.
Don't put it past
I know
you.
you guys say that I'm not the asshole in my last post, but I still feel like one.
I'm sure you
I might
do.
add
You're
more
not.
later as I have
Stand
to go to
strong,
work.
buddy.
Edits, adding some details I forgot about in a rush to go to work. One of the reasons that my mum is going to do these dinners is to give my dad a reason to get help. I honestly don't think that will work.
It will not work.
First, my father is rarely with us or does stuff when he lives with us. I doubt he will go. Second, if the looming threat of divorce didn't kick him into gear, I don't think weekly dinners will.
No,
I
they
have
won't.
a really good relationship with my mom, so I do want to go to these dinners to spend time with her, but I don't know if I can face my dad if he decides to come. My mom wants me to have a good relationship with my dad, which is why she doesn't want me to go no contact with him. Also, some of it is likely her guilt for the situation, and the fact that I tend to be the person that she goes to for help. Also,
You're a child.
A lot of you have been confused by the me being responsible for
You
their
are the
divorce.
child.
Like I said, it was an update to a post that I had made previously. If you want all the information,
Hate parents
go
who
look at
aren't
that
parents.
Post, but the rundown is that
So
I woke up
annoying.
and saw that someone stole my money.
Like,
I told my mom, and she
get it
figured out
together.
it was my dad. My mom realized that she needs to divorce my dad due to him lying about what had happened. My mom has never told me that any of it was my fault. It was how I was feeling in the moment. I have since gotten over that guilt. Many of you have said that I should try to get the money back from my dad.
Yeah,
I'm
that's not gonna
sure.
happen.
I made peace in not getting the money back.
The money's not coming
I'm not
back,
going to state
unfortunately.
the cause. My life is already crazy without worrying about courts.
Money
and my
is
dad's gambling addiction.
gone.
Not to mention, I really don't have proof that I could show the court, as I just gave the money to my mom. I never made any comments digitally about what the money is for, so it will absolutely fall apart and become a he said, they said. And honestly, I don't want to deal with this. I just want to move past this. In the comments, Pine Needle says, "No, you wouldn't be the asshole. Your father may be a sick person, but until he faces the consequences of his actions, loss of housing and relationships,
He's a little shit,
he isn't going
honestly.
to get treatment."
Oh my
You
god,
need
it's already
to take
6:30?
care of you.
Fuck.
I'd like to tag in
Oh no, our
this
chat!
one
I was supposed to end
addicts are
stream.
still responsible for what they do and who they hurt
No,
in the
I've
case
been
of
having too
addiction.
much fun.
Addiction sucks, but that
Ugh.
doesn't mean that dad is blameless. Your dad is doing this, not you, OP. You are not responsible
Okay.
for your dad's efforts.
Well, hey, I finished the
Talk to someone
upstairs
versed
for the
in
most
financial
part.
aid about getting your dad off of
Could
your
add a little
record
more,
as
but,
far
you
as
know.
any income goes,
We
so
almost
that you can
finished.
still apply for FAFSA and for
This room,
scholarships.
no,
It
but
may not be as much money that you
I
get in,
mean,
but it should still help with college. Absolutely, he is still responsible. I don't blame you if you go no contact with him. Your family is now broken up. He's in the midst of a divorce, and he still doesn't care to apologize or be sincere in the slightest. I don't blame you, and you shouldn't be blaming yourself as hard. You are not to blame for this situation. Stop beating yourself up.
alright.
Our next update is titled, "Am I the asshole here for not wanting my dad to live with me?" So, I live in my own apartment with my sister and my roommate, male 19. We moved in about 2 weeks ago.
Okay. Pausing. Okay, chat. I've gotta go, because the next stream is in 30 minutes, and I need to go take a break a little bit here before we start the big stream. I'm gonna just start up the intro for you guys as soon as I end this stream. But yeah, quick piss break. I'm gonna go get a snack, put the corset back on. I will have the option for 2 shows tonight if you guys hit the first one fast enough. I'm planning to stream, let's see, I'm gonna start at 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. I'm gonna, if it's a successful stream, I'll go till 12 o'clock. So we've got a good 5 hours here we can log. If you guys want to stay up that late. So, no, I'll probably just make dinner and then get it ready and then have it on stream. But yeah, so we'll watch some movies. We'll maybe have 1 show, maybe have multiple shows. I think we're still at rank 50 right now, so we'll see if we can maintain that rank. Let me see. Let me look right now. Okay, can you hide? Okay. We're at 51. All right, we dropped. It's okay. We'll go back. We'll get back up there after stream. So we're gonna stream. We're gonna see how high we can get. let's see, is this, how many? Okay, so we have stream. I'm gonna stream on Monday. I will be streaming Monday. And then I'll be streaming next Friday. So actually, Fansly streams are the same. YouTube streams are the same. Yeah. So no change on that. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, maybe 5 more Fansly streams for the month. I'm thinking I might do a short one in the afternoon of the 30th. I'm gonna do Teddy Chan in the morning on the 30th, or the 31st, sorry, 31st. Teddy Chan in the morning for the 31st. Me on Fansly in the afternoon on the 31st. Because I have plans at night on New Year's, but I figured I'd do like a little bit of a stream, end out the month, everything like that. And then the day before that will be the private stream on the 30th, which will be like a whole day stream, so it'll be like a whole thing. So yeah, we have 2 more streams before that one, so if you don't have tickets, get your ticket money ready for in the next 30 minutes or whatever, and I'll add you. The link is go to Fansly and then search for Indigo White. I can't really directly link you because it's YouTube and that's a porn site, but someone else in the chat can maybe link you, and or just go to my Twitter and it's in the links, and I'll be linking it in about, well, no time. I'll be just linking it soon in a sec here anyway, so yep, 2 short little streams on the 31st to end out the month, because I'm gonna be disappearing a bit in January. Not the whole month, but part of it, just to relax a bit, and it'll be a more relaxing month in general, because then February is coming up, and I want to get all the Christmas cards and everything sent out, make sure everything is sent, blah, 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 blah. I might do more, like, senpai tier stuff next month, just so I can supplement the lack of content I will be making. Anyway, I will see you guys next week. It will not be a Christmas stream, because it'll be after Christmas. But it will be, I mean, I'll probably still have the tree up, so it'll probably be still Christmassy. We can finish the house or some shit. Do more Sims. I don't know. Either way, thank you guys for hanging out with me. Thank you if you liked the stream. Thank you if you shared the stream. Thank you if you subscribed. Thank you if you joined. Blah, blah, blah. Enjoy the outro. I will see you in 30 minutes over on Fansly.